Hypnerotomachia. By Francesco Colonna. Francesco Colonna. Hypnerotomachia. London 1592. De Capo Press Theatrum Orbis Terrarum Limited, Amsterdam 1969, New York. V. The publishers acknowledge their gratitude to the curators of the Bodleian Library, Oxford, for their permission to reproduce the library's copy. STC number 5577 Collation, AZACC. Published in 1969 by Theatrum Orbis Terrarum Limited, O.Z. Verbergwell 85, Amsterdam, and De Capo Press. A division of Plenum Publishing Corporation. 227 West 17th Street, New York. 10011. Printed in the Netherlands. A. Hypnerotomachia. The Strife of Love in a Dream. At London. Printed for Simon Watterson and R. To be sold at his shop in S. Paul's Churchyard, at Cheapgate. 1592. V. To the thrice ho. Novrable and ever lying verbs of Sir Philip Sidney Knight, and to the Right Honourable and others whatsoever, who living loved him, and being dead give him his deave. A2. And NBSB. To the Right Honourable Robert Durax, Earl of Essex and U. Viscount Hereford, and Berkshire, Lord Ferrers of Chartley, Berkshire and Lane, Maester of the Queen's Majesty's Horse, and Knight of the most noble Order of the Garter. Is wished the perfection of all happiness, and triumphant felicity in this life, and in the world to come. And I had determined, Right Honourable, to dedicate this book to the yearling virtues of that matchless knight Sir Philip Sidney. Methought that I could not find out a more noble personage than yourself, and more fit to patronize, shield, and defend my duty to the dead than your honour, whose greatness is such, and virtues of that power, as whoso commendeth them, deserveth not to be accounted a flatterer. But he that doth not the same, may be thought an ill willer. Have your honour will accept hereof, I make no doubt, because that courtesy attendeth upon true nobility. But my humble request is, that your honour may not think of me, by the title of the book, and some part of the discourse, as if I vivre emeris, and did speak according to my own passions, for I being restrained of my liberty, and held in the grau of oblivion, where I still as yet remain, oppressed with melancholy, and wearied with deeper studies, I vast glad to beguile the time. With these conceits, anathemizing in them the vanity of this life, and the certainty of the delights thereof, in the dream of Poliphilus, which if it shall please your honour at convenient lay sure to look o'yer, pardoning what you find amiss, and weighing my good will, I shall think myself most happy. W. V. And thus I humbly take my low, till that I may present your honour, with a matter more fitting the same. Your honour's doted. R.D. A3. Anonymi Elegia ad Elicitorum. Candide Polyphilum Narentem somnia lector auscults, summo somnia miss Apollo, non opram perds, non haec audis pigebit, tam varages mirum rebus abundat opus. Si grauis and tetricus contemnis erotica, rerum nas precursorim tam bene dispositam. Abnuis? Ac saltem stylus and nil lingua novusc, sermo grauis, Sophia, se rogatis biches. Id quac, Sirenuis, geometrica sun vetusta plurima miliasis disreferda natus. Hic sum pyramids, thermi, ingentesque, colossi, ac obeliscum forma vetusta patit. Hic diursa basis fulgit, variec columni illerunc, arcus, zaphora, epistilia, et capita ac, trabes, et cum quadranti coroni symmetria, and quicquid tectus superba facit. Hic regum suns exculta palatia, cultus nymphrum, fontus, egregiasque epulas. V. Hinc bicolor chorea est latronum, expressac tota in labyrinthius vita hominum tenebris. Hinc leg de triplicaeque maestate tonantis dicat, and in portis egerit ipsi tribus. Polia qua furit forma, quam culta, triumphos and iuus specta quatuor ethereos. Haec praeter varios affectus narradomoris, ac opera and quantum suiat aldeus. V. Faults escaped in the printing. Faults. correction. False. Correction. I began the. Subwaging. Surveying. Members. Sardines. Sardius. Trunk. Vanabraces. Vombraces. Assured. As it. Coronus. Flying. Daphis. Daphne. Labyrinths. Chamfered. Polia. Contrast. Foot. Flower. Acanthus. Carrier. Harpies. Back. Hen. Fishy. Peace. Did anaglypse. Adolescency. Briaxis. Foliature. Andrine. Androcene. Stone. Son. Belle florid foxglue. Soliature. Memphis. Brigandine. Which with my. All. Off. Vastness. Poliphili Hypnerotomachia. Wherein he sheweth, that all humane and worldly things are but a dream, and but as vanity itself. In the setting forth whereof many things are figured worthy of remembrance. The author beginneth his Hypnerotomachia, to set down the hour and time when in his sleep it seemed to him that he was in a quiet solitary desart, and inhabited plain, and from thence afterward how he entered vanagisedly before he was aware, with great fear, into a dark obscure and unfrequented wood. The description of the morning. W. had hour as Phoebus, A. issuing forth, did beautify with brightness the forehead of Leucothea, B. and appearing out of the Oxean wows, not fully shewing his turning wheels, that had been hung VP, but speedily with his swift horses Pyrrhus and Aeus, C. hastening his course, and during a tincture to the spider's webbies, among the green lows and tender prickles of the vermilion roses. In the pursuit whereof he shewed himself most swift and glistering, now upon the Noyer resting and still mowing wows, he cry sped VP his Aradian Heres. W. Upon whose prizing, Ewan at that instant, the horned moon dismounted herself, losing from her chariot her two horses, the one white and the other brown, and drew to the horizon D, different from the hemisphere, E, from whence she came. And when as the mountains and hills were beautiful, and the northeast winds had left of to make Bahrain with the sharpness of their blasts, the tender sprigs to disquiet the mowing, reeds, the fenny bulrush, and weak cypress, to torment the foulding vines, to trouble the bending willow, and to break down the brittle fir boughs, vendor the horns of the lascivious bull, as they do in winter. At that very hour, as the dews coloured flowers and green meads, at the coming of the son of Hyperion, F. fear not his burning heat, being bedewed and sprinkled with the crystalline tears of the sweet morning, when as the halcyons, G. upon the low wows of the still, calm, and quiet flowing seas, do build their nests in sight of the sandy shore, whereas the sorrowful arrow, with scalding sighs did behold the dolorous and great departure of her swimming Leander, H. I lying upon my bed, and opportune and meet freeing to a weary body, no creature accompanying me in my chamber, besides the attendant upon my body, and swall night lights, who after that she had veaced your speeches, to the end she might comfort me, having understood before of me, the original cause of my hollow and deep sighs, she endured her best to moderate, if at least she might, that, my perturbed and pitiful estate. But when she saw that I was desirous of sleep, she took low to depart. Then at being left alone to the high cogitations of Lo, having passed a long and tedious night without sleep, through my barren fortune, and Adur's constellation, altogether comforted and sorrowful, by means of my timely and not prosperous Lo, weeping, I recounted from point to point, what a thing nequal Lo is, and how fitly one may Lo that doth not Lo, and what defence there may be made against the accustomed, yet daily assaults of Lo, for a naked soul altogether. Narmed, the seditious strife, especially being intestine, a fresh still setting upon with unstable and new thoughts. In this sort brought to so miserable an estate, and for a long while plunged in a deep pool of bitter sorrows, at length my wandering senses being weary to feed still upon sorry and feigned pleasure, but directly and without deceit, upon the rare divine object, whose reverend idea is deeply imprinted within me, and lueth ingraven in the secret of my heart, from which proceedeth this so great and incessant a strife, continually renewing my cruel torments without intermission. I began the conditions of those miserable lowers, who for their mistress's pleasures be too desire their own deaths, and in their best delights do think themselves most happy, feeding their framed passions not otherwise than with fitful imaginations. And then as a weary body after a sore labor, so I, somewhat in outward shew qualified, in the pain of my sorrowful thoughts, and howling encloistered and shut vp the course of my distilling tears, whose drops had watered my pale cheeks, though amorous grief, desired some needful rest. B2. At length my moist eyes being closed within their bloodshot and reddish lidda, presently betwixt a bitter life and a sweet death, I was in them inundated and workum, with a holy sleep, who with my mind and watchful spirits, were no partakers of so high an operation. Methought that I was in a large, plain, and champion place, all green and diversely spotted with many sorted flowers, whereby it seemed passingly adorned. In which by reason of the mild and gentle air, there was a still quiet wished, insomuch that my attentive ears did hear no noise, either did any framed speech pierce into them, but with the gracious beams of the sun, the sliding time passed. In which place with a fearful admiration, looking about me, I said thus to myself: Here appeareth no humane creature to my sight, nor silhua beast, flying bird, couture house, field tent, or shepherd's coat, neither upon the ground could I perceive feeding aether flock of sheep, or herd of cattle, or rustic herdman with oaten pipe making pastoral melody, but only taking the benefit of the place, and quietness of the plain, which assured me to be without fear, I directed my course still forward, regarding on aether side the tender lows and thick grass, which rested, unstirred, without the beholding of any motion. At length my ignorant sleeps brought me into a thick wood, whereinto being a pretty way entreed, I could not tell how to get out of it. Whereupon, a sodden fear inundated my heart, and diffused itself into uriant, so that my colour began to wax pale, and the rather by reason that I was alone, and armed, and could not find any track or path, aether to direct me forward, or lead me back again. But a dark wood of thick bushes, sharp thorns, tall ashes hailed of the viper, tall elms bellowed of the fruitful vines, hard ebony, strong oaks, soft beech, and brown hazels, who entertaining one another's branches, with a natural goodwill opposed themselves, to resist the entrance of the gracious sunshine, with the green culture of their innumerable lows. And in this sort I found myself in a fresh shadow, a cool air, and a solitary thicket. Whereupon my reason persuaded me to believe that this vast wood was only a receptacle for soig and hurtful beasts, as the tusked boar, the furious and bloodthirsty bear, the hissing serpent, and innuating wolf, against which I was prouded to make resistance, but rather as a prey sent amongst them, miserably to haw my flesh and bones rent and gnawn in pieces. And thus forecasting the worst that might follow, I was resolute not to abide there, but to seek to get out, that I might the better eschew such suspected occurrence, and taking myself to my feet, I wandered now this way, now that way, sometime to the right hand, sometime to the left, now forward then back again, not knowing how to go among the thick boughs and tearing thorns, bearing upon my face, rending my clothes, and hooting me sometimes hanging in them, whereby my haste in getting forth was much hindered. In this accustomed labor, and without any help but only the keeping of the sun still upon one side, to direct me straight forward, I grew extremely hot and faint, not knowing what to do, but only in a weary body, to continue min distraught through troublesome thoughts, breathing out hollow and deep sighs, desiring help of the pitiful Cretensian Ariadne, who for the destroying of her monstrous brother the Minotaur, gave to the deceitful Theseus a clue of thread, to conduct him forth of the intricate labyrinth, that I also by some such means might be lured out of this obscure wood. Poliphilus being thus distempered in this dangerous and obscure wood, at length getteth forth, and being come to a fair river, enduring to rest himself and cool his heat, he heard a most delightful harmony, which made him forget to drink, and follow after the voice, which brought him to a worse perplexity. Fear and desire of freedom thus occupying my senses, my understanding was blinded, neither did I know whether it were better for me either to wish for hated death, or in so dreadful a place to hope for desired life. Thus weigh discontent, I did endure, with all force and diligence to get forth, wherein the more I did strive the more I found myself entangled, and so enfeebled with weariness, that on Uri's side I feared, when some cruel beast should come and dore me, or elsewheres to tumble down into some deep pit or hollow place. Wherefore more trembling than in musculent autumn be the yellow-collared low, having left their moisture, being thoroughly searched with the furious north wind, I lifted my heart to God, desiring as Achaemenides being afraid of the horrible Cyclops rather to be slain by the hands of Aeneas his enemy, rather than to suffer so odious a death. And my devout prayer, sincerely knighted to a contrite heart, pouring out a fountain of tears with a steadfast belief to be delured. I found myself in a short space gotten at liberty, like a new day crept out of a dark and tempestuous night. My eyes before to such abumbrated darkens, could scarce abide to behold the light, thorough watery sands. Nor the less glad I was to see the light, as one set at liberty, that had been chained in a deep dungeon and obscure darkness. Very thirsty I was, my clothes torn, my face and hands scratched and nettled, and withal so extremely set on heat, as the fresh air seemed to do me more hurt than good, either did it any way ease my body, desirous to keep his new recovered scope and liberty. And after that I had a little roused my mind, and summoned together my senses in some better sort, I sought a means to quench my inordinate thirst, procured and increased through innumerable sighs, and extreme labor of body. Thus casting my eyes with a diligent regard about the plain, to find some fountain whereat I might refresh myself, a pleasant spring or head of water, did offer itself to me, with a great vein boiling about the which did grow Dior's sweet harbies and water flowers, and from the same did flow a clear and crystalline current stream, which jutted into Dior's branches, ran o'er the desart wood, with a turning and winding body, receiving into it other little channels, lading themselves, in whose courses the stones lift by nature, and trunks of trees denied any longer by their roots to be holden, did cause a stopping hindrance to their current and wheezing fall, which still augmented by other dissonant torrents, from high and furless mountains in the plain, shoot a beautiful brightness and soft passing course, to the which short-windedly coming, by means of my fearful flight, I did see a little obscure light, though the tops of the high trees, somewhat jutting themselves o'er the water, and with the rest of their bodies and branches, as it were separating the hoens from my lifted eyes. A horrible place to be in, unaccompanied of any creature. And suddenly hearing the fall of trees through the force of a whirlwind, and noise of the broken boughs, with a redoubled and hoarse sound afar of, and yet brought to the echo of the water through the thick wood, I grew into a new astonishment. And at this instant thus terrified and afflicted, and yet without any received hurt, being upon my knees bowed down, and enclosing the hollowness of my hand, therewith determined to make me a necessary drinking vessel, I had no sooner put the same into the water, offering to my mouth the long-desired moisture, thereby to refrigerate and cool the extreme heat of my burning heart, which at that time would have been more acceptable to me than Aether Hipponis and Ganges be to the Indians, Tigris or Euphrates to the Armenians, or Zealous to the Ethiopian nation, or to the Egyptians his inundation, imbibing their burnt and roasted mold, or yet the Riurpa to the Ligurians. And then also it fell so out, that I had no sooner taken water into the palm of my hand, offering the same to my open mouth, ready to receive it, I heard a Dorical songe, wherewith I was as greatly delighted, as if I had heard the Thracian Thamyras, which through my ears presented itself to my quiet heart, with so sweet and delectable a deliri, with a voice not terrestrial, with so great a harmony and incredible a feigning shrillness, and usual proportion, as is possible to be imagined by no tongue sufficiently to be commended. The sweetness whereof so greatly delighted me, as thereby I was roused of my remembrance, and my understanding so taken from me, as I let fall my desired water thorough the loosened ions of my feeble hands. And then ewen as a bird, which through the sweetness of the call forgetteth to remember the fowler's deceit, so I letting slip that which nature stood in need of, hastened myself back with all speed toward that attraction melody, which the more I coasted, the further it seemed still from me, sometime here, sometimes there, and still as I shifted places, so the same also chonged with a delectable voice and humanly consent. Thus vainly running, VP and down, I knew not after what, I grew more weary, faint, and dry, and so feeble, that my legs could but with great pain hold my distempered body. And my good spirits enabled long to support the same, what with the fear that I had been in, what with extreme thirst, what with long and whilesome trowel, and what with doubting the worst that might ensue. Thus faint, and dry, I knew not what to do but ewen to procure rest for my weary members. I marvelled first at this strange accident, and was amazed at this inhumane harmony, but most of all in that I was in a strange country, and inhabited, being one life fertile and beautiful to behold. Besides that I greatly sorrowed for the loss of the fair Rhea which I had so greatly labored to find out, and now so lightly and carelessly to ha lost the benefit thereof. In this sort I was holden in an intricate mind of doubts, at length overcome with all kind of griefs, my whole body trembling and languishing vender a broad and mighty oak full of acorns, standing in the midst of a spacious and large green mead, extending forth his thick and low arms to make a cool shadow, vender whose body breathing I rested myself upon the doughy harbies. And lying upon my left side I drew my breath in the fresh air more shortly betwixt my dry and wrinkled lips, then the weary running heart, pinched in the haunch and struck in the breast, not able any longer to bear his weighty head, or sustain his body upon his bowing knees, but dying prostrates himself. And lying thus in such an agony, I thought upon the strifes of weak fortune, and the enchantments of the malicious Circes, as if I had by her charms and quadrangular plaints been borrowed of my senses. In these such so great and exceeding doubts, O high me, where might I there among so many diverse and sundry sorts of harpies find the mercurial moly with his black root for my help and remedy? Again methought that it was not so with me. What then? Ewen a hard appointment to delay my desired death. And thus remaining in these pernicious thoughts, my strength debilitated, I looked for no other help but to draw and receive fresh air into that breast, which panted with a small remainder of vital warmness, taking into my hands half aliu, as my last refuge, the moist and bedewed lows, preserved in the cool shadow of the green oak, putting the same to my pale and dry lips, with greedy desire and licking of them to satisfy my distempered mouth with their moisture, wishing for such a wel as Hypsipyle, shewed the Grecians, fearing least that unawares as I had rustled in the wood I were bitten with the serpent Dipsa, my thirst was so insupportable. Then renewing my old cogitations, as I lay vender this mighty oak, I was oppressed with eminent sleep all my members, where again I dreamed in this sort. C. Poliphilus sheweth, that he thought he did sleep again, and in his dream that he was in a valley, environed with mountains and hills, the end whereof was shut in a meruellous sort, with a mighty pyramids worthy of admiration, upon the top whereof was a high obelisk, which with great pleasure he beheld, and diligently describeth. Gotten forth of this fearful and thick wood, and forgetting the forementioned places by this sweet sleep, occasioned by my weary members now laid along, methought that I was in a new more delectable place, far excelling the former, which consisted not of fertile mountains and craggy winding rocks, containing wide caves, but being a delicate valley, in the which did rise a small mounting of no great height, sprinkled here and there with young oaks, ashes, palm trees broadload, esquilies, holm, chestnut, cedruchus, poplars, wild olew, and oppies disposed some higher than other, according to the mounting or fall of the place, in the plain whereof was an other kind of thicket of medicinable simples like little young trees, as the flowering genista, enurand with pures green herbs, tetrafolie, sheergrass, honeysuckle, the must angelica, crowfoot elapium and rugwort, with other profitable and known harbies and flowers here and there diversely disposed. A little beyond in the same valley, I found a sandy or gravelly plain, yet bespotted with green tufts, in which place grew a fair palm tree with his loaves like the culter of a plough, and abounding with sweet and pleasant fruit, some set high, some low, some in a mean, some in the very top, an elect and chosen signa of victory. Neither in this place was there any habitation or creature whatsoever. Thus walking solitarily betwixt the trees, growing distantly one from another, I persuaded myself that to this no earthly situation was comparable, in which thought I suddenly espied upon my left hand an hungry and carnivorous wolf, gaping upon me with open mouth. At the sight whereof immediately my hair stood right VP, and I would have cried out, but could not, and presently the wolf ran away, whereupon returning to myself, and casting my eyes towards the wood-eyed mountains, which seemed to Io and Themselus together, being looked to a far way off, I saw the form of a tower of an incredible height, with a spire perfectly appearing, all being of very ancient for me and workmanship. And drawing near to this building, I beheld the gracious mountains before a far ray of seeming small, by coming nearer and nearer, by little and little, to lift VP Themselus more and more, at the first seeming to me that they had ironed together with the building which was an enclosure or end of the valley betwixt mountain and mountain, which thing I thought worthy the noting, and without further delay I addressed myself more nearer thereunto. And by how much the more I approximated the same, by so much the more the excellency of the work shewed itself, increasing my desire to behold the same. For there appeared no longer a substance of known for me, but a rare obelisk upon a vast frame and stony foundation, the height whereof without comparison did exceed the tops of the side-lying mountains, although I thought that they had been the renowned Olympus, A, the famous Caucasus, B, and not inferior to Silenus, C. To this solitary place thus desired lie coming, with unspeakable delight, at pleasure I beheld the strange manner of the arte, the hugeness of the frame, and the wonderful excellency of the workmanship. Marvelling and considering the compasse and largeness of this broken and decayed object, made of the pure glistering marble of Paros, D. The squared stones ironed together without onyx cement, and the pointed quadrangulate cornerstones straightly fitted and smoothly too polished, the edges whereof were of an exquisite vermilion colour, as is possible to be dused, and so I set, as betwixt the ions, you and the enemy to the work, if you or there were anye, could not duse to hide the point of the smallest Spanish needle vest of the best workwomen. And there in this so noble a piece of work, I found a proportioned substance to Uri's shape and likeness that can be thought upon and called to remembrance, partly decayed, and some still whole remaining, with pillars small upon great, with their excellent heads of an exact and most perfect closing, crown battlements, embossed carvings, bearing forth like embroidery, arched beams, mighty medallion images, o'erthrown and broken in sunder, the trunk of their exact and perfect members, appearing hollow of brass. Skiffs, small boats and vessels of Numidian stone and porphyr, and Dior's-colored marble. Great Laur's conduits, and other infinite fragments of notable workmanship, far different and inferior from that they were, in their perfection, but now brought back as it were to their first shaped lines, being fallen and cast down, some here, some there, upon the earth from the which they were taken. Among the broken and decayed places, whereof great sundry wall weeds and harbies, especially the shaking anagyre, the lentis of both kins, bear's foot, dog's head, gladen green, spotted iui, centauri, and Dior's suchlike. And in the milder places of broken walls grew house-like, and the hanging cymbellaria briars, and pricking brambles, among the which crept swifts and lizards which I saw crawling among the o'ergrown stones, which at the first sight in this silent and solitary place, made me to be warily afraid of them. On Uri's side there lay fallen down smooth round pieces of serpent-spotted marble, purple and red Dior's-colored. Fragments of strange histories, panglyphic and hemoglyphic compendiously characterized, shewing the excellency thereof, doubtedly accusing our age, that the perfection of such an art is forgotten. C2. Then coming to the middle frontier of the great and excellent work, I saw one so large and miraculous portion worthy of great estimation, proportioned according to the huge quantity of the rest of the whole work, which was placed betwixt and continued in building from the one and the other of the mountains hair-lipped, and above arched, whose space betwixt as I do conjecture was in measure 6 furlongs, and 12 paces. The top of which mountains were perpendicularly equal aether of them touching the Azid ski. At the sight whereof I imagined with myself and does to think with what iron instruments, with what labor of men's hands, and number of workmen, such a piece of work could be by great strength framed, with much pain laid together, and a long time in finishing. There then this wonderful frame willingly as it were iron hands united itself with the one and the other mighty mountains, by means whereof the foresaid valley there had an end, that no man could go further forward or back again, but to enter in by this broad, large, and wide open porch. v. Upon this massy frame and mighty workmanship, which I take to be in height from the roof or top to the foot, few parts of a furlong, was placed a high and wonderful pyramids, after the fashion of a square point diamond, and such incredible workmanship that could ne'er be douzed and erected, without inestimable charge, great help, and long time. So that I thought the excellency thereof venhod upon to be a mirror, the sight whereof was able to decel any humane eyes, and quailed the rest of the spiritual senses. What shall I say more? For so far as the reach of my capacity will afford me lo, in this sort I briefly describe the same. Every side or quarter of this four-squared frame, whereupon the foot of the pyramids did stand, did extend themselves in length 6 furlongs, which in compasse about every side equilative like breadth, doth multiply to 24 furlongs. Then lifting VP the lines on high from the four corners, so much as every corner is distant in length from another, meeting in the top, so as the perpendicular line may fall ius upon the center of the diagon, stretching from both corners of the plynts or square foot, ius and conveniently iron together do make a perfect pyramidal figure. Veach immense and wonderful for me, with a marvelous and exquisite symmetry and due proportion mounting VP laborsomely foot by foot, contained 14 degrees or steps, taking away 10 degrees to make VP the head and gracillement of the pyramids, in whose place was set a huge cube or four-square stone of for me like a die, sound and firme of a monstrous thickness and incredible weight to be carried so high. C3 and of the same stone of Paros as were the steps, which cube and square stone was the basis and foot set vender the obelisk, which I ha in hand to describe. C3. This mighty big stone sharp-topped, sliding down the extreme part from corner to corner, flat-sided by the diameter, was 4 paces, at every equal distant corner, whereof was the foot of a harpy of molten metal, their steels and claws armed. Firmly and strongly set in with lead, in every corner of the cube, or four-square head of the pyramids, meeting together o'er the diagonal line, of proportion thickness and height 2 paces, which thus closing and meta together, made the socket of the great obelisk, which socket was beautified with loaves, fruits and flowers, of shining cast metal, and of convenient bigness. Thereupon the weight of the obelisk was borne, the breadth whereof was 2 paces, and so in height, artificiously sharpening of the stone of Thebes called Pyrrhus. Upon the smooth plains whereof, pure and bright shining as a looking glass, were most excellently cut Egyptian hieroglyphs. Upon the point of which obelisk, with great arte and diligence, was fast at a copper base, in the which also there was a turning dizen fixed, whereupon did stand the shape of a beautiful nymph framed of the aforesaid matter, able to amaze the continual diligent beholder. Of such a proportion as the common stature might be considered and perfectly seen, notwithstanding the exceeding height thereof in the air. Besides the greatness of the figure or image, it was a wonder to think how such a weight should be carried and set in such a place, and so high. Covered with a habit blown abroad with the wind, and shewing part of the naked substance of the legs and thighs, with 2 wings growing out from the shoulder blades, and spread abroad as if she were ready to fly, turning her fair face and sweet regarding countenance towards her wings. The tresses of her hair flying abroad of her part, or crown naked and bare. In her right hand she held from her sight a copy or horn stuffed full of many good things, stopped VP, and the mouth downward, her left hand fast and hard holden to her naked breast. This image and stature was with every blast of wind turned, and moved about with such a noise and tinkling in the hollows of the metalline does, as if the minty of the Queen of England had been going there. And when the foot of the fane or image in turning about, did rub and grin upon the copper base, fixed upon the point of the obelisk, it gave such a sound, as if the tower bell of St. Ian's College in the famous University of Cambridge had been rung, or that in the pompous baches of the mighty Hadrian, or that in the fifth pyramid standing upon Four. This obelisk in my judgment was such, as neither that in the Vatican in Alexandria or Babylon may be equally compared to it, but rather esteemed far inferior. It contained in it such a heap of wonders, as I could not without great astonishment look upon it. As also consider the hugeness of the work, the excessive sumptuousness, the strong genuineness, the rare performance, and exquisite diligence of the workmen. With what art invented, with what power, humane force, and incredible means, and weighing, if I may speak it, the workmanship of the Hohens, such and so mighty weights should be transported and carried into the skies. With what cranes, winding beams, trocles, round pulleys, capres bearing out disses, and polyplaces, and drawing frames, and rope trices, therein being skilful, I slip it you with silence. V. And here on the other side followeth the figure. V. Let versus return then to the huge pyramids, standing upon a strong and sound plynth or 4 square foot, 14 paces in height, and in length 6 furlongs, which was the foundation and bottom of the Waite pyramids, which I persuaded myself was not brought from any other place, but hewn with plain labor and workmanship hewn out of the self-same mountains, and reduced to this figure and proportion in his own proper place. V. Which great quadrant and square work, iron not fast to the collaterate and side-laying rocks, but was betwixt spaced and separate on either sides 10 paces. Upon the right hand as I went of the aforesaid plynth or square shame, there was most perfectly carried the viperous head of the fearful Medusa, in a most furious and rigorous for me to look upon, and as it were yelling out, with terrible eyes coronate, and hollow scowling vendor the o'erhanging brows with a rimpled and furrowed forehead and gaping wide open mouth, which being hollowed with a direct way from the cathill, and pond stone by a median line perpendicular to the center of the far-shewing pyramids, made a large entrance, and coming to it, at which opening mouth, compassed with foul dead hairs of unpardonable curiousness artificial cunning and costly workmanship, the ascending the turning stairs shewed themselves, and instead of tresses of hair plaited with laces, I saw fearful vipers and winding serpents growing out from the scalp of the monstrous head confusedly twisting together and hissing, so lewdly portrayed and set forth, that they made me afraid to behold them. In their eyes were placed most shining stones, in such sort, as if I had not been persuaded and known that they were stones indeed, I durst not ha drawn near them. And the aforesaid entry cut out of the firme stone, led to the scale and compassing passage in the center, with winding steps tending to the highest part of the stately pyramids, and opening upon the outside of the cathill or cube, upon the which the shining obelisk was founded. And among the rest of such notable parties that I beheld, methought that this was worth the noting, because the artificious and most cunning architect with an exquisite and perspicuous invention had made to the stairs certain loops or small windows, embracing the bountiful beams of the sun correspondently on 3 parts, the lower, the middle, and supreme, the lower taking light from the higher, and the higher from the catabas or lower with their opposite reflections. Shewing a merulous fair light, they were so fitly disposed by the calculate rule of the artificious mathematician, to the oriental meridional and occidental parties of the air, that every hour of the day the sun shined in, and gave light to the whole scale, the same loops or windlets in divers places symmetrically and definitely dispersed and set. D. To the aforesaid entrance door the open mouth of Medusa, I came by a long gallery to a saline scale or down-going stair opening at the foot and palment of the building upon my right hand against one of the collateral and side-lying mountains, betwixt which there was out of the stone an open space cut out of 10 paces VP, into the which I ascended boldly without resistance. And being come to the beginning of the stair in the aforesaid mouth by innumerable steps and degrees, not without great wearance and dizziness of head, by often turning about, I came to so incredible a height, that my eyes would not suffer me to look down to the ground insomuch, that methought that every thing below upon the plain had lost his shape, and seemed perfect. In the opening and coming out of this circulate and turning ascents many pillars of fused and molten metal were aptly disposed and surely fixed, the interspace betwixt Uri 1 and other 1 foot, and in height half a passe, railed and ironed together above with a betelled coronet all along the said pillar, and of the same metal compassing about the opening of the stair, lest that any coming forth the wares should fall down headlong. For the immeasurable height thereof would cause a giddings in the head, and bring us staggering to the feet. Upon the plane of the obelisk there was infixed a table of brass fastened and soldered in about the height of a man, with an ancient inscription in Latine, Greek, and Arabic, by the which I plainly understood that the same was dedicated to the sun, and the measure of the work wholly set down and described, the name of the architect noted on the obelisk in Greek letters. Lambda iod chi alpha sigma omicron lambda iod beta iod kappa omicron lambda iod omicron delta omicron mu omicron omega o theta omicron sigma epsilon u mu epsilon. 1. V. Let versus return and come back to the consideration of the butt and tes cell or square, subject and polder of the pyramids in the fronte and foreside whereof I beheld ingrown a gigantomachy and comate betwixt jaunts, the onely enemy to vital breath, surpassing lie well cut, with the quick motions and lily agilities of their large and tall bodies, possible to be rightly described. The artificial handling thereof, as it were envying the work of nature itself, as if their eyes and feet had moved together, and coasted from one part to another, with an expedite passage and swift course. In such sort seemed they upon their strong and mighty horses, some being cast down, others stumbling and falling, many wounded and hurt, yielding vp their desired loose, some trodden down and misshould vender the feet of the fierce and restrained horses. Other casting off their armor wrestling and togging one with another, some headlong with their heels bored, falling and not come to the ground from off their horses. Others some lying upon the earth, hooting vp their shields and targets, offended with the one hand, and defended with the other. Many with their scimitars and curtalaxes, some with long swords two-handed after the ancient Persian manner, others with diverse deadly and strange fashion mortal weapons, some wearing habergeons and helmets, with diverse diseases upon their crests, others naked and armed, leaping and rushing in among the thickest, thereby shewing their haughty, invincible, and daunted courages, resolute for death. Some with fearful countenances crying out, others shewing obstinate and furious visages, although they were assured to die, strongly abiding the proof of their pain, and the cutting in sunder of their fat all thread, others slain before them, with diverse vencothe and strange warlike and deadly instruments, shewing their strong members, their swelling muscles standing out, offering to the sight and eyes of to be beholder, the duty of their bones, and the hollowness in the places, where their strong sinews be strained. Their conflict and comate seemed so fearful, bloody, deadly, cruel, and horrible, as if Mars himself had been fighting with Porphyrion and Alcyon, who made a noise like the braying of asses. V. This cataglyphic imagery did exceed a natural and common stature and proportion of men, carud in priu white marble, d to the ground thereof as black as yet, a perfect foil to beautify and set forth with pale crystalline and silver crowley, of innumerable huge bodies, their last endures, their present actions, the fashion of their armor, the dire city of their deaths, and of certain and doubtful victory. The discharge of my undertaken description whereof, proeth maimed and lame, by reason that my understanding is weary, my memory confused with variety, and my sight dimmed with continual gassing, that my senses will not afford me rightly, and as their due, fitly to manifest part, much less to describe at large the whole manner of their curious lithoglyphy. D2. After this I became to cast with myself, what should and cause such a pride and burning desire in any man, to fetch from far, and gather together so mighty stones with so great trowel, with what carriage, who were the canoyers and porters, with what manner of wheels, and rolling deuses, and polding supporters, so great large and innumerable a sort of stones should be brought thither, and of what matter their cement that ironed and held them together, was made the height of the obelisk and stateliness of the pyramids, exceeding the imagined conceit of Democrates proposed to Alexander the Great, about a work to be performed upon the hill Athos. For the strangines of the Egyptian building might give place to this. The famous labyrinths were far inferior. Lemnos is not to be rehearsed. The theatres of old time were in comparison but Warreners' lodges, neither did the famous Nausili come anything near. Which certainly mocketh me absolutely persuaded that he which wrote the sown wonders of the world, nor heard of this. Neither in any age hath there been seen or imagined the like, no not the sepulchre of Ninus. Lastly, I wondered what foundation and arches were able to fold so monstrous a weight, whether the pillars were hexagons or tetragons, and what variety of columns, and what number might seru, and after what sort proportionately disposed and set. For the better understanding and more perfect knowledge whereof, I canoed myself in at the open and spacious porch and entrance, within the which was an obscure and vast hollows, which porch, together with the proud and stately building, things worthy of memory, shall in some sort be described as followeth. V. Poliphilus, after the description of the huge pyramids and obelisk, discourseth of Marullus' works in this chapter, namely of a horse of Colos of an Oliphant, but especially of a most rare and strange Porsche. 2. V. 2. Rightly and lawfully may I hollow to write, that in the whole world there was noyer such an other, so pompous, glorious, and magnificent a piece of work, by man's eyes seen or credibly reported. The wonderful excellency and rare strangeness whereof, as I beheld what with delight, and what with admiration, my senses were so captivated and tied thereunto, that no other solace or pleasure did either occur or take place in my swift flying thought. But that when I applied my senses to consider, and addressed my eyes with diligent observation, curiously to our look every particular part of this sweet composed object, and most rare and goodly imagery and virgin-like bodies, without crack or flaw, with a long-drawn breath, and somewhat opening my mouth, I said a deep sigh. Insomuch as my amorous and sounding breathing, by reason of the thickness of the air in this solitary and lone place, gay in echo, and did put me in mind of my angelike and extreme desired Polia. O high me that so small or anya intermission should cause that here luily and celestial idea and shape was not still imprinted in my mind, and continued a daily companion, in whose breast my life is resolute to abide, and rest as vendor the protection of a most sure and approved shield and safe defense. And by this way I was brought to a place where were divers and sundry excellent sorts of ancient dizes and workmanships. First of all, I beheld a most fair Porsche, past all sense to describe, for the incredible curiousness thereof, as ewer was built or dozed, and the rather for that our mother tongue and vulgar speech may not afford apt and peculiar words for such a piece of artificial work. Before this gorgeous and glorious Porsche, you shall understand D3 that in the open air there was a four square court of 30 paces by his diameter, piled with pure fine marble, point four square, wrought checkerwise of divers fashions, and sundry best fitting colours, but in many places, by means of the ruin of the ancient walk, and old pillars, broken in pieces and overgrown. D3. And in the vidmost parties of the aforesaid court, to the right hand, and the left, towards the mountains, there was 2 straight rows of pillars, with a space betwixt for the interjectoria style, as the quantities of both columns required, the first course or order of setting the pillars, beginning on both sides equal to the limbus or extreme part of the fronte of the porche, the space betwixt pillars and pillars 15 paces, of which columns or great pillars, some and the greatest part or number were whole, with their capitals or heads, wrought with a wild shell work, ancillary or drapery, their corners bearing out and annulated or turned in like a curled lock of hair, or the upper head of a bass viol above the pins, which strain the strings of the instrument to a musical concord, with their subject astragals, writhing and hanging here and there, making the capital thrice so big as the bottom thereof of the column, whereupon was placed the epistle or straight beam, the greatest part decayed, and many columns widowed and deprived of their capitals, buried in ruin both astragals and shafts of the columns and their bases or feet. 15. Fast ironing to which order or set rows of pillars, there grew old plane trees, wild oleas, pineapple, and pricking brambles. I conjecture that it was made for to ride horses in, to trot and gallop, the ring, to manage, carrier, and carew in, or else some open gallery, coored close o' your head, vendor propped with pillars, and of a large wideness to walk dry in, and to take a temperate air in, not too subtle. Above in this great court piled as aforesaid, in the passage towards the porche, some 10 paces, I beheld a prodigious winged vaulting horse, of molten brass, of an exceeding bigness, his wings fanning out. his house standing upon a smooth plain base or frame, few foot broad, and 9 feet in length, in height proportionable to the breadth and length, with his head at liberty and bridled, howing his 2 small ears, the one standing forward, and the other drawn back, with a long wound mane, falling from his crest on the contrary side, upon whose back divers young youths essayed to ride, but not one was able to sit steadfast, by reason of his swiftness and high bounding, from whom some were fallen down, lying wide open to the air, some growling, other falling headlong, betwixt the horse and the earth, the rest in vain hooting by the hair of his mane, some forcing to get VP upon him, and others enduring to recur themselves from vender his feet. Upon the upper part of the frame and base, there was infixed and fastened with lead, a footing or thick crust, of the same metal that the horse was, and upon the which he stood, and those that were o'erthrown did lie, somewhat shorter and narrower than the base or subject frame, the whole mass or composition cast of a piece and of the same metal, miraculously founded. Lastly, you could not perceive that any were contented with his rounds, as appeared by their framed countenances, shewing a discontent which they could not veter, being senseless images, not differing otherways thorough the excellent conning of the craftsman from living creatures, and by his surpassing imitation of nature. Perilous there might go put VP his pipes, and blush with his dus bull, and Hiram the you must hear je place, or what founders else sur. The pigma base or subject for this metalline machine to stand upon was of one solid piece of marble, of fit and convenient breadth, height, and length, for that purpose accordingly proportioned, full of streaming veins, sundry colored, and diversely spotted, miraculous pleasant to the eye, in infinite commixtures, confusedly disposed. Upon the breast or foremost part, and end of the marble base, that was opposite against the porch, there was a garland of green marble, like the lows of bitter alisander, commixed with dead lows of maidenweed, of a hair color, within the which there was a smooth round, pure, white stone, wherein was engraven these capital Romaine letters. At the hinder end in like sort was a garland of deadly wolfwort, with this inscription, Equus infelicitatis. And upon the right side there was engraven certain figures, shapes, and representments of men and women dancing together, biformed or faced, the foremost smiling, the hindmost weeping, and dancing in a ring, with their arms spread abroad, and handfasted man, with man and woman with woman. One arm of the man vended that of the woman, and the other above, and thus closing together, and hooting by the hands, they flow him about one after another, that always still in one place, a smiling countenance encountered a foregoing sad. Their number was soen and soen, so perfectly and sweetly counterfeited with lually motions, their vestures whisking VP and flying abroad, that the workmen could not be accused of any imperfection, but that one had not a lually voice to express their mirth, and the other brinish tears to manifest their sorrow. The said dance was in fashion of 2 semicircles, with a separating partition put betwixt. 3. Vendor which genial figure there was inscript this word tempves. On the contrary side I beheld many of green adolescency of like proportion to the former, and in such like compasse or space, the grounds of both beautified and set forth with an exquisite foliature or work of lows and flowers. This company was plucking and gathering of the flowers of sundry harbies, and tender bushing stalks and branches. And with them Dio's fair nymphes pleasantly dizzing, and sporting lie, snatching away their gathered flowers, and in such sort as abasade vendor the figure were engraven certain capital letters, to shew this one word a missio, containing the 9th part to the diameter or the quadrature. Temph. A missi. At the first sight hereof I was amazed and astonished, but with better regard and great delight curiously re-overlooking the huge founded machine, the shape and for me of a horse made by humane industry and skill most commendable, for that you remember without defect had his perfect harmony, and Uri Limi his desired proportion, I straight called to remembrance the fortunate horse of Sion. And thus held still to behold the same artificial mystery, and other spectacle and object no less worthy to be looked upon than the former, offered itself to my sight, which was a mighty elephant, whereunto with a desirous intent I speedily hied me to approach and come near. In which meanwhile on an other side I heard a mournful noise and humane groaning, as proceeding from a sick body ewen to death, whereat I stood still at the first, my hairs standing right VP, but presently without further stay, I addressed my steps towards the place from whence I heard this woeful noise and doleful lament, forcing myself VP upon a heap of ruinated, broken and downfallen marbles. Thus willingly going forward, I came to a vast and wonderful large colossus, the feet thereof bare, and their soles hollow, and the legs as if their flesh had been wasted, consumed and fallen away. From thence with horror I came to look upon the head, where I did conjecture and imagine that the air and wind getting in and coming forth of his wide open mouth, and the hollow pipes of his throat, by a divine innuention did cause this moderated noise and timed groans. It lay with the face bored all of molten metal, like a man of middle age, and his head lifted VP as with a pillow, with a resemblance of one that were sick, breathing out at his mouth, sighs and groans gaping. His length was 80 paces. By the hairs of his beard you might mount VP to his breast, and by the rent and torn up pieces of the same to his still lamenting mouth, which groaningly remained wide open and empty, by the which, pricked by the spur of curious desire, I went down by degrees into his throat, from thence to his stomach, and so forth by secret ways, and by little and little to all the several parties of his inward bowels. O wonderful conceit! And every part of man's body howing upon it written his proper appellation in 3 idioms Chaldee, Greek and Latine, that he too you might know the entrails, sinews, bones, veins, muscles and the enclosed flesh, and what disease is bred there, the cause thereof, the cure and remedy, to which agglomerated and winding heap of bowels, there was a convenient coming to and entrance in, with small loopholes and wickets in sundry places dexterously disposed, yielding thorough them a sufficient light to behold the several parties of the artificial anatomy, not wanting any member that is found in a natural body. E2. When I came to the heart, did see and read how at his first entrance begetteth sorrow, and in continuance sendeth out sighs, and where doth most grievously offend, wherewithal I was moved to renew my passion, sending out from the bottom of my heart deep set and groaning sighs indicating and calling out upon Polia, in such sort as that the whole colossus and machine of brass did resound, striking me into a horrible fear. An exquisite arte beyond all capacity, for a man to frame. His like not being an anatomy indeed. O the excellency of past wits, and perfect golden age when virtue did strive with fortune, lowing only behind him for an heritage to this our world, blind, ignorant, and grudging desire of worldly pelf. Upon the other side I perceived of like bignies to the former colossus, the upper part of a woman's head some deal bare, and the rest buried with the decayed ruins, as I thought, of such like workmanship as the other, and being forbidden by incomposite and disordered heaps of decayed and fallen down stones, to view the same I returned to another former object, which was, and not far distant from the horse straight forward, a huge elephant of more black stone than the obsidian, powdered o'er, with small spots of gold and glimpses of silver, as thick as dust glistering in the sun. The extreme hardness whereof the better did shew his clear shining brightness, so as every proper object therein did represent itself, except in that part where the metal did bear a contrary color. Upon his large back was set a saddle or furniture of brass, with 2 jerthies going vendor his large belly, betwixt the which 2 being straight buckled VP with buckles of the same stone, there was interset a quadrangle correspondent to the breadth of the obelisk placed upon the saddle, and so iously set, as no perpendicular line would, fall on either side the diameter. Upon 3 parts or sides of the 4 square obelisk, were engraven Egyptian characters. The beast so exactly and cunningly proportioned, as innuention could do's, and art perform. The aforesaid saddle and furniture set forth and beautified with stud a hanging mules, stories, and dizes, and hooting VP as it were a mighty obelisk of green-colored stone of Lacedaemonia, upon the hewn square, 2 paces broad, and so in height, to the sharp point thereof, waxing smaller and smaller, upon which point there was fixed a trigon or round ball of a shining and glistering substance. This huge beast stood straight upon all four, of an exquisite workmanship upon the plain lull, and per part of the base, hoen and cunningly fashioned, being of porphyr stone, with 2 large and long teeth, of pure white stone, and clear apact, and fastened. and to the 4GYRTH on Aether's side was buckled a riche and gorgeous poitrel, beautified with Dior's ornaments and variety of gules, the subject whereof was of the same substance of the saddle, upon the modeste whereof was graven in Latine cerebrum est in capite, and in like manner brought about the outsides of his neck to the foretop of his large and big head. It was there fastened together with an artificial knot, from the which a curious ornament, and very notable, of goldsmith's work, hung down, o'er spreading his spacious face, the same ornament being twice so long as broad, bordered about, in the table whereof I beheld certain letters, Ionic and Arabic, in this sort. F3 His during trunk rested not upon the lull of the base, but some deal hanging down, turned veep again towards his face. His rigged large ears like a foxhound flappingly pendant, whose vast stature was little less than a very natural oliphant. And in the about compasse, and long sides of the base, were engraven certain hieroglyphs, or Egyptian characters. Being decently and orderly polished, with a requisite rebatement, lat astergil thor orbical, astragals or neptrals, with a turned-down cyme at the foot of the base, and turned VP aloft with writhen trachels and denticles, agreeable and fit to the due proportion of so large a substance, in length 12 paces, in breadth few, and in height 3, the superficial and outward part, whereof was hoen in for me of a hemicycle. F3. In the hinder part of which base and stone, whereupon this mighty beast did stand, I found an ascending place of soen steps, to mount VP to the plain superficies of the base whereupon the oliphant did stand, and in the resolute quadrangle perpendicularly straight vendor the aforesaid brassen saddle, there was cut out and made a little door and hollowed entrance, a wonderful work in so hard a substance, with certain steps of brass, in manner of stairs, by the which a convenient going VP into the body of the oliphant was offered me. At the sight whereof I extremely desired to see the whole does, and so going in, I ascended VP to the height of the base whereupon the coronate, hollow, vast, large and prodigious monster did stand, except that same part of the obelisk, which was contained within the void body of the beast, and so passing to the base, lowing towards both sides of the oliphant so much space as might serve for any man to pass aether toward the head or hinder haunches. And within from the bending down of the chine or back of the beast, there hung by chains of copper an everlasting lampy and incalcerate light, thorough the which in this hinder part I saw an ancient sepulchre of the same stone, with the perfect shape of a man naked, of all natural parts, howing upon his head a crown of black stone as yet, his teeth, eyes, and nails silhouetted, and standing upon a sepulchre cured like an ark, of scale work, and other exquisite lineaments, pointing with a golden sceptre, and holding forward his arm to due direction to the former part. 4. On his left side he held a shield in fashion like to the keel of a ship, or the bone of a horse head, whereupon was inscript in Hebrew, Attic 5 and Latine 6 letters this sentence that is placed on the other side with the figure 5. 6. V. Gamma upsilon nu omicron 8 nu, epsilon iota mu eta alpha nu theta eta iota omicron nu epsilon cap alpha lambda upsilon psi epsilon nu. Zeta eta epsilon iota. Epsilon upsilon rho eta sigma eta delta epsilon. Epsilon alpha sigma omicron nu mu epsilon. Gamma upsilon nu omicron 8 nu, epsilon iota mu eta alpha nu theta eta iota omicron nu epsilon cap alpha lambda upsilon psi epsilon nu. Zeta eta epsilon iota. Epsilon upsilon rho eta sigma eta delta epsilon. Epsilon alpha sigma omicron nu mu epsilon. Ncessum, bestia nam Texas set, quer, etian nice. Messi nito. At which Venkoth and strange sight I stood not a little amazed and somewhat doubtful what to imagine. Turning my eyes to the contrary part, I saw in like sort an other, as before burning light, and passing thorough betwixt the side of the beast, and the therein enclosed part of the obelisk, I came towards the forepart of the oliphant, where in like manner I found such an other fashioned sepulchre as the former, with a statue or image standing thereupon as the other, sowing that it was a queen, who lifting VP her right arm with her foremost finger, point towards that part behind her shoulders, and with the other she held a little table fast in her hand, in which was written in 3 languages 7, 8, 9 this epigram. 7, 8, 9. F. omicron sigma iota epsilon iota, alpha lambda beta epsilon epsilon kappa tau omicron upsilon delta epsilon tau omicron upsilon theta eta sigma alpha upsilon rho omicron sigma nu alpha rho epsilon sigma kappa omicron iota. Pi alpha rho alpha iota nu omega delta epsilon omega lambda alpha beta eta iota sigma tau eta nu kappa epsilon phi alpha lambda eta nu. Mu eta alpha pi tau omicron upsilon epsilon omega mu alpha tau omicron. Omicron sigma iota alpha lambda beta epsilon kappa tau omicron upsilon delta epsilon tau omicron upsilon theta eta sigma alpha upsilon rho omicron sigma nu alpha rho epsilon sigma kappa omicron iota. Pi alpha rho alpha iota nu omega delta epsilon omega lambda alpha beta eta iota sigma tau eta nu kappa epsilon phi alpha lambda eta nu. Mu eta alpha pi tau omicron upsilon epsilon omega mu alpha tau omicron. Quis vcs, quantum k liberat vids de savris me admonio. Affer capt, corpus any tangito. This nullity worthy to be manifested, and secret riddle often to be read was not known to me, so as I rested doubtful what the interpretation of this sophism should signify, not daring to tree the conclusion. But stricken with fear in this dark lightsome place, notwithstanding the dim burning lampy, I was more desirous to behold and peruse that triumphant porch and gate as more lawful to remain there than otherwhere. Whereupon, without more ado, I determined to loathe this place till another time, that I might more quietly at leisure look upon the same, and to prepare myself to behold the wonderful work of the gate, and thus descending down I issued forth of the boweled monster, an innuention past imagination, and an excessive labor and bold attempt to evacuate such a hard substance that other stones be. The workmanship within as curious as that without. Lastly, returned clean down, I beheld in the porphyre last along the sides notably insculped and graven these hieroglyphies. V. First, the horned scalp of an ox, with 2 tools of husbandry fastened to the horns. An altar standing upon goat's feet, with a burning fire aloft, on the foreside whereof there was also an ei, and a vulture. After that a basin and an ewer. A spindle full of twined, an old vessel fashioned with the mouth stopped and tied fast. A sole and an eye in the bale thereof, and 2 branches trowsed, one of oleu, and other of palm tree. An anchor and a goose. An old lampy, and a hand holding of it. An oar of ancient for me with a footful oleu branch fastened to the handle. 2 grappling irons or hooks. A dolphin and an ark close shut. These hieroglyphies were passing well cut on this manner. F2 which ancient manner of writing, as I take it, is thus to be understood. F2. Ex labor Deo naturi sacrifica liberaliter politum reduces animum Deo subjectum. Firmum custodium vitae tui, misericorditor gubernando tenebit, inculium exerobit. Letting passe this most excellent, rare, strange, and secret do's and work, let versus return again to the prodigious horse, whose head was lean and little, of a small proportion and yet fitting the body, which seemed continually staring, fierce and impatient, the flesh in his muscles trembling and quaking, in such sort as that he seemed rather aliu than a feigned imitation. With this Greek word in his face gam epsilon nu epsilon alpha. There were also other great pieces and fragments of diours and sundry lineaments among the broken and decayed ruins, which I looked not on, still running and sliding, time doing me only low to consider and peruse these few rare wonders, the porch or gate, the horse, the colossus, and the elephant. Gam epsilon nu epsilon alpha. O rear and artists of times past, what despite hath gotten the upper hand of your cunning that the same is buried with you, and none left for verses to inherit in this age. At length being come to this ancient porch, a work worthy the looking upon, mercilessly composed by exquisite rules, and by art notably beautified, with diours and sundry sorts of cuttings, which did inflame a desire in me to understand and find out the lineaments and practice of the architect. I began after this manner, making a square from the 2 columns on either side in a perfect sort, in the which I took the due proportion of the whole porch. A tetragon figure A, B, C, D, divided by 3 lines straight, and 3 thwart equally distant one from another will make 16 quadrats, then added to the figure half as much more in like proportion, dividing the adjunct you shall find 4 and 20 squares. This figure shall serve of credicels to make the inlepturgy and brief demonstration that followeth. Draw then in the first figure A, B, C, D, 2 diagons, make also in the same 2 lines, and straight down, and the other athwart, which make 4 quadrats mutually intersect. Then in the void o'er the isoplurs make 4 median V pricks, drawing lines from one to another, and they will make the rhombus. V. When I had drawn this figure after this manner, I straightway mused with myself, what reason should many of our workmen in these days aether to think well of themselves, or take the art of building in hand, not knowing what it is, making such gross faults in churches and great men's houses, defaming arte, and so ignorant, that they see me as though they could not consider what nature herself doth teach versus in beholding of her works. And what part, sir, is not agreeable with his principle, is foule and not. For take away order and rule, and what thing can any man make, aether beautiful to the eye, or of commendable proportion and durable, then it must needs follow, that the cause of such inconvenient errors doth proceed from ignorance, and hath his beginning from illiterature. And this notwithstanding, that although the perfection of this arte doth not vary, and fall from his rectitude, yet the discreet and cunning architect to grace the object, to the beholders, may lawfully aether with adiection or diminution, beautify his work, keeping hold the solid part, with his veneersol composition. I call that solid which is the body of the frame, which is the principal intent, innuention, for setting down, and symmetry, or due proportion of the building without any additions, rightly examined, and perfectly composed, which will manifest the skill of the workman, and the same afterwards to adorn and beautify, which adjuncts is an easy matter. Wherein is also to be considered the due ordering and placing of everything, and not to set a crown upon the feet, but upon the head, and so walling and denticulating, and other cuttings of sundry sorts in their sural and best fitting places, the chief innuention and disposing whereof, resteth in the rare and cunning architect. But the labor and working thereof to the vulgar and common sort of manualists and servants to the architect, who if he will do well, he must in no wise be subject to auras. And besides his skill he must be honest, no prattler full of words, but courteous, gentle, benign, tractable, patient, merry and pleasant, full of new dues, a curious searcher into all arts, and well adused in his proceeding, lest with rations he commit a fault or absurdity in his work, and hereof thus much shall suffice. After that Poliphilus had at large made a demonstration of the due proportion of the gate, he proceedeth to describe the ornaments thereof, and their excellency. I having been somewhat prolix and tedious in my former purpose, it may be that it hath bred some offence, to such as daily endeavour to occupy their senses in the pleasant discourses of love. But it will also pronoe it displeasant, if with a little patience, they restrain to glut themselves with the wallowish sweetens of dissuable delights, and try the taste of a contrary viand. Aye. And for as much as the affections of men are naturally variable and different one from another, upon this occasion I may be excused. For although that bread sometime denied and kept back from the hungry body may cause a hard conceit, yet when it is eftsoons offered to him, the malice is forgotten, and the gift very gratefully received. Now having in some sort spoken of the right vse of architecture, and the direct way and means by order and rule, to find out, the set down does, and solid body or ground of the work, with facility that being found out, the architecture may vse sundry divisions and diverse perfections, not like to a cunning musician, who having does his plain ground in right measure, with full strokes, afterward will proportion the same into divisions, by chromatical and delightful minims crotchets, and quowers, curiously reporting upon his plain song. And so after innuention, the principal and special rule, for an architecture is a quadrature, the same doeth it into smiles the harmony and sweet consent of the building, setteth forth itself, and the convenient adjuncts, agreeable to their principal. In all which this Porsche was most excellent, both for the rare innuention and wonderful composition thereof, and the strange additions to beautify the same, in such sorts so exquisite, so fitly placed, and so curiously cut and ingraven, as the smallest part thereof could not be accused of any fault, but the workman commended for the perfection of his skill. First upon my right hand bellow, I beheld a stylopode or square stone, like an altar vendor the bases of the columns, which howing upon the upper part a convenient and neat cornice, and accordingly imbowed, the bottom and lowest part in like manner was fashioned, so as the quadrate and aforesaid stylopode was no broader than long, but a right quadrangule. Which altar, as I may term it, sidelong about, wrought with lows, hollowed vendor with a guillotery, and wrapped o'er with the same foliature and leaf work, hemming in the smooth face or table of the stylopode of shining white alabaster, polished and plain, the outward part of the quadrangule, equilaterally compassing about the same, whereupon with a wonderful curiousness was engraven a man near his middle age, of a churlish and swarthy countenance, with an shapely beard, thick and turning into his chyn by the toughness of the hard skin, and kneesy growing out of the hair. He sat upon a stone within a porn of a goat's skin, the hinder parts compassing his waist, and tied behind with a knot, and the neck part, with the hairy side next him, hung down betwixt his legs. Before him in the interstice of these groves and tumorous calves, there was an annual fastened upon a knot piece of a tree, whereupon he was fashioning of a brigandine or habergeon of burning metal, hooting vp his hammer, and as it were striking upon his work. And there before him was a most noble woman, howing two feathered wings set upon her delicate and tender shoulders, hooting her son and infante naked, which sate with his little hips upon the large and goodly proportioned thighs of the fair goddess his mother, and playing with her, as she held him vp, and putting his feet upon a stone, as it had been a little hill, with a fornace and a hollow hole, wherein was an extreme hot burning fire. This lady had her fair tresses curiously dressed upon hyr broad and high forehead, and in like sort compassing about with abundance, her head in so rare and delicate a sort, that I marveled why the blacksmiths that were there busy at their work, left not off to look still upon so beautiful an object. There was also fast by, of like excellent workmanship, a knight of fierce countenance, howing upon hym an armor of brass, with the head of Medusa upon the curate or breastplate, and all the rest exquisitely wrought and beautified, with a bandolier athwart his broad and strong breast, hooting with high brawny arm a half pike, and raising vp the point thereof, and bearing upon his head a high crested helmet. The other arm shadowed and not seen by reason of the former figure. There was also a young man in silka clothing, behind the smith, whom I could not perceive but from the breast of Ward, o'er the declining head of the forenamed smith. These rehearsed history, for the better and sweeter pleasing to the eye, the workmen had graced in this sort. The plain ground that was hollow and smooth in Uri cutting out of a limmy or body, upon the table of the stylopode, was like to red corol and shining, which made such a reflection upon the naked bodies, and their members betwixt them, and compassing them about, that they seemed like a carnation rose color. Upon the left side of the door in the like altar or stylopode upon the table thereof, there was engraven a young man of seemly countenance, wherein appeared great celerity. He sate upon a square seat adorned with an ancient manner of carrowing, howing upon his leg a pair of half buskins, open from the calf of the leg to the ankle, from whence grew out on either ankle a wing, and to whom the aforesaid gods with a hewn-like shape, her breasts touching together and grown out round and firme without shaking, with her large flanks conformable to the rest of her proportion before mentioned, with a sweet countenance offered young and tender son ready to be taught, the young man bowing himself courteously down to the child, who stood before him upon his pretty little feet, receiving from his tutor 3 arrows, which in such sort were delivered as one might easily conjecture and gather after what manner they were to be vised. The goddess his mother holding the empty quire and both bent, and at the feet of this instructor lay his vipered caduce. There also I saw a squire or armor-bearer and a woman with a helmet upon her head carrying a trophy or signa of victory upon a spear after this manner. An ancient coat armor hung vp, and upon the top thereof or creased, a sphere upon 2 wings, and betwixt both wings this note or saying, nihil firmum, nothing permanent. She was apparelled in a thin garment carried abroad with the wind, and her breasts bare. The 2 straight pillars of porphyre of swin diameters upon either of the aforenamed stylopodes and square altars did stretch upward of a pumice or tawny color, the outsides shining clear and smoothly polished, chamfered, and chanelled with 4 and 20 rebattlements or channels in Uri column betwixt the nextrals or cordels. Of these the third part was round, and the reason of their cutting in such sort, that is 2 parts chamfered, and the third round, as I thought was this: the frame or temple was dedicated to both sexes, that is, to a god and a goddess, or to the mother and the son, or to the husband and the wife, or the father and the daughter, and such like. And therefore the expert and cunning workman in elder time for the feminine sex did vse more chamfering and channeling and double variety than for the masculine, because of their slippery and constant nature. The cause of so much rebating was to shew that this was the temple of a goddess, for chamfering doth set forth the plightes of feminine apparel, upon the which they placed a chapter with prependent folding, like to plighted and curled hair, and feminine dressing, and sometimes instead of a chapter a woman's head with crisped hair. These notable and fair columns aforesaid did rise VP in length upon their vendersaid bases of brass with their Thors and Symbes wrought with a foliature of oak lows and acorns winding about their chapters standing upon their subject plynts. The chapters of the same substance of their bases, with requisite meat and convenient proportion answerable to the harmony of the whole work. Such as Callimachus the chief curor to Calathus the son of Eupator did Neuer perform, or come near in the erected sepulchre of the Corinthian Virgin, beautified with drapery of double acanthus. The plinths whereon the chapters did stand wrought with winding and turning works, and in the middes, decorated with a lily, the bowl garnished with 2 rows of 8 lows of acanthus, after the Romaine and Corinthian manner, out of which lows came little small stalks, closing together in the middes G of the boule, shewing forth a fair and sweet composed lily in the hollowing of the a back or plynth, from the which the tender stalks did turn round together, vender the compasse of the square a back, much after the work that Agrippa caused to be made in the porch of his wonderful Pantheon. G. Let verses come now to the limit and lowest part of the door, for entrance, which was of a great large and hard stone, powdered with sundry sorted spots, white, black, and of a clay colour, and divers other mixtures. Upon this stood the straight cheeks and sides of the door, with an interstitious aspect, inwardly carved with as great cunning as the rest, without any signa of aether hooks or hinges, below or above. The archy of which door, compassing like a half circle, was wrought curiously and imbowed, and as it were bound about with laces like beads of brass, some round, and some like eglantine berries of a reddish colour, hanging down after an ancient manner, and foul dead and turned in among the tender stalks. The closing together and bracing of which hemicycle or arch, worthy of admiration, of a rare and subtle does, and exquisite politure, did thus object and present itself to my sight. There I beheld in a hard and most black stone, an eagle displayed, and bearing out of the bigness of a natural eagle, which had lewingly seized and taken in her foot a sweet babe in the swaddling clouts, nicely, carefully, and gently hooting the same, lest that her strong, sharp, and hooking pounces should by any means pierce thorough the tender skin of the young infant. Her feet were fixed about the rising VP chist of the child, whom she had made bare from the knoll ward and downwards so as the naked hips might be seen betwixt the feathered thighs of the eagle. This little infant and most beautiful babe, worthy and meet for him that he was seized for, by his countenance shewed as if he had been afraid of his fortune. And thus lying in the foot of the eagle, he stretched both his arms abroad, and with his little fat hands took fast hold upon the remigio bones of the eagle's pinions displayed, as aforesaid, and clasping his swelling pretty legs and feet, about her soaring spreading train, which lay behind the rising veep of the archy. This little child was cut of the white vein of achates, or onyx, and the eagle of the other vein of the same stone called sardius, which is a black colour of some called cordial, ironing both in one self-same stone. Whereat I stood musing and commending to myself the ingenious and apt invention of the artist, in the VSE of such a stone, which of his own nature to contrary proportions afforded contrary colours, and in such sort as by the raising VP of her small plumage above her seer, her beak half open, and her tongue appearing in the middes thereof, as if she had been resolutely intended, and eagerly bent to haw gorged herself upon it. The hemicycle or archy rising round from the upper part of the straight cheek of the entrance, according to the thickness thereof was disposed into lozenges or squares, wherein were carved roses, their lows and branches hanging in a curious and delightful order to behold, O year the entry of the gate. In the two triangles occasioned by the bow of the archie there were two fair nymphs of excellent proportions and shapes, their clothes which covered their virgins' bodies, giving place for their legs, breasts, and arms to be bare, their hair loose and flying abroad, and towards the brace, and knitting together of the archie a bull, they held a victorious trophy. The ground of which triangle was of black stone, the better to shew the perfection and truth of the medals and the trophies, and the beautiful bodies of the delicate virgins. Above these mentioned parties was the zaffer, in the midst whereof I beheld a table of goud, wherein was this epigram in capital Greek letters of silver. In these sort reporting: Theta epsilon omicron iota alpha pharo omicron delta iota iota cap alpha iota tau omega omega epsilon omicron iota delta iota omicron nu iota sigma omicron upsilon cap alpha iota delta eta mu eta tau alpha epsilon kappa tau omega nu iota delta iota omega nu mu upsilon tau iota sigma upsilon nu pi alpha theta epsilon tau theta iota. 11. G2 aether sides of which table was retained and held VP with two babes or winged spirits of perfect and lily shapes, as if they had been celestial bodies, upon a ground of iazal or blue sapphires to grace the medals and imagery. G2. Upon the face of the zaffer extending and stretching along the columns of porphyr stone were engraven certain spoils or curates, gorgets of mail, vambraces, gauntlets, shields, targets, headpieces, maces, battle axes, spurs, quires, arrows, darts, broken lances, curtalaxes, and other ancient instruments of war. As well ivory and marine, as for the field singularly well cut, and manifesting to the beholder both victories, force, and triumphs, after a mortal effusion of blood. Upon this in order stood the cornice, wrought with such lineaments as decently concurred, and were answerable to the excellency of the rest of the work, for otherwise, as in a man's body one quality being contrary to another, sickness doth follow, the humours oppressing one and other in abundance, so in building if the adjuncts be naply disposed, and indecently distributed there will fall out a foul deformity. For a frame and building grows weak and seemly wherein cannot be found a sweet harmony, and commodulate order and consent. Which thing many modern idiots still confound, being ignorant in law called distribution. For a cunning craftsmaster will in his work shew an allusion or resemblance to a humane shape and proportion beautifully adorned in apparel. Above the cornice, by an inner's gradation there were 4 quadratures or square tables, 2 right the chamfered columns, and channeled pillars, and 2 within them. In an other division, betwixt the said 2 contrast and inward tables, there stood a nymph in her anaglyph most rare and excellent of orichalk or yellow Latin, hooting in aether hand a torch, one of them reversed and turned downward, being extinct and put out, and the other burning towards the sun. The burning torch in HYR right hand, and the extinct in HYR left. In the quadrature upon the right side, I beheld the Aeolus climbing, with her here transformed into an harp called Venus Maid, or Lady Harp, and Phoebus in a cruel indignation and wrathful displeasure, she following of him weeping, from whom he fled hastening on forward high swift horses, as one that flieth from high mortal and deadly enemy. Upon the table the columns on the left side in a curious and rare visual carrying, there was the resemblance history of the comfortable and still mourning Cyparissus holding VP High's hands and arms toward the sun, and making his moan to Apollo for the wounded Sarah. In the third table next the last mentioned, in a work answerable to the President and former, I beheld Leucato, wickedly slain of HYR own father, chonging and transforming her fair young and tender flesh into smooth bark, shaking lows and bending wands. In the fourth table was represented the discontented and displeasant Daphne, at the burning desires of the curled-headed Delis, rendering VP by little and little her virgin's body even defiled, towards the Odhoans, being metamorphized most pitifully into a green laurel. Now successively in order the aforementioned tables and quadratures in the zaffer, wherein these histories were represented in shapes, there was extended and laid a cornice denticuled and owled with interset stralets, betwixt the aites of the walls, and leafwork and the embraces with the rest that appertaineth to the setting forth of the same, past my skill to report, without any fault or defect. And lastly, the sign was adorned here and there with the loaves of acanthus. And to return to the view of the whole frame, in the disposing thereof as aforesaid, the cornices by a perpendicular line were correspondent and agreeing with the falling out of the wool work, the stilized or perimeter, or vetter part of the permost cornice only except. It followeth to shew and speak of the T-able or inward part of the T-rigonal, within the which, according as the extremes of the same triangle would permit, there was presented to my view, a crown or garland of diorous loaves, fruits, and stalks, fouled edgy 3 veep and wrapped together of a green stone knit in 4 parties, the bindings of the self-same stalks, holden by 2 mermaids, the parts of them of a humane shape. And that vender the knoll like a fish, their one hand VP, and the other bellow on the garland, their scaly tails extending to the nethermost corners of the triangle, upon the top of the cornice howing at their extreme parties their fishy winges or fins. Their faces like virgins, their tresses of hair, partly curling veep upon their foreheads, some turned about their heads and rolled VP, some depending down upon their temples, and crisping and inannulating by their ears. From betwixt their shoulders grew their winges like harpies, stretching down and extending to the foul ding and turnings of their tails. Upon their monstrous flanks grew out their fins to swim withal, their beginning, their fishy and scaly substance, and from thence so continuing their nether parts downward. G3. Within the sade garland I beheld a rough milche goat, which a little child did suck, sitting vender here side upon his fleshy young legs, one straight forth, and the other retract and bowed vender him. With his little arms hooting himself by the hairy and rough locks, his countenance and eyes upon the beguile and fulveder thus sucking. And a certain nymphy, as it were speaking words, and dewing voices of contentment, to the goat, and bowing down herself with the left hand, held VP one of the feet, and with the right hand putting the pap to the smacking kissings of the sucking infant, and vender here were these letters Amalthea. Another nymphy stood against the head of the goat, with one arm carefully compassing the neck, and with the other she held here by the horn. In the middes stood the third nymphy with green bouleaus in one hand, and in the other an old-fashioned drinking bowl, more long than broad, like a boat by a little handle. Vender her feet was written Melissa. Betwixt one and other of the 3 specified nymphs, there were 2 other howling symbols in their hands, as it were playing and dancing, one apparelled according to the perfection of their beauties, with an artificial performance of workmanship in the undertaken proportions, that they rather seemed the substances themselves than a lithoglyph and imagery, either by Polycletus, Phidias, or Lysippus. Neither did the anaglyphs to Artemisia the queen of Caria, Scaphes, Bryaxis, Timotheus, Leocharis, and Theon, come anything near, for the workmanship hereof seemed to excel the cunning of any humane lapidary, carroer grower, or cutter whatsoever. V. Above this foresaid triangle, and vended of percoronus in a smooth plane, were these 2 Attic words in capital letters: Delta iod omicron alpha iod gamma iod omicron chi iod omicron nu. Delta iod omicron alpha iod gamma iod omicron chi iod omicron nu. This conspicuous portion gate, most worthy to be beheld, thus stood of a Murillis composition, excellently disposed. If I had not explained the calm modulation and harmony hereof particularly, I might have been blamed for my prolixity and tediousness, and for wanting of fit words in the description. And thus for this time hereof so much. It must needs follow, that all the rest of the aforesaid court on Uri's side was beautiful to behold, and of stately workmanship by that which still remained standing, as in the inward part the naois and columns carrying and bearing VP an immeasurable and monstrous weight, and corinthes of a lesser sort. A Diween and Nonoan work abounding in variety of perfections as proportion required and needfuls did desire to bear VP the burthen that was laid upon them. Their ornature and decking with works, and duzes imitating the appareling of princely bodies endued as it were with an artificial reason. For as to a large, big, and corpulent body, strong legs, and broad feet, are necessary to bear and carry the same, so in a modulate and well-composed building, to sustain great weights, naois are appointed, and for both columns, corinthes, and slender ionics, are set upon them. And this whole work after such sort as was requisite for the harmony thereof, so it stood in a prud excellency. V. With dire city of colors, sweet lyset, and aptly disposed, the reflection of one beautifying another, and all together making a gracious object. Of porphyrit, ophyt, Numidian, alabastrit, pyropesil, Lacedaemonian green, and white marble, diurously watered, and of anracene with white spots, and many others of strange sorts and Dior's commixtures. I found one rare for me of a base, in fashion like a cushion pon the plinthi whereof stood 2 trochils or torules, with an interposition of hypatrachles or shafts, and astragals, with a supreme Thor. Dior's places were hidden and cured ouille with winding, felted and spreading ayai, full of black berries, and green soft lows here and there growing vp, and hindering the inward object of the ancient work, with other mural and wall weeds coming out of the chinks and cliffs, as the belle fleur, Venus Null, and Aerogenet, of some called Le, to whom he is grateful, bushing down again toward the ground, and other are YFDS grew Mosir, Polypody, Adientus or Lady Hair, the iagged and curled Citricus the knotted lunary minor, Prick Madam, Polytricon, or golden locks and such like, which vse to grow in decayed buildings, and old stone whales, so that many worthy pieces were enuist and hidden from me. With such like weeds and green alias the garnishers of ruines. There was in Dior's places an estimable huge down phallus of many columns or rather confused piles of broken stones, and shapely culpins mounting vp from the earth, among which down-fallen pieces I might see the remainders of Dior's shapes of men of sundry sorts, many naked, others some howing their members cured with folded and plighted induments, fast sticking to their naked proportions. Some standing pon the left foot, others pon the right in a straight sort, with their heads perpendicularly, ewer the centre betwixt their heels, and some looking sideways in height, 4 cubits of 6 foot. Others standing pon both feet, some deal distant one from another, and each one in a majesty sitting in their thrones, and the rest with a rare and modest grace in their best pleasing and appointed seats. There also I beheld innumerable trophies, spoils of armor, and infinite ornaments, with the heads of oxen and horses of Canuinian bignies, and about their horns part of their garlands of lows, fruits, twigs, branches and flowers, and some about part of their bodies, with little children riding pon them and playing, in so perfect a sort and wished order, as the most skilful workmaster full of variety, labor, studi, and industry, could do's and perform. With what care and pain his abounding skill did plainly manifest, and with what pleasure the effect of his purpose did no whit obscure. And with such an eurythmy or apt proportioning of members, he did show the subtlety of the art of lapidary, as if the substances had not been of the hardest marble howsoever, but of soft chalk or potter's clay, and with what conclansure the stones were couched, and by what artillery, rule and measure they were composed and set, it was wonderful to imagine. This was the true art enucleating and discouring the ignorance that we work in, our detestable presumption, and public condemned errors. This is that clear and perfect light, which sweetly and with arv constrained whiles draweth our dim-sighted eyes to contemplate and behold the same. For none, blessed be he which of set purpose refuseth to behold it, but his eyes would decel with continual desire to see it. This is that which accuseth horrible coitisance, the durer and consumer of all virtue, a still biting and everlasting greedy worm in his heart that is captuated and subject to the same, the accursed let and hindrance to well-disposed wits, the mortal enemy to good architecture, and the execrable idol of this present world, so worthily worshipped, and damnably adored. Thou deadly poison to him that is infected with thee, what sumptuous works are o'erthrown, and by thee interdicted. Herewithal I being roused and taken vp with unspeakable delight and pleasure in the regarding of this rare and ancient venerable monument of such a grace and admiration that I knew not to which part to turn me first, here and there willingly looking about, and thereat amazed, considerately perusing what the ingrauen histories presented to me, as I removed myself from place to place, with unknown delight, and unreportable pleasure to behold the same, gaping at them with open mouth, forgetting myself like a young child, nor satisfying my greedy eyes and insatiable desire to look the exquisite perfection of the ancient work, I was spoiled and robbed of all thoughts whatsoever, the remembrance of my desired Polia, often occurring, onely excepted. But with an extreme and deep-set sigh, let Versus low her a little, and return again to our continued purpose. H2 Poliphilus entreing a little way in at the described porch, with great delight he there also beheld how it was garnished and adorned, And after as he was coming out he met with a monstrous dragon, whereat he was extremely afraid, and compelled to run back into the building, and at last getting forth with much ado he came into a fertile place. H2. A great and commendable thing without doubt it should be, truly to describe, and from point to point, to set down the incredible work, and Imogen composition, of so vast a frame, and huge bignies, of so great a building, with the excellency of the entrance, in a conspicuous and sightly place, conveniently situated, whereof my delight to behold them did the gradins of my admiration breeding in me such a conceit, so as I persuaded myself that Jupiter durst not undertake the like to the rest of the gods, and certainly believing that no workman, or human wit could compass so huge a frame, express so notable conceits, or imagine and e'en so rare dizzes, and so gorgeously to garnish them, in so singular an order and symmetry, to dispose them, and without supplement or correction perfectly to finish them. A rare and insolent pride in a building. Upon which occasion I was in some doubt, and that not a little, that if the natural historiographer had seen or heard of this, he would ha scorn that of Egypt, and the cunning and industry of the working thereof, for that herein the sundry and diverse works effected by many several workmen seemed in the perfections of their due proportions as if they had been performed by one himself. He would also as lightly ha regarded the skilful cunning of Satyrus the architect and other of fame, especially Simandris, for the work of Memnon, who cut the 3 statues of Jupiter in one stone, the feet being above so in cubits long. To this the representation of the magnanimous Semiramis carried out of the mountain Bagistanus must give place. V. And letting pass to speak of the insolent gradins of the Pyramides of Memphis, those writers at large would ha bent themselves to this description. And Loing reported, the famous theatres, amphitheatres, baths, and buildings sacred and profane, carriages, of waters, and colossus, and that of Apolline translated by Lioculus, or the temple dedicated to Jupiter by Claudius Caesar, or that of Lysippus at Tarentum, or the wonder of Carolindius at the Rhodes, and of Zenodorus in France, and in Rome, and the coloss of Serapis 9 cubits lunge of smaragd or emeralds, or the famous labyrinth of Egypt, or the representation of Hercules at Tyre. V. They would ha accommodated their sweet styles to the commendation heard of as above all other most excellent, although the obelisk of Jupiter, compact of 4 frusts, for 10 cubits high, 4 cubits broad, and 2 cubits thick, in his deliber within the temple doth manifest itself to be a wonderful miracle. Vensatiable thus casting mine eyes, and turning vp my countenance now this way and now that way, towards this huge and mighty frame, I thus thought with myself, if the fragments and remainder of so sacred an antiquity, and if the greet and dust of such a decayed monument, can breed a stupefaction in the admiration thereof, and cause so great delight to behold the same, what would it ha done in chiefest pride? After this my discoursing, reason persuaded me to suppose, that within might be the altar of Venus for her mystical sacrifices and sacred flames, or the representation of her godhead, or the Aphrodites of herself and her little Archer, and therefore with a devout reverence, my right foot being set upon the hallowed limit of the door, there came towards me flying a white Horix. But I sodanely without any further regard or curious for cast which with my searching eyes went in as the spatious and lightsome entry gave me lo, representing to me such sights as merit, and are condign of your lasting remembrance, in either side stilled with smooth polished marble, in the middle part whereof there was impact a round table, enclaustrate and compassed about with a green stone very precious and accordingly associated H3 with curious workmanship, and the opposite of very black stone, scorning and contemning the hardness of iron, and clear and shining as a mirror. By means whereof as I passed by, unawares, I grew afraid at my own shadow, nor feels I was by and by comforted with unexpected delight, for the place that occasioned my disquiet now offered to me the ground of all sciences, history and a visible manifest and expert painting. H3. And on either sides vendor the same beautiful and most noble tables, there were placed all along seats of stone. The palmet neat and clean from dust, being made of ostracus. And so in like manner the colored ceiling was pure and void of spiders and cobwebs, by reason of the continual fresh air both entreing in and going out. The ceiling of the walls as aforesaid, mounted VP to the bending of the archie from the chapters which stood upon their strict and pride antes un to the termost endi of the entry, which was by my perspective iagement 12 paces. From which purpurite ligature and fast edowance the roof of the entry all the length thereof did march with a hemicircumbate flexure, answerable to the antes and straight sides of the afore described porch full of varieties and exquisite representments, rarely ingrown and of little water monsters, as in the water itself in their right and well-disposed plemerals, half men and women, with their fishy tails. Some embracing one another with a mutual consent, some playing upon flutes, and others upon other fantastical instruments. Some sitting in strange-fashioned chariots, and drawn in them by swift dolphins, crowned and adorned with water lilies suitable to the furniture of the garnished seats, some with dewars, dishes, and vessels replenished with many sorts of fruits. Others with plentiful copies, some coupled together with bands, and others wrastling as they did, riding upon hippopotamies, and other sundry and vencoth beasts, with a killennial defence. Some wantonly disposed, others to variety of sports and feasts, with luily endures and quick motions, most singularly, well set forth, and filling all o'er the aforesaid arch suffite. Along vendor the bending rise of the entry, I beheld a singular workmanship of sundry representments and counterfeits, in an excellent tesselature, bright shining like gold, and of divers other colours, with a border 2 foot broad, compassing about the turning cour of the roof, both vendor and above, and doting them from the work, upon the plain sides, of so perfect and fresh colours, as if they had been new set, with a natural leaf work of an emerald green, upon ice or tawny ground, with flowers of cyanthes and phoenaces adulterated with curious knots and windings, and in the contained space of the aforesaid sides, I saw this ancient history painted. Europa, a young lady, swimming into Crete upon a prestigious bull, and the edict of King Agenor to his sons Cadus, Faunus, and Cilicia, to find out their deflowered sister, which thing they could not do, but after that they had valiantly killed the skull-eye fierce dragon that kept the fair fountain, and consulted with Apollo, they determined with their followers, and agreed to build a city, where the bellowing heifer should appoint, whereupon that Count Ewan to this day carrieth the name of the bellowing of Achoe Europe. Cadmus built Athens, the other brother Phoenicia, the third Cilicia. These work and museical painting was rightly placed in order, as the beginning and end of the history required with fictions in their natural colours, their actions and degrees tightly expressed. On the contrary side, I beheld in the same manner the wanton and lascivious Pasiphae burning in infamous lust, lying in a machine or frame of wood, and the bull leaping upon that he knew not. After that the monstrous Minotaur with high sgly shaped shut and enclosed in the intricate labyrinth. And after that the imprisoned Daedalus, artificially making of winges for himself, and his young son Icarus, who happily not observing his father's rule, fell down headlong into the deep sea, lowing to the same seas his name, after his drowning. And his discreet father, being safe according to his vow, hanging his wings in the temple of Apollo. Upon the which I stood with open mouth attentively gazing with my eyes, and roused and mind with the boat eye of the history, so well disposed, so perfectly ordered, so artificially painted and curiously expressed, whole and sound, without any signa of decay, the strength of the glutinous substance, which ironed and held the tesselature or chequers, together was such and so perfect. For therein the workman had taken great pain and shewed a rare cunning. And thus foot by foot I went forward boldly, examining and beholding what direction and arte of painting he had observed with a penciled distribution to make whole proportions in a smooth and flat plane. Some lines drawing near to my object, and some seeming as they had been afar of hardly to be discerned, and yet both of a like nearness. And the same again which was hardly to be seen, to offer itself more and more, to the iagement of the eye, with exquisite perigee and shadowing 13 waters, fountains, mountains, hills, woods, and beasts, in their natural colours, and distant one from another, with opposite light. And in apparel the plyghts and followed so cunningly perfected and shadowed that as well in that, as in all the rest, the arte did see me to envy nature itself, and that not a little whereat I greatly wondered. 13. After this manner I came to the further endi, where the beautiful histories finished, and beyond the same more inward the darkness was such as I durst not enter, and coming back again I heard among the ruins a continuing noise like the cracking of bones or their rattling together, whereat I stood still forgetting, my foreconceived delight being interrupted therewith from the sweetness of the obx. At length I might hear a rustling as if a dead ox had been dragged upon the ground, the noise still approaching and coming nearer and nearer the porch that I was to pass out at, where I heard a great hissing of a huge serpent. The sodane fear I was in made me pass crying out for help, either did I see how to escape, but by running into the dark and obscure vastness which before I was afraid to enter into. O happy wretch oppressed with adverse and sad fortune, I saw in the entry of the door coming towards me, no hurtful Elyon crouching to Androdas, but a fearful and horrible dragon shaking her trisulct and three-parted tongue against me, grating her teeth, and making a scritching or critching noise, her squammy and scaly hide trailing upon the flowered pomade, clapping her winges upon her rimpled back, with a long tail folding and crinkling like an eel and Noyer resting. Me, the sight was sufficient to ha affrighted Mars himself in the assurance of warlike armor, or to ha made tremble the strong and mighty Hercules, for all his malarkeyed and clubbed but, and to call Theseus back from his begun emprise and bold attempt, and to terrify the giant Typhon, and to make the proudest and stoutest heart whatsoever to quail and stoop. I wished myself the swiftness of Atlanta, being but young and armed, no way able to encounter with such a poisonable force, and pursuing his black infectious breath smoking out at his mouth. Being past all hope to slip by him, I doubtly cried for Dyween help. And sodianly turning my back, as fast as I could run, I condued my fearful body by the help of my swift pacing feet, into the inward part of the dark places, penetrating through Dior's crooked torments, ambageous passages and known ways. So that I thought to be in the inextricable frame of the prudent Daedalus, or of poor Senna, so full of ways and winding turnings, one entreeing into another, to deceive the intent of the goer out, or in the Ramthidene of the horrible Cyclops, or the hollow caw of the Theuish Charis. In such sort, that although my eyes were somewhat acquainted with the darkens, yet I could see nothing, but was glad to stretch out my arms for me before my face, groping about me, like one that played blind sim, lest I should run my face against some pillars, and feeling with my feet soft light before I did rest upon them for fear I should tumble down into some vault vendor Theseus' mighty pyramids. And looking back, whether this fearful dragon did still follow me or no, the light was clean gone, and I remaining in a dark place, full of sundry turnings and crossing passages, in a greater terror and more deadly holiness of mind than Mercury, making himself Ibis and Apollo, Thresia, Diana, into the little bird Colymene, and Pan into two shapes. I am more afraid than you was Oedipus, Cyrus, Crasus, and Perseus, and more trembling than the deaf Thrasilius in his bear's skin, in sorrow more abounding than poor Siphsies, and in more laborsome dongers than Lucius Apuleius, when he heard the Theus consulting to knock him on the head, and kwil him. Oppressed and laden with all these aforenamed frights and terrors, I began to imagine that the dragon was flying about my head, and with the noise of her scritching teeth and tearing claws to take hood upon me with her during yaws, my heart doing me to understand that the carnivorous wolf which I dreamt of was a presage of this my last doubted end. And thus running veep and down like a little poor pismire or anty, when the partridge is scratching upon their hillocks and picking of them vp. With my watch full and attentive ears, listening if the horrible monster with her slimy and filthy poison and stinking sour were drawing towards me, and fearing whatsoever came first into my thought. Finding myself narmed, void of all help, in this mortal donger and miserable perplexity, although that death is naturally bitter and hated, yet notwithstanding at that time, I did graciously esteem of it, which methought I could suffer willingly, but that will was insufficient, hope still looking, and persuading me of uncertain, fearful, and quiet life. Alas, how my soul and body were loath to loathe one and another, the sorrow whereof made me willing to entertain so cruel an enemy as death, whereupon I plucking a good heart, thought thus. Shall the gratings of my love so sweetly set on fire, now decay, frustrated of any effect, for if at this present I had been but presented with a sight thereof, I could ha been yet the better satisfied. But yet forthwith returning to the inward impression of my sweetest object, still dwelling in the secret of my heart, I fell into blobbering tears for the loss of two so worthy youls. That was Polia and my precious life. Continually calling upon her with deep sighs and singultious sobbings, sounding in the thick air, encloistered vendor the huge arches and secret dark cooing, saying thus to myself: if I die here thus miserably, sorrowfully, and comfortably, all alone, who shall be a worthy successor of so precious a gem? And who shall be the possessor of such a treasure of so inestimable value? And what fair hoen shall shew so clear a light? O most wretched Poliphilus, whither dost thou go, fortunate? Whither dost thou hasten thy steps? Hopest thou e'er to behold again any desired good? Behold all thy gracious conceits and pleasant high delighties builded in thy apprehensive thoughts, through the sweetens of love, are deadly shaken, and abruptly precipitated and cast down. Look how thy lofty amorous cogitations are shaken in pieces and oculated. Ah me, what injurious lot and malevolent constellations ha so perniciously dry you in, and deceitfully allured thee into this miserable obscure darkness. And now ha despitefully led thee in a heap of mortal fears, and drowning in a deep sea of unspeakable sorrows. To the merciful during and so dane gobbling VP of so filthy a monster, and to be rotted and digested in the stinking entrails of so foul a beast, and to be cast out in so vile a place. O lamentable and accustomed death! O miserable end of my desired life! Where are my eyes? What be they bearing? Is their humor gone? Are there no more tears left to fall trickling down my blubbered cheeks? Well, then I perceive that death is at my back. Who did e'er see such a change of fortune? Behold happy and wayward death, and the last hour, and accursed minute thereof at hand, in this darksome shade, where my body and I too flesh is appointed to be a food for so foul a beast. What fury! What cruelty! What misery more monstrous can a mortal creature suffer? That sweet and pleasant light should be rest from them that beguile you, and the earth denied to them that are dead. What hoggish calamity, and deformed mishap, so grievously and timely shall abandon from me my most desired and flourishing Polia? Farewell, the mirror of all virtue, and true perfection of both eye, farewell. I too. And thus beyond all measure tossed and tumbled in such and so great afflictions, my very soul was vexed within me, striving to be set at liberty from my fortunate and feeble body, passing VP and down I knew not where. My legs weak, feeble, and faltering vendor me, my spirits languishing, and my senses in a manner gone from me. Sowing that I called doubtly upon the omnipotent God to ha pity upon me, and that some good angel might be appointed to conduct me out. And with that behold I discovered a little light. To the which, how gladly I hasted, let Uri one judge what he would do in such a perplexity. I saw an everlasting lampy, burning before an altar that was 4 foot high, and 10 foot broad, with the images of gold standing thereupon, which I could not very perfectly behold, notwithstanding the burning lampy, the grossness of the air was such and so great an enemy to the light. And always with attentive ears I diligently hearkened, as not yet rid of fear, and somewhat I saw, the dim images and the large foundations, and fearful vaults, and subterranean buttresses of polders and strengths, here and there in infinite places distributed, and many huge and mighty pillars, some 4 square, some 6 square, some 8 square, aptly set vendor and approportioned to sustain the vast bigness of the weighty pyramids. There I having small delight to make any long stay, I intended to take a known way further in, which my undertaken course, I espied a light which so long I had wished for, coming in at a little wicket as small as I could see. Oh, with what eye, and with what a glad heart I beheld it, and with what cheer did I hasten my steps towards it. Perchance faster than Canisius or Philonides my brittled gladness and extreme desire to come near thereunto was such, that I reuked and hailed back again the dyers of my discontented and irksome life, successively comforting my perturbed mind and quailed heart. Somewhat refreshing and reassuring myself, filling VP again my evacuated and empty heart, and replenishing the same with his old cogitations. Now I settled myself more towards my Luili Polia, and bound my affections more surely to her. Being persuaded and firmly opinionated that this sight was atroce and low, foreshewing that I should die and lose my love. Oh, how extremely did it vex me! Neither did it refuse or make resistance to Anya's sharp and new assault of love, which in my stroken and sore wounded heart would lie festering and feeding of himself. And by this time, all lets and hindrances past o'er, a spatious and large going out was offered to me. Then by means of the clear light I was somewhat comforted, and reassuming and gathering together again my wandering thoughts, and restoring my prostrate force, my suspected and known voyage made me to set out in running, so as the nearer I came to the door, the bigger methought it grew. To the which at last by God's will, Polia in my amorous breast bearing a predominant vigor, I came, not ceasing to continue forward my fast course, my hands which before I groping held forth, to keep me from running against pillars, I now vis like a pair of oars to hasten me away. Thus trowling on safely, I came into a very pleasant sight and county, in the which I was not yet without fear, and not daring to rest me down, the impression of the horrible monster was so fresh in my mind, that methought I still heard him behind me, and therefore I could not so easily forget him. But was rather persuaded to go on further, first because the country was so fertile, pleasant and beautiful. Secondly, that I might get far enough off from the place wherein I was so lately affrighted. That then I sitting down, might rest myself, and set I three my men together again, and forget this conceived dread, at my entrance in of the gate, the apparition of the white Sorix graciously coming again into my retaining memory, an exhortatory provocation, and good occasion to animate and comforte me, because that to augurs it was a great full and propitious signa of good luck. I3. At last I was resolutely persuaded to commit myself to the benignity of my good fortune, which sometime might be to me an officious and bountiful handmaid, of prosperous usance. And therewithal pricked forward and pricked to continue on my walk, whether my weary and feeble legs would conduct and bring me. And yet I was, as in good sort became me, somewhat doubtful to enter into such a place, being known to me, where perchance it was not lawful for me to come. Albeit that I was herein more audacious and bold a great deal, than in the entrance of the gorgeous Porsche. And thus my breast fast beating, and my mind perplexed, I said to myself, there is no cause that should lead me to turn back again, all things considered, is not this a safer place, and more fit to fly from danger? Is it not better to hazard a man's life in the light and clear sun, than to die and stare in a blind darkness? And so resolve not to turn back on ye more. With a deep-set sigh, I called into memory the pleasure and delight that my senses had well near lost, for the work which I had seen was full of marvellous wonders, and thinking by what mean I was deprived of them, I called to remembrance the brazen lions, in Salomon's temple, which were of such fierce countenances, as that they would bring men to forgetfulness. And into such an estate I was afraid that the dragon had brought me, that so excellent and meritorious works, and rare inventions, in a manner possible for any humane creature to perform, worthy to be manifested, and by myself diligently perused, should now be fled out of my sucking remembrance, so as I should not be able to make a true report of them, but therein I contraried myself. Neither did I find that I was in a lethargy passion, but that I very well remembered and held. Without any default in order and proportion whatsoever I had seen and beheld. And that the monstrous and cruel beast was of very lowly substance, and no fiction, the like of any mortal man seldom seen, no not of Regulus. The very remembrance whereof made my hair stand right VP, and forthwith moved me to mend my pace. Afterward returning to myself, I thought thus. Here without all doubt, for so I imagined by reason of the glorious bounty of the beautiful soil, is no habitation but for sewel people, or rather for angels and noble personages, and a place for nymphes to frequent to, or for the gods and ancients, monarchs and princes, insomuch as my persuasion desire did provoke forward my restrained pace, causing a pursuance in my late begun irony. And thus as one captivated and subject to the sharp spur of insatiable desire, I purposed to hoot on whether the fairness of my fortune should conduct me, as yet but indifferent and rather languishing, now come to behold a fair and plentiful country, fruitful fields, and fertile grounds, I did exceedingly commend the desire that moved me first to enter into them, but especially to give thanks to him that had brought me out from the fearful place, which now I little regarded being far enough off from it. Poliphilus showeth the commodiousness of the country whereinto he was come. In his trawling within the same, he came to a goodly fountain, and how he saw a few fair damsels coming towards him, and their wondering at his coming hither, assuring him from hurt, and inviting him to be a partaker of their solaces. He has gotten forth of this fearful hell, dark hollowness, and dreadful place, although it were a sacred Aphrodite's and reurend temple, and being come into a desired light, low-lie air, and pleasant country, full of contentment, I turned myself about to look back at the place from whence I came out, and where my life that lately I esteemed so lightly, was so greatly perplexed and dongered, where I beheld a mountain natural, with a moderate ascent on and steep, rising, o'ergrown and shadowed with green and tender lows of mossy oaks, beeches, wainscot oaks, holmes, cherries, escalies, cork trees, yew trees, holly or hulur or asalon. And towards the plain, it was covered with hamberries, hazels, filberds, prune, print, or priuit, and whitened with the flowers thereof, by coloured zeepy, being red towards the north, and white against the so the plane trees, ash trees, and such like, spreading and stretching out their branches, foul dead and embraced with the running of honeysuckles or woodbines, and hops, which made a pleasant and cool shade. Vendor the which grew lady seal or rape violet, her full for the sight, Iagged polypody, and the triantol and four-inch scolopendria, or heart's tongue, Hellebris niger or melampody, trefoils, and such other bryphilous harbies and wood flowers, some adorned with them, and some without. So that the mouth of the dark place, out of the which I had escaped, was in a manner within the high mountain, all o'ergrown with trees. And as I could conjecture it was highest against the aforespoken of frame, and in my judgment it had been some rare pace of work, more ancient than the other, and by time wasted and consumed, now bearing iuie and other wall trees, and so was become an o'er-grown wood, that I could scarce perceive any coming out, or mouth for easy passage but ewen for a necessity. For it was round about compassed and enurroned with bushy and spreading trees, so as I was noyer determined to enter in there. Again, in the straight passage of the valley betwixt the extensed and high-mounting rocks, the air was dim by reason of the retained vapors, and yet I was as well pleased therewith as Apollo at his doing birth. But letting pass this hole, from the which I get out by stooping, let verses come on forward to the sweet liberties which I next beheld, and that was a thick wood of chestnuts at the foot of the hill, which I supposed to be a soil for Pan or some Siluan god with their feeding herds and flocks, with a pleasant shade. Vendor the which as I passed on, I came to an ancient bridge of marble with a very great and high archy, upon the which along winning to either sides of the walls there were convenient seats to rest upon, which although they were welcome to my weary body, yet I had more desire to go on forward, upon which sides of the bridge, highest o'er the top of the archy, there was placed a porphyret table with a gorgeous border of curious workmanship, one table on the one side and another on the other side, but that one the left side was of ophite. Upon the table on my right hand as I went I beheld Egyptly hieroglyphies on this sort, an ancient helmet crested with a dog's head, the bony scalp of an ox with two green branches of trees bound fast to the horns, and an old lampy, which hieroglyphs the branches accepted because I know not whether they were of fir tree, pineapple, larix or juniper, or such like, I thus interpret. K. Patientia est ornamentum, custodia et protectio vit. On the other side there was ingraven a circle, then an anchor with a dolphin winding about the strangle thereof, which I conjectured should signify this: alpha epsilon iota sigma pi epsilon upsilon delta epsilon beta alpha delta epsilon omicron, 14 semper festina tard. Alpha epsilon iota sigma pi epsilon upsilon delta epsilon beta alpha delta epsilon omicron, 14. Vendor which ancient, sure, and fair bridge, did run a most clear swift water, dividing itself into two several currents, the one way and the other another, which ran most cold, making a soft continual still noise, in their freezed, broken and nibbled channels, by their eaten in and furrowed bank, full of stones, covered o'er and shadowed with trees, their spreading roots appearing in the same bare, and about them hanging trichomanes, adianthus and cymbellaria, and bearded. Also with pure small hairs as vse to grow about the banks of rivers. The wood that I ha spoken of was to look upon very pleasant, neither or thick or more large and compasse than a man would wish, but building a delightful shadow, the trees full of small birds and foals. Right forward, the bridge did extend itself, and lead towards a large plain, resounding all with the sweet chirpings, melodious recordings, and loud singing of them, wherein were leaping and running little squirrels, and the drowsy dormouse, and other harmless beasts. And after this manner as aforesaid, this would I country shewed itself, environed about with high mountains as much as a man might look into, and the plain covered all with a fine variety of sundry sweet harbies, and the clear channels of crystalline streams, sliding down along the hills with a murmuring noise into the Lowell valley, adorned and beautified with the flowing bitter olew, laurel, white poplar, and lysimachia, black popal, alders, and wild ash. Upon the hills grew high fair trees narmed, and the weeping larix, whereon turpentine is made, and such like. When I had well considered of this so fruitful and so commodious a place for cattle and beasts to be fed in and kept, for it looked as though it would desire a shepherd's company and a pastoral song, I mused what should be the occasion, that so commodious a place should lie uninhabited. And casting my eyes further on forward into the plain before me, and knowing this fore-described place, I might perceive a building of marble, shewing the roof thereof the tender tops of the compassing trees. At the sight whereof I grew wonderfully glad and in good hope, that there yet I should find some habitation and refuge. To the which without delay I hastened myself. And being come thereunto, I found a building 8 square, with a rare and wonderful fountain, which was not altogether amiss. For as yet I had not quenched and slaked my thirst. This building was 8-cornered, small towards the top and leaded. Upon one side there was placed a fair stone of pure white marble 4-cornered, half as long again as it was broad, which latitude as I supposed was some 6 foot. Of this goodly stone were exact 2 little half-pillars, chamfered with their bases, holding a straight cyme, with a guile and adducted denticulature and corticules, or work of hearts, with their chapters vendere trabet, zophyr and coronus, the which K2 was a trigonal contained, in the 4th part of the stones smooth and plain without any workmanship in the table thereof sawing a little garland, within the which were 2 dewies drinking in a small vessel. K2. How the space spoken of enclosure was cut in and evacuated, betwixt the pillars the guilloture and our thwart trabet did contain an elegant sigrid nymph. And thender the cyme was another quarter wrought with thors, torques, ballons and a plinth, which fair nymph lay sleeping upon a folded cloth, lap, and one vender her head. Another part conveniently brought her, to hide that bear which was womanly and meet to be kept secret. Lying upon her right side with that subjected arm retract, and her open palm vender her fair cheek, whereupon she rested her head. The other arm at liberty, lying all along her left loin, stretching to the middle of her goodly thigh. By her small teats, like a young maid's, in her round breasts did sprout out small streamings of pure and clear fresh water from the right breast as it had been a thread, but from the left breast most vehemently. The fall of both of them, received in a vessel of porphyret stone, with 2 receptories ironing together in the same vessel, separate and distinct from the nymph 6 foot, standing upon a convenient frame of flint stone. Betwixt either of the receptories, there was another vessel placed, in the which the waters did strive together and meet, running out at the cut and appointed places, in the middle limbus of their receptories, which waters commixed out of that vessel, mladed themselves into a little channel sliding away, and what with one and what with the other, out the harbies and flores adioning, and about were bountifully benefited. That of the left breast did spin so high, that it did not wat or hinder any that would suck or drink of the water that streamed and sprung out of the right breast. And this excellent image was so differently expressed, that I fear me Prapotiles Neuer performed the like for Venus, to Nicomedes the king of Corea, which idol he appointed to be adored of his subjects, although the beauty thereof were such that it moved that filthy people to fleshly concupiscence. But I was persuaded that the perfection of the image of Venus was nothing to this, for it looked as if a most beautiful lady in her sleep had been chonged into a stone, her heart still panting and her sweet lips ready to open, as if she would not be so veest. From her head her loose tresses lay wowing upon the suppressed cooring, foul dead and plighted and as it were scorning the hairs of the inglimated cloth, her thighs of a convenient bignies and her fleshy knees somewhat bending vpp, and retract towers hair, showing her straight toes as it were inseriating her fingers to handle and strain them, the rest of her body answerable to the perfections of these sural proportions. And behind her the shadowing of the leafy memoril or arbit full of soft small apples and fruit, and pretty birds as if they had been chirping and singing of her asleep. At her feet stood a satyr in prurient lust upon his goatish feet, his mouth and his nose ironing together like a goat with a beard growing on either sides of his chin, with two peaks and showroot in the midst like goat's hair, and in like manner about his flanks and his ears grew hair, with a visage adulterated betwixt a man's and a goat's, in so rare a sort as if the excellent workman in his carruage had presented to him by nature the idea and shape of a satyr. The same satyr had forcibly with his left hand bent an arm of the arbitrary Ouyur the sleeping nymphy, as if he would make her a horrible shadow therewith, and with the other hand holding vpp a curtain by one of the sides that was fastened to the body of the tree. Betwixt the calmar mimeril or arbit and the satyr were two little satyrs, the one holding a bottle in his hands and the other with two snakes folding about his arms. The excellency, diligence and perfection of this figment and workmanship cannot be sufficiently expressed. This also helping to adorn the sweetness thereof that is the winds of the stone, as if it had been pure ivory. I wondered also at the working of the clothed coringe as if it had been wowen, and at the bows, branches, and lows, and at the little birds, as if they had been singing and hopping vpp and down upon their pretty feet in uri iant single and pounds made perfect, and so the satyr likewise. Vendor this rare and wonderful carud work betwixt the gulatures and dulls in the plain smooth was growen in Athic characters this poesite pile finutal photomicron cap alpha delta iota. 15. Pile finutal photomicron cap alpha delta iota. 15. The thirst which I had gotten the day before was so increased, that I was pricked now to slacken the same, or rather enticed with the fair boat eye of the instrument, the collines whereof was such, as betwixt my lips methought it stirred and trembled. And round about this pleasant place, and by the pippling channels, grew vaticinium, lily conuli, and the flowering lysomachia or willow harb, the sorrowful reeds, minties, water parsley, baume, hydrolapathos, or water sorrel, and other proud harbies, and fine flowers. A little channel coming by a sluice from the bridge, entering in and lading itself, was the cause of a goodly fair pool, broad and large, in a very good order, trimmed about and beautified with a fence of sweet roses and jessamine. And from thence running Ouyur it dispersed itself, nourishing and visiting the next adjoining fields and ground, abounding in all sorts of harbies, flowers, fruits, and trees. There grew also great store of cinery grateful to Venus, wild tansy, colocasia, with lows like a shield, and garden harbies. And from thence beholding the plain fields, it was wonderful to see the greens thereof, powdered with such variety of sundry sorted colors, and Dior's fashioned flowers, as yellow crow-foot, or golden knop, ox-eye, satrian dog-stone, the lesser centaury, melilot, saxifrage, cowslips, lady's fingers, wild cherule, or shepherd's needle, nouns jaunty, cinquefolia eyebright, strawberries, with flowers and fruits, wild columbines agnus castus, milfoil, yarrow, wherewith Achilles did heal Telephus, and the rust of the same spear's head that hurt him. Why the white muscarioli, be flowers and pananentes in so beautiful and pleasant manner, that they did greatly comfort me, having lost myself, but Ewan with the looking upon them. And here and there in a measurable and well disposed distance and space between, in a convenient order and sweet disposed sort by a highest line, grew the green and sweet smelling oranges, limons, citrons, pomegranates, their water boughs bending down within one pace of the ground, coored with lows of a glassy green color, of a great height, and turning down again their tops, laden with the abundance of their flower and fruits, breathing forth a most sweet and delectable odoriferous smell. Wherewithal my appalled heart did not very lightly rewear himself, It might be in a pestilent air and contagious and deadly sour. V. For which cause I stood amazed and in great doubt what to think or do, and the rather because in that place I had seen such a marvellous fountain, the variety of harpies, the colours of flowers, the placing orderly of the trees, the fair and commodious disposition of the seat, the sweet chirpings and quiet singing of birds, and the temperate and healthful air. And which I could very well ha' been contented withal, and the worst of them might well ha' contented me, if I had found any inhabitant there. And somewhat I was grieved that I could no longer abide in such a place where so many delightful sights did present themselves to me. Neither was I adused to my better safe tie and content which way to turn me. Standing thus in such a suspense of mind, calling to remembrance the donger that I had lastly escaped, and the present place that I was newly entered into, and thinking pon hieroglyphs that I did see in the left side of the bridge, I was in doubt, to hasten myself towards any vnagized adverse accident, and that such a monument, and warning worthy of golden letters, should not be set in vain to them that pass by. Which was semper festina tard. Behold of a sudden behind me, I heard a rustling noise, like the wind or beating of a dragon's winges. Alas, I knew not what it should be. And sodianly expectorated and turning myself about, I might perceive upon one side of me many silique trees of Egypt, with their ripe long cods hanging and beating one against another with the wind, had felled down themselves, which when I perceived, I was soon quieted, and began to make sport at my own folly. I had not continued long thus, but I heard a singing company of gallant damosels coming towards me, by their voices of young and tender years, and fair, as I thought, solacing and sporting themselves among the flowering harpies and fresh cool shadow, free from the suspect of any man's sight, and making in their gait a great applause among the pleasant flowers. The incredible sweetness of her musical and consonant voice, connuate in the rooriferous air, and spreading itself abroad with the answerable sound and delectable report of a warbling harp, for the trial of which melody, I couched down under the low boughs of the next adjoining bushes, and saw them come towards me with gracious gestures, her maidenly head attired and bound VP in fillets of glistering gold, and in strophated redimited, garnished o'uyer and beset with flowered myrtle, and pon her snowy forehead branched out her trembling curled locks, and about her fairest shoulders flew her long tresses after a nymphish fashion artificially handled. They were apparelled in carpentical habits of fine silka of sundry colours, and weavings of three sorts, one shorter and distinct from the other. The nethermost of purple, the next of green silka, and good or 'tis so, and the premost of curled white sendal, girded about their smale waists with girdles of good vendor the lower parties of their round breasts. Their sleeves of the same curled sendal, often doubled, which bettered and graced the subject collar, and tied about their wrists with ribbons of silka, tagged with goldsmith's work, and some of them with pantofles upon their shoes, the upper part of the pantoffle of gold and purple silka, leaf work, shewing thorough betwixt the void spaces of the lows, the fine proportion of their pretty elaquated and contained feet. Their shoes coming straightly vendor their ankles, with two laps meeting upon their insteps, and closed fast aether with buttons or clasps of gold after a fine manner. Above the hems of their nether garments, there compassed about ins teed of guards and embroidered work of hearts, which now and then blown VP with the gentle air, made a discurry of their fine legs. And as soon as they were aware of me, they left of their song and stayed their nymphish gaits, being amazed with the insight, and of my coming into this place, merrelling together, and whisperingly inquiring of me, one of another, for I seemed to them a rare and unusual thing, because I was an alliant and stranger, and by chance come into so famous and renowned a country. Thus they stayed still, sometimes looking down upon me, and again muttering one to another. I stood still like an image. Oh, woe was me, for I felt all my ions quake like the lows of an aspie, in a bitter wind. And I was afraid of the presaging poesy that I had read, otherwise adusing me, whereof I now thought too late to experience the effect thereof, and looking for no other uint, I remained as doubtful of the doin vision, therewith as much deceived as Semele with the feigned shape of the Epidaurian barrow. Alas, I trembled and shook like the fearful hind callias at the sight of the tawny lions roaring out for hunger. Contending and striving with myself, whether it were better for me submissively to kneel down, or else to turn me about and fly from them, for they seem to me by their behower, to courteous young women, and besides their humanity of a doon benignity, or to remain still vulnerable. At length I determined to make trial, and put myself forward to whatsoever would follow, being very well assured that by no means I should find any inhumanity or cruel dealing by any of them, and especially because that innocency carrieth always his protection with him. And thus somewhat comforting my fearful mind, and yet restrained with shamefastness, knowing that I was worthily come into this shadowy place, and solicitous company of doon and delicate nymphes, my guilty and troubled mind, telling me that it was rashly and boldly doon, and that they were, it might be, prohibited places, and a forbidden country for a straining to frequent. And thinking thus and thus with myself, one amongst the rest of a more bold and audacious spyrite, very hardly spake to me, saying, Ho, who art thou? At her speech I was half afraid, and of myself ashamed, both ignorant what to say, or how to answer. My voice and spirit being interdicted, I stood stone still like a dead image. But the fair damsels and beautiful nymphes well adduced that in me was a real and humane personage in shape, but distempered and afraid, they drew all of them more nearer to me, saying, Thou young man, whatsoe'er thou art, and from whencesoe'er thou art come, let not our present aspects any whit dismay thee, or occasion thy discouragement, nor be no whit afraid, for here thou shalt not find any cruel customs, or cause of discontent, but free from displeasures, and therefore be not afraid to L2 discover thyself, and tell versus what thou art. L2. By this motion having called back again my forgotten and lost senses, comforted with their fair, pleasant, and forable aspects, and recurring myself with their sweet speeches, with a very good will I made this answer to them. I am the most disgraced and happiest lower that the whole world can afford. I and she whom so greatly I esteem, and so earnestly I desire, I neither know where either she or myself is. And by the greatest and most dangerous hap that can be imagined I am come hither. And now with pricked tears down falling from my watery eyes along my pale cheeks, and bowed down to the earth prostrating myself to your virginal feet I humbly crow and sue for your forcible graces, whereat their soft and tender hearts moved with pity towards me, and half weeping with me for company, and as it were dutifully striving with their arms to lift me VP from the ground, with sweet and comfortable speeches, they courteously spake to me. We are certainly persuaded and know full well, poor wretch, that few or none can escape by that way which thou art come, and therefore be not thankful to that divine power, which hath thus preserved thee. And now be not doubtful or afraid of any adverse accident or grief to assail thee. Therefore quiet, comfort, and settle thy heart to rest. For now thou art come, as thou mayest evidently perceive, and plainly see, into a place of pleasure and delight, abandoning strife and discontent. For our nigh-formed ages, the seat changeable, the time not stealing away, the good opportunity, the gracious and sociable familiarity, enticingly doth allure versus thereunto, and granteth to versus a continual lay sure. And this also thou must understand, that if one of versus be merry and delightsome, the other showeth herself the more glad and pleasant, and our delectable and participated friendship is with an attention consideration perpetually united and knit together. One of versus increasing in other's content, to the highest degree of delight, and most convenient solace. Thou sayest also that the air is healthful, the limits and bounds of this place very large, of harbies full of variety, of plants diversely abounding, and with fruits plentifully laden, ironed and defended with huge mountains and rocks, well stored with harmless beasts, and fit for all pastimes and pleasures, replenished with all kind of fruits and grains, universally growing, and full of goodly fountains. Another said, understand, known, and yet assured guest, good friend, that this territory is more fruitful than the fertile mountain Taurus in the equilinal aspect, whose frame doth swell so much, that their clusters of grapes be 2 cubits long, and that one fig tree will bear 70 bushels. The third, this famous and spatious country, exceedeth the fertility of the Hyperborean island in the West India, or the Portugaless of Lusitania, now usurped and tyrannized by the insolent Spaniard, nor Talga in the Caspian mountain. The fourth affirmed in her commendation of that country, that the plentifulness of Egypt was but to be accounted scarcity, in respect of that, although that it were thought to be the garden of the world. And the last, of a choice countenance and sweet pronunciation above the rest, added thus much, saying, In this fair country you shall not find any large fenny grounds, or offensive and sickly airs, or craggy and fruitless mosses, but fair and pleasant hills, ironed and walled about with steep and passageable rocks, and by means thereof, secure and free from all dangers and fear, we want not anything which may breed delight, and cause a sweet content. Besides all this, we are attendant upon a renowned and most excellent queen of large bounty and exceeding liberality, called Eudorilida of great pity and marvellous clemency, ruling with great wisdom, and with a kingly government, with great pompa, in an accumulated heap of all felicity, and she will be greatly delighted, when we shall present thee to her sacred presence, and majestical sight. And therefore cast away, shake of, and forget all afflicting sorrow, and frame thyself and thy affrighted spirits to entertain of our comforts solace and pleasure. L3 Poliphilus, feeling himself vendor the assurance of the 5 nymphs, went with them to the baths where they had great laughter in the dews of the fountain, and also by his venction. Afterward being brought to the queen Eudorilida, he did see many things worthy of regard, but chiefly the work of a fountain. L3. I being thus courteously entreated of these gracious and pitiful nymphs, and howing my safety by them sufficiently warranted with sweet comforts, renewing my decayed spirits, to whatsoever might seem me grateful and pleasing to them, so much as was convenient for me, I framed myself to offer my service. And because that they had boxes of sweet perfumes, and casting bottles of gold and precious stone, looking glasses in their delicate and fair hands, and pure white veils of silk applied and folded VP, and other necessaries to be versed in bathing, which I offering to help them to bear, they refusing say thus to me, that their coming into this place was to bathe, and there was shewed me that it was their pleasure that I should go with them, for, say they, the fountain is here hard by, ha you not seen it? And I reverently made them this answer: I, most fair nymphes, if I had 1,000 tongues and knew how to vse them all, yet could I not render sufficient thanks for your gracious deserts, and make requital of your great favours, because you ha restored to me my life. And therefore if I should not consent and yield to you my service and company, I might be accounted of a churlish disposition. For which cause, amongst you I had rather be a servant than in an other place a lord and commander, for that, so far as I can conjecture, you are the tenants and chamber fellows of all delight and true felicity. You shall understand that I did see a marvellous fountain of a rare and wonderful workmanship, as never before my eyes did behold, and so much my mind was occupied in the regard, of the strongines thereof, and to quench my great thirst, that I did look for no further benefit. One pleasant nymphy spake thus merrily to me, saying, Give me thy hand, thou art very welcome. Thou sayest at this present here, that we are few companions, and I am called Aphia, and she that carrieth the boxes and white clothes Ophresia. This other with the shining glass, our delights, her name is Horatia. She that carrieth the sounding harp is called Acol, and she that beareth the casting bottle of precious liquor is called Gentra. And we are all now going together to these temperate baths, to refresh and delight ourselves. Therefore you also, seeing that it is your good hap to be amongst verses, shall be willing to do the like, and afterwards with a very good will we will make our repair to the great Paulis of our Suring, who is most merciful, bountiful, and liberal, and willing to help and further you, in your intended lose, burning desires, and high conceits. Pluck VP a good heart, man, come let verses go on. With pleasurable actions, maidenly eistures, suagious behowers, girlish sports, wanton regards, and with sweet words they led me on thither, being well content with your present action, but that my polia vast not there to the supplement of my felicity, and to ha been the 6th person in the making VP of a perfect number. Further, I found myself agreed that my apparel vast not conformable to this delicious comfort, but groving into some household familiarity, I disposed myself to be affable with them, and they with me, till at last we came to the place. There I beheld a marvellous building of a bath 8 square, and at your exterior corner, there were doubled together 2 piles, in fashion of a pike, from the lull of the foundation, the subject areabates circumcinct and ribbed about. and after them followed the V most of like bignies from the ground of the other, with their chapters set vender the straight beam, with a border above, vender a cornice going round about, which border was beautified with excellent carved work, of little naked children passing wel set forth, and equally distant one from another, with their hands intricately tied and wrapped about, and in them holding little bundles of small green boughs and strophated together. And above the said cornice did mount VP, by an elegant arching, an 8 square spire, imitating the subject, which from corner to corner was cut through with a marvellous workmanship of 1,000 sundry fashions, and closed again with quarrels of crystal, which a foray of eye did take to be lead. Upon the top of which arched spire was placed a trigon, and from the percenter thereof did ascend VP a strong steel, whereinto was ironed and other steel which was turned about, and to the same was fastened a wyng, which with fury blast of wind tarried about, the piping steel which had upon the top thereof a ball, whereupon stood a naked boy, straight upon his right foot, and the left holden out. His head was hollowed to his mouth like a tunnel, with the orifice yacuated to his mouth, to the which was soldered a trumpet, with his left hand holding the anquet to his mouth, and his right hand extending towards the middle iest the pinion of it the wing or fane, which was of thin brass, excellently cast and gilt, which wing, ball, and boy, with his cheeks and countenance as if he were sounding, with the hinder part of his head yacinated towards the blustering wind, as that blew, so he sounded, and as the wind caused a strange noise among the rods of silex of Egypt, and so did it here in the trumpet. Upon which cause I merrily thought to myself, that a man being alone in a known place and out of quiet, may easily be affrighted with such like strange noises. In that part of the building that was on the other side of the nymph was the entrance into the bathe performed as methought by the same lithoglyph, that cured the sleeping nymphy, upon the frieze whereof were certain Greek characters, signifying alpha sigma from iota theta omicron. Alpha sigma from iota theta omicron. Within there were 4 seats which went round about, and one vender in other, and close knit together, wrought with iasper and chalcedony stone, in all kind of colors. 2 of the passing about seats were cured with water, and to the margin of the third. In the corners, and in every corner stood a Corinthian column of Dior's colors, wowed with so pure and beautiful hyacinths as nature could afford, with convenient bases and their chapters curiously made vender the beam, the which was a zephyr, wherein were carved little naked boys playing in the water, with water monsters, with wrestling and childish strifes, with cunning flights and agilities fit for their years. In luely motions and sports. Which was beautiful compassed about with a cornice. The which, according to the order of the little columns, from the perpendicular point in the top of the cupole or suffite and cour of the bathe, there went a tor moderator, increasing bigger and bigger of oak lows, one folding and lying and other of green diasper hanging upon their bronze shinkstalks gilt, which ascending VP met together, and ironed round in the aforesaid cupole, where was placed Jan's head, with his hair standing VP round about his face, and holding a ring in his jaws, to the which were fastened certain shens aurichoc or copper, that held a large goodly vessel, with a great brain or lyp, and furrowed of the aforesaid shining substance, and hanging 2 cubits above the water, the bowl of the vessel which was of crystal only except, the rest as the ribs thereof and lippings, was of azure blue, with bubbles of gold and shining sprinkled here and there. Not far of, there was a cleft in the earth, the which continually did cast forth burning matter, and taking of this, and filling the bottom of the vessel, they did put certain gins and sweet woods which made an inestimable suffumigation, as of the sweetest past, afterwards closing the same, and putting down the cour, both parties being hollow, and the lipping and ribbing perforated and pierced through the transparent. Crystal clear and bright, they rendered a pleasant and colored light by the which through the small holes the baths were lightened, and the heat still incarcerated and interdicted. The wall equally interposed betwixt column, and column was of most black stone, of an extreme hardness and shining, encloistered about and bordered with a convenient border of diasper red as coral, adorned with a lineament and work of double gurgules or verticules. In the middle part of which table, betwixt the columns, there sate an elegant nymph naked, as if she had been staying and attending of the stone Galatitis, of color like ivory, the lower parties of uri of the said borders, circulating iously with the bases of the columns. Oh, how exquisitely were the same images cut, that oftentimes my eyes would wander from the real and luily shapes, to look upon those feigned representations. The proud ground vendor, the water being of a dure semblamature of hard stone, checkered where you might see marvelous graphics through the dire city of the colors. For the clear water and not sulphurous, but sweet and temperately hot, not like a hothouse or stew, but naturally cleansing itself beyond all credit, there was no means to hinder the object from the sight of the eye. For dures fishes in the sides of the seats, and in the bottom by a music-hall cutting expressed, which did so imitate nature as if they had been swimming alieu. As Barbless, Lampreys, and many others, the curiousness of whose work I more regarded than their names and natures. The black stone of the walls was ingrown with a leaf work, as if it had been an elaquated composition of loaves and flowers, and the little shells of Cythereaces, so beautiful to the eye, as was possible to be dized. Upon the door, the interstice whereof was of stone called galactites, I beheld a dolphin swimming in the calm waves, and carrying upon his back a young man, playing upon an harp, and on the contrary side upon the cold fountain, there was another dolphin swimming, and Posidonius riding upon him with a sharp spear in his hand. These histories were perfected within the compasse of one self-same stone, and set out in a most black ground. Then decidedly I did commend both the architect and the statuary. On the other side, the pleasant dignity of the fair and beautiful sporting nymphes did highly content me, so as I could not compare to think whether the excess of my past sorrow, or present solace should be greatest. And there was so sweet a smell as Arabia ne'er yielded the like. Upon the seats of stone, instead of an apoditary, they did empowerish their apparel, richly indulged, in the casting of it off, from their celestial bodies. Their fair tresses bound VP in nettings of gold, wow and after a most curious sort. And without any respect at all, they gave me load to look upon their fair and delicate personages, their honesty and honor resolute. Flesh doubtedly like the pure roses and white snow. Ah, woe is me! I found my heart to rise and open itself, and altogether am too to be addicted to a voluptuous delight. Whereupon I at that present thought myself most happy, only in the beholding of such delights, because I was not able to resist the burning flames which did set upon me in the forness of my heart. And therefore sometime for a refuge and succor I durst not look so narrowly upon their enticing beauties, heaped VP in their heavenly bodies. And they pursuing the same did smile at my bashful behower, making great sport at me, and thereat I was glad, and contented that I might any way occasion their pastime. But I was greatly ashamed, in that I was an unfit companion for such a company, but that they entreated me to enter in with them where I stood like a crow among white dewies, which made me partly ashamed to behold, and look such choice objects. Them too. Then Ophrisia, a very pleasant disposed piece, said to me, "Tell me, young man, what is your name?" And I reverently answered them, "Poliphilus." "It will please me well," says she, "if the effect of your conditions be answerable to your name." "And without deceit," said the rest. "And how is your dearest look called?" Whereat I, making some pause, answered Polia. Then she replied, "Aha, I thought that your name should signify that you were a great lover. But now I perceive that you are a lover of Polia." And presently she added more, saying, "If she were here present, what would you do?" I answered, "That which were agreeable with her honor, and fit for your companies." "Tell me, Poliphilus, doest thou love here wel indeed?" Then I, setting a deep sigh, answered, "Beyond all the delights and chiefest substance of the greatest and most precious treasure in the whole world, and this opinion hath made an everlasting impression in my still tormented heart." And she, "Where ha you lost or abandoned so lewd a yule?" "I know not, neither where I am myself I know." Then she smiling answered, "If any should find her out for you, what reward would you jew? But content thyself, be of good comfort, and frame thyself to delights, for thou shalt find thy Polia again." And with these and such like pleasant and gracious questions, these fair young virgins, sporting and solacing themselves, we washed and bathed together. At the opposite interstice of the beautiful fountain without, of the fair sleeping nymph before mentioned, Within the bath there was another sketches of fine metal, and of a curious workmanship, glistering of a golden color, that one might see himself therein, which were fastened in a marble, cut into a quadrature, and equated for the images to stand in their proportions, with 2 half-columns, that is hemicyles, one of either side, with a trabet, a small zophyr, and a cornice, all cut in one solid marble, and this piece of work was nothing inferior to any of the rest, which before I had seen, but with a rare art, and marvelous invention, both devised and performed. In the void and plain equated quadret, there stood 2 nymphes, little less than if they had been lily creatures, apparelled, so as you might see somewhat above their knees, upon one of their legs, as if the wind had blown it VP, as they were doing their office, and their arms bare, from the elbow to the shoulder except. And upon that arm, wherewith they sustained the boy, the habit that was lifted VP was rect. The feet of the infant stood one in one of the hands of the nymphs, and the other in the other's hand. All their 3 countenances smiling, and with their other hands they held VP the boy's shirt, above his knoll. The infant holding his little instrument in both his hands, and continued pissing into the hot water, fresh cool water. In this delicious place of pleasure, I was very icund and full of content, but the same was much appalled, in that I thought myself a contemptible bodie, among such beauties, and deconialed into snow, and as it were a negro or tawny Moor amongst them. One of them called Echo, very affably and with a pleasant countenance said to me, Poliphile, take that crystal vessel and bring me some of that fresh water. I without stay intending to do so, and thinking nothing, but to do her service in any sort that she would command me, went to the place. And I had no sooner set my foot upon the step, to receive the water, as it fell, but the pissing boy lift VP his prick, and cast sodiumly so cold water upon my face, that I had like at that instant to ha fallen backward. Whereat they so laughed, and it made him 3 such a sound in the rounds and closings of the bathe, that I also began, when I was come to myself, to laugh that I was almost dead. Afterward, I found out the concaudy, and perceived that any holy weight, being put upon the movable stepping, that it would rise VP like the chi and iac of a virginal, and lift VP the boy's prick, and finding out the do's and curious workmanship thereof, I was greatly contented. Upon the zophyr was written in Athic letters this title: Gamma Epsilon Lambda Omicron Iota Alpha Sigma Omicron. M3. Gamma Epsilon Lambda Omicron Iota Alpha Sigma Omicron. After our great laughter and bathing, and all having washed with 1,000 sweet, amorous, and pleasant words, maidenly sports, and pastimes, we went out of the water, and leapt VP upon the accustomed seats, tripping on their toes, where they did anoint themselves with sweet odors, diastasmatic, and with a meristic liquor, or water of nutmegas. And they offered a box to me also, and I anointed myself therewithal, and I found great pleasure therein, for besides the excellent smell and sweet sour, it was very good to comfort my body, legs, and arms, that had been so wearied in my dongerous flight. Afterward, when we had made ourselves ready, which was somewhat long after the manner of other women, by reason of so many gewgaws and gimmery watchets, they did open their vessels of dainty confections, and refreshed themselves, and I amongst them, and with precious drink. When they had eaten sufficiently, they returned again to their looking-glasses, with a scrupulous examination about their bodies, and the attire of their heads, and dressing of their yellow curling hairs depending, and hemicirculately instrophated about their diween faces. And when they had made an end, they said to me, Poliphilus, we are now going to our gracious and most excellent Surin the Queen Euthyrilida, where you shall find and conceive greater delight, but the water is still in your face, whereat they began to renew their laughter, without all measure at me, glancing and turning their eyes one to another, with a luily regard. At last they set forth, and as they went round together, they began to sing verses in a phrygial tune, of a pleasant metamorphosing of one, who with an ointment thought to ha transformed himself into a bird, and by mistaking of the box, was turned into a rude assy. Concluding, that many took ointments to one purpose, and found the effect to contrary their expectations. Whereat I began to be in a doubt, that they had sung that by me, because that they still smiled as they turned towards me. But seeing that I perceived no alteration in myself, but I was contented to let them laugh on. Upon a sodaine I found myself so lasciviously bent, and in such a prurient lust, that which way soever I turned, I could not forbear, and they as they some laughed the more, knowing what had happened to me. And it did so increase in me more and more, that I knew not wherewithal I might bridle and restrain myself from catching of one of them, like an eager and hot falcon coming down out of the air, upon a covey of partridges. I was with such a violent desire pricked forward, which I felt more and more to increase in assault burning. And the more I was to that venereous desire by the violent offers of so opportune and sweet objects. A food for such a pernicious plague, and an experience burning. V. Then one of these flamigerous nymphs named Iphia said to me, How is it, Poliphilus? You and now I did see you very merry, what hath altered your disposition? I answered, Pardon me that I bind and vex myself more than a willow garland. Do me loath to destroy myself in a lascivious fire. And thereat they burst out all in a laughter and said, Aha, and if your desired Polia, if she were here, what would you do? How? Alas, my desire, you and by the deity which you surrew, I beseech you put not flax and rosin to the fire, which burneth me out of all measure. Put no pitch to the fire in my heart, make me not to forget myself, I beseech you. At this my lamentable and sorrowing answer, they were pricked to such a loud laughter, wherein they did exceed so much, that neither they nor myself with the warrants thereof could go any further, but were constrained to rest ourselves for want of breath, upon the odoriferous flowers and cool grass, by means whereof I became somewhat opportunely to be eased, my heat assuaging and relenting by little and little. And as they thus contentedly rested themselves a while, vendor the cool ombrage of the leafy trees, I began to be bold with them, saying, O you women, that are burners and destroyers, do you see me thus? See what an offered occasion I ha, which will hold me excused, to break forth and do violence to you. And thereupon somewhat boldly mowing myself and feigning as if I would ha done that which by no means I endurst, but then with a new pastime and laughter they called one for another's help, lowing here and there their golden pantoffles and veils, to be carried about with the wind, and their vessels neglected in the grass, they ran all away, and I after them, that I might well perceive that they had neither cramps nor stringhalds or leaden heels. And thus continuing our pastimes a pretty space, being somewhat pleased that I had made them to run, I returned back to gather their pantofles and such things as they had scattered behind them. And coming near to a fresh cool river, they began to cease off from laughter, and to take pity upon me, and Jusia behind all the rest bowed herself down to the water, beautifully adorned with the bending bulrush, water spike, swimming vitrix, and abundance of water simples. She dyd pluck the Heraclea nympha, of some called water lily or nenuphar, and the root of Aaron or wake robin, of some P.S. Vituli or Serpentaria minor, and Amela or balm gentil, all which grew very near together and not far distant, which she forcibly offered to me, saying, Of these which I ha made choice of take, and for my freedom taste. For which cause I refused the nenuphar, and reacted the draconcle for his heat, and accepted of the amela, which she had clean washed, by means whereof, within a very short space, I found my venereous lubric and incensing spur of desire to love, and my intemperate lust was clean gone. And when my lawful desires of the flesh were bridled, the pleasant nymphs came again to me, and as we walked on, we came into a frequented place, and wonderfully fruitful. And there in a fine order and appointed distance was a way set on either sides with cypress trees, with their corner clefted apples, and as thick with lows as their nature will suffer them, the lower ground being covered all o'er with green vinca peruama, or laurel and chame, Daphne, and full of his azurine flowers, which adorned way of a meet and connuinian breadth, did lead directly on into a green closure, from the beginning of which walk, Ias betwixt the cypress trees, to the entrance and opening of the aforesaid enclosure, was some 4 furlongs. To which enclosure when we came, I found it equilateral, with 3 fences like a straight wall, as high as the cypress trees upon either sides of the way that we had passed along in, which was altogether of citrons, oranges and limons, bushing with their lows one within another, and artificially knit and twisted together, and the thickness methought of 6 foot, with a gate in the midst of the same trees, so composed as is either possible to be thought or done. And above in convenient places were made windows, by means whereof the boughs in those places were to be seen bare, but for their green lows which yielded a most sweet and pleasant verdure. Betwixt the curious twistings of the branches and their green lows, the white flowers did abundantly shew themselves a singular ornament, breathing forth a most delectable and sweet odor. And to please the eye, the fair fruit was in no place wanting, where it should yield a content. And afterwards I might perceive, that in the interstitious thicknesses the boughs, not without a wonderful work, were so artificially twisted and grown together, that you might ascend VP by them, and not be seen in them, nor yet the way where you went VP. At length coming into this green and delightful ground to the eye, and in a man's understanding worthy of estimation, I perceived that it was a great enclosure in the forefront of a marvellous palace of a noble symmetriated architecture, which of this frondiferous conclosure was the fourth part in longitude 60 paces. And this was the hypathere to walk in, for open air. In the midst of this great base court, I did behold a goodly fountain of clear water, spinning from the very top as it were to the foundation, which stood upon a smooth palment through little straight pipes, falling into a hollowed vessel, which was of most pure amethyst, whose diameter contained 3 paces, the thickness agreeing therewithal, lowing and to the 12th part for the thickness of the brim. Round about the same were carroed water monsters, after the best sort that you or any enchanteur or workman for the hardness of the stone could dis to work, it might be the work of Daedalus, for the wonderful excellency thereof. Pausania, if he had seen this, would ha taken small pleasure to boast of the standing cup which he made to Paris. And two, which same was founded upon a steel or final pillar of iasper of Dior's colors, beautifully adulterating one with another, being cut in the midst and closed VP with the clear chalcedony, of the color of the troubled sea water, and brought into marvellous work, being lifted VP with guttered hollow vessels, one above another, with a resolute separation, by artificial and wonderful oints. It stood straight VP, fastened in the center of a plynth, made of green ophite, which was round, and somewhat lifted VP above, about compassing porphyr, some few inches, which was curiously wrought with Dior's lineaments. Round about the steel which held VP the vessel, 4 harpies of gold did stand, with their claws and talent feet upon the smooth table of the ophite. Their hinder parties towards the steel, one highest opposite against another, with their winges displayed and spread abroad, they rested vendor the vessel with their feminine countenances, and hawing hair upon their heads, from the same, it spread down to their shoulders, their heads vendor, and not touching the vessel, with their tails like eels, and turning round. And upon their knolls, an antique leaf work. These were very necessary for the strengthening of the pipe within the steel and small pillar. Within the midst of the womb and belly, or knoll of the vessel, upon the subject steel, there was proportionately raised VP of the same vessel of amethyst, a substance like a chalice, inward, or the inward mold for a bell, so high as the vessel was deep the middle thereof, low with the brim of the vessel. Upon the which was made an artificious foot set vendor the 3 graces naked of fine gold, of a common stature, one ironing, to another. From the teats of their breasts the ascending water did spin out like silver twist. And every one of them in their right hand did hold a copy full of all kind of fruits, which did extend in length VP above their heads, and at the opening, all 3 of them iron round into one, with Dior's loaves and fruits hanging o'er the brims or lips of the right end copies. Betwixt the fruit and the loaves, there came VP 6 small pipes, out of the which the water did spring VP through a small hole. And the cunning artificer, because that he would not trouble one cubit with the touch of another, with a signa of shamefastens, the images with their left hands did hide that part which modest eye would not ha seen, but accounteth worthy to be cured. Upon the brim of the hollow vessel, whose compasse was a foot more or about than the subjacent of it, with their heads lifted VP upon their vipers' feet, with a convenient and decent intercalation, there were placed 6 little scaly dragons, of pure shining gold, with such a dews, that the water coming from the teats of the ladies, did fall directly upon the evacuated and open crown of the head of the dragons, afore spoken of, with their winges spread abroad, and as if they had been biting, they did cast VP and vomit the same water which fell beyond the rounds of the ophite, into a receptory of porphyr, and round which were both more higher than the flatness of the palment before spoken of, where there was a little chenelle going round about betwixt the offit and the porphyrite, in breadth 1.5 foot, and in depth 2 foot. Which porphyrite was 3 foot from the plain outermost part to the palment, with an excellent articulation. The rest of the parties of the dragons, for the moderate deepness of the vessel did grow on, till all met together, transforming the extreme parties of their tails into an antique foliature, making a beautiful ligament with the arole or foot set vendor the 3 images without any deforming hindrance to the hollowness of the precious vessel. And what with the green assailing of the compassing orange trees, and the bright reflections of the shining matter, and the pure water, there was such a gracious colour, in that singular and most precious vessel, as if the rainbow and the clouds had made their habitation there. Then in the corpulent bearing out of the belly of the vessel, betwixt one and the other dragons, in an equal distance, and of a most excellent melting or casting, there stood out Elion's heads of an exquisite exaction, and drying, casting forth by a little pipe, the water that distilled from the 6 fistulets, placed in the copiobo. Which water did so forcibly spring thwart that in the turning down it fell among the dragons in the large vessel, where by reason of the high fall, and fashion of the vessel, it made a pleasant tinkling noise. 17. All which rare work, by so sharp and fine a wit composed, as this insolent and precious vessel was, the 4 perfect harpies, the wonderful and curious azul, whereupon the 3 images of pure gold stood, with what arte, ordinance, and rule, digested and made perfect. As I am ignorant in them altogether, so much the less able am I to describe the whole as it did Desirue, being a work past any humane reach and capacity to frame the like. And I may boldly say, that in our age there was ne'er seen in stone and metal such a piece of work embossed, chased, and engraven. For it was a wonder to see, that stones of such extreme hardness, as that which was the steel to who'd veep the vessel, should be cut and wrought to that purpose, as if it had been as soft as wax. A work rather to be wondered at, than undertaken. The square base court, in the midst whereof stood this notable work of the sumptuous fountain, was powdered with fine marble of divers colours and fashions, amongst which were apacked very beautifully, rounds of diaspora, equally distant, and disagreeing from the colour of the palmet, and the corners closed vp with lows and lilies. Betwixt the square marble pawing stones, there was a space left like a list, which was filled vp with divers coloured stones of a lesser cut, some proportioned into green lows, and tawny flowers. Cyanei, phoenici, and celandine, so well agreeing in their colours, so glistering and sorely set of a diligent zestergy. As full of colours as a crystal glass, repercussed and beaten against with the beams of the sun. Because the circumduct and compassing colours, meeting together in the self-same smooth and clean stones, did yield a reflection, no part being faulty, either of the square chequers or scutels and trigons, but with a smooth and straight ordinance well ironed together. Whereat I remained wonderfully amazed by myself, diligently considering upon the noblines of the work, such as I had not been vised to see, and very willingly I would ha been content, to ha made more stay in the contemplating thereof, for so the dignity of the work required, but I could not because it was necessary for me to follow after my leaders. Then the aspect of this sumptuous magnificent and stately palace, the approved situation thereof, the due proportion, and the marvellous composition in my first coming to it, did make me wonderfully contented to view the worthines thereof, and in continuance I was pricked to behold more, for which cause I persuaded myself, as I might very well, that the expert builder excelled all other whatsoever. What kind of rafters? What manner of roof? After what sort the parlours, chambers, closets, and lodgings were disposed? With what kind of ceiling they were enclosed and encrusted? Wherewithal hanged? With what colour and kind of painting o'erhead? What order of columnation, and what space betwixt? No other building may go beyond this whatsoever, but made you place very well, of what kind of marble, and what manner of engrowing. There I beheld the labours of Hercules growen in stone with half the representation standing out or bearing forth, in a wonderful sort, the skins, statues, titles, and troughs. What an entry, what a stately porch, what that of Titus Caesar with his stone of Phoenicia with all the tinkering and polishing about it. There is none whose wit is so gross to commend it, in respect of this, but will rather scorn to speak of it. As for the worthy and excellent manner of glassing the gallery without the palais, the conspicuous porch, the manner of building, the arch ceiling above, beautified and adorned with foliature and other lineaments of pure gold and ossuary color and excellent painting, that whatsoever I had seen before I made final account of, as not worthy of remembrance. And being now come to the door within the porch, the going in was closed vpwth a hanging, drawn o'er before it of gold and silka, wrought together, and in the same two images. One of them howing all kind of instruments about here, fit and ready to go to work, and the other with a maidenly countenance, looking with hyr eyes into Hohen. The beauty of which two were such, and so fresh, as I looked about me, whether Apelles had painted them with his pencil. Oh, and there my sportful, fair, and pleasant companions, one putting their right hands to mine, willing to harm me in, said, Poliphilus, this is the small way, by the which you must come into the presence of our gracious and most excellent Queen. Oh, but you cannot haul low to enter in here through this curtain, before you be received of a vigilant and innocent damosel that is the keeper of this door, and she is called Sinosia, who hearing Versus coming, did forthwith present herself, and forably held the cloth, and we entered in. There was a room hung about and dye-whited by an other curtain of excellent arras full of imagery, as signas, shapes, plants, and beasts, singularly well done. In this place at our coming, an other curious woman came towards Versus, called Indalamina, and she putting by the curtain, we entered in. And there was an other such like room, from the second for quantity, with discourses and reason marvelously wowen, with infinite knots, bucklings, tyings, and old-fashioned harping irons, or hooks, as if they had been fastened and knit together. In which place, without any staying, the third woman came and received Versus very graciously. Her name was Nemesina, and she calling Versus, gave Versus free low to go in. Where lastly my companions did present me before the sacred majesty of the Queen Eleutherilida. Poliphilus sheweth as well as he may, how exceeding great the majesty of the Queen was, the manner of her residence and Cyrus, his horrible entertainment. How she marvelled at him. When I came towards the first doorkeeper, I was somewhat abashed, but yet I did salute her in good sort as became me to do. And she very courteously bade me come near. And in like manner the second in whose guard I did see a lofty gallery as long the content of the place, the roof whereof was all painted with a green foliature, with distinct flowers and folded loaves, and little flying birds, excellently infrigated of music-hall painting, as without in the first court, and the stone walls sealed with chipworks of diverse colors. At the last door, the matrone Nemesina persuaded me very effectually, not to doubt of anything, but that I should steadfastly follow the royal persuasion, and healthful counsel of the Queen, and persevere in the execution thereof, for that the end without doubt would be to my content. And thus howing low to go in, behold such things presented themselves to my eyes, as were liker to be celestial than humane. A most stately and sumptuous preparation, in a gorgeous and spacious court, beyond the place near and opposite to the other, and four square. The beautiful and precious palmet within a checkered compass going about the same, there was a space of 64 quadrates of 3 foot, the diameter of one, of the which one was of iasper, of the color of coral, and the other green, powdered with drops of blood not to be worn away, and set together in manner of a chess-board. Compassed about with a border, the breadth of 1 pace of a rare invention of work, with small pieces of stones, of diverse colors, and so compact together, as if it had been a strange painted work only cut and set by rule, that you could not perceive the ironing, but smooth and shining, and so well framed by the libel and squadrate, that no circulating or spherical instrument would move to either sides without forcing. About this, lastly, was an other Marillis kinda of powing of 3 paces broad, in knots of iasper, praxin, chalcedony, agate, and other sorts of stones of price. And about by the sides of the walls, compassing the said court powed as you ha heard, there were placed settles, of the wood of palm trees, of color betwixt the yellow and tawny, passing well turned and fashioned, coured with green velout, too, and bolstered with some soft stuff or feathers easy to sit upon, the velout brought down to the frame of the settles or benches, and fastened to the same with tatch nailess of gold, with bossed heads upon a plain silure next strule or cordicel. O2. The aliment of the clustering walls were cured o'uyer with plates of beaten gold, with a growing agreeable to the preciousness of the metal. And in the coequated and smooth plane of the same walls of stone, by certain pilastrelles, quadrangules, or lozenges, of an equal dimension and distinct correspondency in the midst of Uri one, there were perspicuously apact roundules, bearing out and swelling beyond the plain lull of the wall, after the manner of the torres of bases, and of thickness according to the proportion of the lozenge wherein it stood, compassed about with green iaglos, one bending o'uyen, other, the tops turned toward the ewel. And betwixt the foliature and the great ewel, another border of precious stones curious lie sorted and conspicuous lie set. And in the rest of the wall circumvallate of these bearing out round ewels, the sun planets with their nature and properties, with an encaustic work were sweetly painted, which I beheld with great delight. The rest of the wall exclusive from the rounds of the ewels within the pilastrals, were filled VP and beautified with infinite variety of works in silure, and powdered with Dior's inestimable stones, singularly well cut, and of Dior's fashions. The wall on the left side was in like sort, and opposite in tundles. Against the sun planets were there sun triumphes o'uyer the subjects of the same predominant planets, and in such like art of painting as the other side. And on the right part one beheld their sun harmonies and friendly aspects, and the passage of the blood, with the qualitatio receiving and retiring and circulating entrance, with an incredible history of the celestial operation accident. The fourth element made the place of such like distribution, as the other, the door except, which did occupy an empty void interstice. The other six with a regulate correspondence, and harmony of the rest, and the ewels to the opposite and symmetrical congress of the planets, with their virtuous inclinations, were expressed in the shapes of elegant nymphes, with the titles and signas of their natures. The suinth median quarter was the forefront directly placed against the suinth ewel, representing the planet Sol, which was set VP more higher than the rest, by reason of the Queen's throne. Uri part of matter, number, for me, and lineament, in distribution equally correspondent to his libel, the right with the left, and here and there, with an exquisite and congress agreeing. Of which most excellent court, Uri's side was 28 paces. In this sort stood this cinery open court, all compassed about with fine gold, a work rather to be wondered at than spoken of. The pilastrelles were discrepant 4 paces one from another, with the highest partition of suin, a number great full to nature, of fine and orient azure, lazuli stone, passing well colored according to his kind, with a beautiful bestowing of small glimpses of gold. In the fore part of which, betwixt the suin pilastrals, there were appointed little slender pillars wrought about with lows, copies, heads with hair like lows, boys their hips and legs proportioned into branches, birds and copies, and vessels full of flowers, with other wonderful innuentions and dizes, from the top to the bottom of the anaglyph, as if they had grown out of the foundation, making and dieting in sunder the spaces. Their chapters were wrought of a fashion answerable to the rest. O'uyer the which did extend a straight beam with grow and lineaments fitting the same. And o'uyer that is offer, containing this work still throughout, that is, the bony scalps of oxen, with myrrh boughs full of berries, tied about their horns by a towel of linen. Upon either sides of them were dolphins, with their gillis like lows, and their fins and their extreme parties of a foliature, O3 and upon their heads and back as certain naked boys, getting hold of their lifted VP branching tails, with lows and flowers, and bending them down. O3. The head of the dolphin hawing a cyme, whereof the one part turned towards the boy, and the other bent against the vessel with an open gaping, and ending in the head of a stork, with her beak against the open mouth of a monster, lying with his face forward, and certain herels or beads rising VP betwixt his mouth and her beak. Which heads instead of hair, were cured with lows one o'uyer and other, filling the orifice of the vessel, and from one lyp to another, and bender the bowl thereof toward the foot, there compassed a fine towel of linen, the endies hanging down from the knots, in such an excellent sort as was convenient both for the place and matter. And in the middle o'uyer the heads, was the face of a child upon a pair of winges. And with such like lineaments was the zephyr adorned and covered, with a cornice full of excellent workmanship. Upon the plain top whereof, by a perpendicular line the pillars, in the ordioning of the quadrangles, there were placed and framed certain old-fashioned vessels, by an appointed distribution, 3 foot high of chalcedony, some of amethyst, some of agate, some of iasper, with their bellies furrowed and channeled, and cut of a rare and merulous cunning, and with excellent ears. In a perfect order uriole above the cornice, were aptly iron transoms, squared 1 foot high, and the middle space between them of glistering gold, with a supradiect extension, closing the straight extended transoms. And by a turning down the transoms, did Iowan decently one with the other, with a topiary work. Intending that out of the vessels standing upon the cornice as aforesaid, in the corns the transom and the vine should rise vp together, but out of the other vessels, either a vine or some woodbine of gold, by courses meeting the transverse transoms, with a thick stretching out of their spreading, branches, one ironing with another, and twisting together with a fine and pleasant congress. Cooring all the whole court with a riche and inestimable suffite, with Dior's fashioned lows of green emerald, great full to the sight, more perfect than that wherein Ammon was impressed, and the flowers dispersed and distributed of sapphires and beryls. And with an excellent disposition and artificial, betwixt the green lows and the gross veins, so precious hung down the clusters of grapes made of stones, agreeable and fitting to the natural colours of grapes. All which most rare dizes, of price incomparable, incredible, and past imagination, did shine all most preciously, not so much to be marvelled at for the costliness of the matter, but for the large greatness of the work. For nor without great cause, from place to place, with a diligent and eyeless examination I did carefully consider the large extension of the inmost intricate branches, and their proportionate strength and thickness, so cunningly done, by such an arte, bold attempt, and continued intent, they were so aptly let out, whether by soldering, or by the hammer, or by casting, or by all three. Methought it impossible work to make a cooring of such a breadth, and so twisted and twined together. In the middle prospect, opposite against our going in upon a degreed regale throne, set full of glistering stones in a marvellous order, far more excellent than the seat in the temple of Hercules at Tyre, of the stone Eusebius. The queen with an imperial majesty sitting upon it, goddess-like, and of a wonderful magnanimity in countenance, gorgeously apparelled in cloth of good, with a sumptuous and curious attire, upon her head of a purple collar, with an edging of orient pearl, shadowing her large forehead, anciently and prince-like, pressing her plumulate trammels of hair, as black as yet descending down her snowy temples, and the rest of the abundance of her long hair, fast and round, in the hinder part of her head, and dooded into 2 parties or tresses, lapped about this way and that way, behind her small ears, her straight proportioned head, and finished in the crown, with a flower of great orient, and roan pearls, such as be found in the Indian promontory Perimula. The rest of her long spreading hair was not seen, but covered with a thin veil, edged with gold, hanging down from the said flower and knot of pearl, to her delicate shoulders, and flingering abroad with the air. In the middle of the edging of her dressing, upon the highest part the midst of her forehead hung a rare jewel. And about her round and snowy neck, went an inestimable carcanet with a pendant the division of her round breasts, of a table diamond, in fashion of an eggy, sparkling, and of a monstrous largens, set in gold with wire work. At her ears most richly were hanged in the tips 2 earrings, 2 great SHYNYNG carbuncles of an inestimable price. Her shoes were of green silka, and her pantoffles of gold embroidered in a leaf work. Upon a footstool above the which, and under her feet, was laid a cushion of white velvet, with a pursling of silka and orient pearls of Arabia, within the Persic Gulf, with 4 buttons wrought with precious stones, and tasselled with good twist, and crimson silka, depending. Upon either sides along upon the aforesaid benches covered with green velvet, sate her ladies of honour, attendant in a goodly and commendable order, according to their estates, apparelled in cloth of good and an incredible browery, as in the world may be seen. And in the midst of them this renowned and famous queen in great pompa and unspeakable state lines, and the hems of her vestures so edged and set with pearl and stone, as if nature had reigned and powered them down upon her. At her high and imperial aspect, with great reverence bowing their knees to the ground to her women did rise veep from their seats, occasioned by the novelty of the spectacle, and greatly marvelling that I should come into such a place. But I found myself more amazed, my heart quailing, and dilating both of the troubles that I passed, and the present estate that I was brought into, which did inure and fill me with an extreme amazement, reverent fear, and honest shamefastness. And they asking the few nymphes that brought me in, whisperingly what I was, and the strangeness of my hap, directing, bending and intentionally fixing all their eyes upon me. Where finding myself so base a worm in such an excellent conspect, I was wonderfully astonished, and like one that had no spy right. But the success and manner of my coming being demanded of them, the nymphs plainly, open and manifest the same at large, whereat the gracious queen being moved to compassion, caused me to stand VP, and understanding what my name was, began to say, Poliphilus, be of good comfort, and pluck VP a good heart, and tell me how thou comest hither, and by what means, and how thou didst escape that mortal and horrible dragon, and how thou didst find a way out of that odious and blind darkens. I ha been toot of it, but I marvel me not a little, because few or none dare adventure that way. But seeing that grace hath safely brought thee hither to Versus, I will not deny thee, any cause notwithstanding, a gracious and forcible entertainment. To whose liberal inviting, royal words and entertainment, better than I could ha imagined to desire, with diot and honorable thanks, June abundantly from point to point, I told how I escaped and fled from the dragon, a fearful monster. And consequently with what trouble and pain I came to the desired place. And how the few nymphes did find me wandering and afraid. Which when I had at large declared and ended my speech, I began with great desire to frame myself to be a partaker of their salacious and magnificent pleasures. After that she said to me with a smiling and pleasant countenance, It is a worthy matter to consider, that an ill and discontented beginning, oftentimes falleth out to a happy and good success in the end, and before that anya thing be committed peeved to you to perform. As touching your amorous and fear-made conceit, it is our pleasure, for the assuagement and mitigation of thy commendable griefs, that in this company thou especially shouldest associate thyself with Philotesia, seeing that the fair Hoans ha shewed thee of thy entertainment, and brought thee into our triumphant mansion place. And therefore, my Poliphilus, without any more ceremonies take thy place there and sit down, for thou shalt see, with a very good will, part of our sumptuous and stately manor of Cyrus, the plentiful diversity and number of my more than princely dainties, the honorable attendance of my household, and excellent order thereof, the inestimable preciousness of my great abundance, and the large effects of my bounty. At which imperious command, her eloquent and forcible speech ended, humbly, and with a little more audacity than before. Upon one of the benches of my right hand I did sit down, lapping my torn gown together before me with certain brimble loaves still sticking in it, betwixt the few nymphs that brought me in, and amongst them next to Auphrysia and Echo, placed behind the queen, and 6 other of the chamber upon the other hand. And in the midst on high upon a throne did the queen sit in an imperial majesty. The cour au the throne was of an enamelled coloring containing in it a beautiful image without any beard, the head bushing with yellow hair, part of his breast covered with a thin cloth au the displayed winges of an eagle, her head turning VP, and beholding of him. The head of which image was redimited with an azure diadem, adorned with sown beams, and at the foot of the eagle 2 branches of green laurel, one way, the other contrary towards either side. And in Uri garland I beheld the figment proper to his planet, and behind at my back was the Yule, containing the history of the winged Mercury, and how the benignity of his good disposition is depraved, when he is in the malignant tail of the venomous scorpion. And looking upon myself, I was ashamed to see my vile habit among such sumptuous induments, that methought myself no otherways but ewen like that vile and mortiferous beast among the most noble signas of the zodiac. The beautiful and honorable damosels sate in order upon the benches, compassed about all along by the sides of the walls upon the right side, and the best of the court, with a rare and strange kind of womanly dressing upon their heads, as is in the world, with the tresses of their hair lapped and bowed VP in calls of gold. Some with their hairs of amber color, curled and dressed VP with flowers of the same pano wire, with the endies turning down and wowing upon their snowy foreheads and smooth temples, beautified with rubies and diamonds pricked in the hair. Others of the color of the obsidian of India, black and shining, adorned with flowers of orient pearl, and carcanets of the same. They stood all waiting with such a venerate attention that when the ceruse was brought to the table, they all at one instant time alike made their reverent courtesies and bowing of their knees, and in like manner when they did rise from of their seats, Yuri one apparelled in cloth of gold, but they did not sit and eat at the same table. Straight before the triumphant queen was the opening of the third curtain, cooring a great and goodly door, not of marble, but of rare and hard diaspor of the East, of an artificial and ancient work, wonderfully beautiful to behold. Upon either sides of this door, their young damosels musicians, stood upon a side in a nymphish apparel, notable for the fashion and very rich, which at Yuri change of ceruse, did alter their music and instruments, and during the banqueting, others with an angelike and serenile consent did tune the same to their hands. Then in a sodaine was placed frames of ebony, with 3 feet, and other temporary tables, without any noise or brustling. Yuri one ready to his appointed office, with a careful, diligent, and affecting endeavour, who lead to that ceruse which was anigh him. P2 and first before the queen, there was placed a frame of 3 feet of this form, upon around a fine diaspor, with curious lineaments, to the which were 3 stipets, the lower parties whereof did finish in the formy of the tearing claw of a lion, with an exquisite foliature, compassing about the steels of the stipets, howing in the midst of Yuri one, fastened the head of a child betwixt 2 wings, from the which betwixt one and other of the stipets, there hung in manner of a garland a bundle of loaves and fruits bound together, and biggest towards the midst. And upon the top of the stipets or steels, was put a projection to bear VP the round table before the queen. P2. This frame was mobile, but the round table was to be quickly taken of and on, according to the substance of the vessels at Yuri changing of the table. And straightway as it were in the twinkling of an eye and turn of a hand, there was put upon this 3-footed frame a round table of gold, 3 foot by the diameter, and of an indifferent thickness, and of this for me and bignies were all the rest. Upon this table was laid a carpet perfumed, of cloth of hormazine of a green color, unely distended large and long down to the palmet, fringed upon the sides with twisted thread of the self same, and mixed with silver and gold, depending down vendor a border of embroidery of pearl and precious stone, with the handbreadth of the palmet on Yuri's side hanging down. And of this sort were all the carpets bordered and fringed. Afterwards followed a fair young damosel and quick, with a great basin of gold filled with the flowers of violets, tawny, blue and white, and sweet-smelling, as in the prime springtime, and strewing of them upon the tables, except that before the queen. Her sacred majesty, having put off her robes so gorgeous as Lolia, wife to Paulus Emilius Neuer, saw in her husband's triumphes, and she remained in a gown of purple velouet, having wowen in it birds, little beasts, loaves and flowers and knots, the work somewhat raised VP with pearl and stone, with a fine veil cooring it all o'er of silka cypress, shewing through it the coored works and cloth by reason of the clear subtlety and thinness thereof, an imperial and gracious apparel. After came in 2 beautiful damosels bringing in an artificious fountain continually running with water, and reassuming the same again, which was of fine gold, and in a vessel of a curious workmanship, which was brought before the queen, and after the presenting of it upon the table of gold they bowed their knees down to the palmet, and like reverence at the same inson made all the rest of the attendant ladies, both at the presenting of Yuri thing, and at the taking away. 3 other fair damosels followed near after them, one carrying an ewer of gold, the second a basin, and the other a towel of white silka. The queen whilst she did wash her hands, one that carried the golden basin, received therein the water, that it might not fall again into the reassuming fountain, and the other with the Yuri, poured in as much sweet water as was borne away, because that the fountain should not be empty, and hindered in high course. The third did wipe and dry her hands. The broad and large receptory of this fountain was carried upon 4 little wheels, which they drew upon Uri P3 table to wash the hands of all that were set. P3. The brim of the vessel wherein the rising VP fountain did stand, was adorned with bubbles of pearl standing VP, and bender the same was set and other of an other sort, and both ironed together with two clasps of an exquisite dipoliture, fine work, and preciously garnished. For among other jewels of inestimable price, upon the very top in a flower, there was set a diamond in fashion of a pair, glistering and sparkling of a huge and seen bignies. And as near as my smell could tell me, I did judge the water to be of roses, mixed with the use of lime and pills, and a little amber artificially composed, which yielded a sweet and pleasant smell. In the midst of this admirable and stupendous court, there was set out a Maruellus perfuming vessel, not so much for the excellent and perfect substance thereof, which was pure and fine gold, but for the conspicuous, rare, and ancient fashion of the base, standing upon 3 harpies' feet, the which in a foliature made a triangular ligament to the base, full of duzes, as the metal required. Uri angle or corner whereof stood 3 naked shapes of flying spirits, orderly, set of 2 cubits high, with their shoulders turned one towards another, and somewhat near together. They stood upon the base with the right foot towards the V corner, and the left stretching towards the fixed foot of the other boy. Their cubits bending VP, and holding the handle of the perfuming pan, very slender in the steel, and bored in fashion of a bull, somewhat furrowed and broad-lipped. V. There were 6 in a round circuit, one towards another, and betwixt their shoulders in the center point of the triangular base, there rose VP a steel like an old-fashioned candlestick, holding on the top thereof such a bowl or vessel as aforesaid, and so broad as did fill VP the void placed in the midst betwixt the other 6. Which bowls were filled with burning coals cured Uri with embers, and in Uri vessel upon the ashes did boil a little pot of gold, which contrary liquors infused with sweet odors. And as I suspected, Uri pot had sorrel water, as it were, one with rose water, another with water of orange flowers, another of myrtle, tender green laurel lows, elder flowers, and yours such like sociable simples. And these boiling together, they did yield a most pleasant and fragrant smell. In the presence of the magnificent queen there did always wait and attend 3 honorable nymphs, their apparel being of gold and silka, marvellously woven and adorned, and set with pearl and stone. The lineages of their gowns going about their snowy shoulders, and coming down upon their little round breasts to the lower part of their waists, of such color as the napkins, longing to be seen the pleasant valleys betwixt their fair breasts, an extreme delight and desired nourishment to a narrow look and greedy eye, with 1,000 small chains, pretty jewels and flowers of gold in a feminine sort. A sweet bait to carry a man headlong into forgetfulness of himself. Being encountered with choice and amorous regards, far passing the desire of any other delicate viands. Their shoes of gold cut with half moons, and closed VP at the ironing of the horns or corners with buttons and flowers of goldsmithy's work in a curious sort, and the trammels of their fair and plentiful hair above their foreheads and temples instrophated with large and round orient pearl. They stood thus on either hand and before the queen with a singular and reverent regard, attending and readily performing that charge whereunto they were appointed. And these served but in one table, which being chonged, they withdrew themselves by, and stood still upon their feet arm in arm. Other 3 howling supplied their places, and the 3 that wait, she in the midst was Carur. The other upon the right side held vendor a plate if anything should fall by, and the third upon the left hand held a most white and clean towel of silka to dry her lips, and in Uri action a reurance. The towel was not vised but once, and then cast by upon the pomade, and carried away by one that stood near. And so many morsels as she did eat, so many sweet perfumed clean towels of silk plighted and finely wrought were vised. And the like was due to Uri guest, for not one at that banquet did touch any thinge sowing one like the cup. After that the queen had washed, and had her first cerus, then all the rest did wash at the same fountain, casting out water of itself, and reassuming the same in a wonderful manner by 2 small pipes on either sides, and running VP straight in the midst from the bottom of the vessel, the dyes whereof when I did understand, I was much contented therewithal. After the washing of the queen first, and successively of all the rest, there was delivered to Yuri one of the waiters a round ball of gold wirework full of small holes, and within stuffed with amber paste of a most perfect composition, set with precious stones, to the end their hands, eyes, and senses should not be idle. Then there at Yuri change of course, 2 eatabries that had the ordaining of the Queen's meat, did bring, into the midst of the royal court pon four turning wheels a stately repository or cupboard, in fashion like to a ship, and the rest like to a triumphant chariot, of most fine gold, with many fishes and water monsters, and infinite other exquisite shapes marvellously wrought, and set full of rich stones, the sparklings and glisterings whereof did shine round about the sides of the court, and ray counter upon the roundels of the other before spoken jewels, on Yuri's side fitly placed, as if Phoebus had been set by a nymph to grace her eyes and countenance with his shining brightness. To all which continual glistering of ineffable workmanship, there could no more be dised of equal comparison, although it were the temple at Babylon with the 3 golden statues, within the which was put all such necessaries perfumed, as were meet and convenient for the chonging of the tables, as clothes, flowers, cups, towels, and vessels, to pour out of, to drink in, and plates to eat upon. And these 2 nymphs plastraries did take them down, and deliver them, as need required, to the waiters. And the first table being chonged, Yuri thing was brought back again to the plastraries, at whose going away the trumpet has sounded in such a sort, as Pisius Therinus Neuer came near to, nor Meletus trumpeter to the king of Etruria. And then they did wind their cornets, thus doing Yuri time that the repository was drawn out, till that it came in again, at what time they ceased. And when the table was chonged, they altered their musical instruments, which being ceased, the singers began so humanly, that it would ha caused the sirens to sleep, howling mixed with their voices still wind instruments of wood, such as the Troesian Dardanus Neuer invented. And by this appointed order, there was continually heard, mellow, dies sounds, and pleasant harmonies, sweet chords, with delightful music presented, odoriferous perfume, smelt, and stately viands plentifully fed of. 18 in Yuri thing what sir, without any defect of grace or delight answerable, according to the dignity of the place. 18. Q. To this first princely table, all the vessels and instruments together with the table itself, were of pure fine gold. Whereupon there was appresented a cordial confection, and as I could conjecture, it was made of the scraping of Nicorn's horn, date stones and pearl, often het, and quenched and pounded small manna, pineapple kernels, 19 rose water, musk and liquid gold, in a precious composition by weight, and made lozenges with fine sugar and amylum. 19. This was eaten without any drinking upon it, and it was a confection to prohibit all furors, and to dry you away melancholy warrants. This being done in a moment, all things were taken VP and removed, the violets cast upon the ground, and the table bare. And as soon as this was done, the table was laid again covered with cloth of talasic, and also the waiters, and as at the first there was cast upon them the sweet flowers of cedars, oranges, and almonds, and upon that they did appresent in vessels of beryl, and of that precious stone was the queen's table, except the skinking pots which were all of pure fine gold, few fritters of paste of a saffron color, and crusted with extreme hot rose water, and fine pounded sugar, and then again cast with must water, and with fine sugar like frost bon icy. These cerusas of a most pleasant taste, and of sundry fashions were laid in thus. The first, in oil of the flowers of oranges. The second, in oil of gillyflowers. The third, in oil of the flowers of jessamine. The fourth, in pure oil of beniamine. And the last, in the oil of musk and amber. And when we had tasted and eaten of the same delectable meat, there was delivered to Versus a goodly cup of the aforenamed beryl, with his cure, and cured that also with a thin veil of silica and gold curiously folded into the form of a canopy, the ends cast the shoulders of the bearers, and hanging down their back. And in this sort they did present all drinking vessels and others, with meats and sauces cured. Within the drinking cup they had infused a precious wine, so as methought that the gods of the Elysian fields had transformed their power into the sweetness of the liquor, surpassing the wine of Thasus. Without delay, after our drinking, this table being taken away, and the sweet flowers cast upon the pomade, there was forthwith spread a cloth of myrrh, silka, and carnation, with roses white, red, damask, musk, and yellow cast upon the same. And presently new waiters brought in, apparelled in the same colors, 6 pieces of bread cut for Yuri one, tossed and dressed with refined marrow, sprinkled o'yu with rose water, saffron, and the use of oranges, tempering the taste, and gilded o'yu, and with them 6 pieces of pure manchet were set down. And next to them a confection, of the use of limons tempered with fine sugar, the seeds of pines, rose water, musk, saffron, and choice cinnamon, and thus were all the sauces made with convenient gradation and deliury. The vessels were of topaz, and the round table. This third magnificent table being taken vp as before said, there was presently another inuited, with a cloth of silka smooth, and of a yellow color, the waiters suitable, and strewed with lily connuly, and daffodil. Immediately this course was presented, soon morsels of the flesh of a partridge in a sharp broth, and so many pieces of pure white manchet. The sauce axiers, minced and dissolute in sugar thrice sodden, amylum, saunders, musk and rose water. The vessels and the round table of chrysolite. Lastly, they offered a precious drinking cup, and so observed in the rest. The fourth table being taken away, the fifth was ruiest with a cloth of silka, of a crimson color, and in like sort the nymphish apparel. The flowers of purple, yellow, white, and tawny. The ceruys, 8 morsels of the flesh of a pheasant roasted lying in the growy, and withal so many pieces of fine white manchet. The sauce was this: water of orange flowers, the use of pomegranates, sugar, clues, and cinnamon. The vessels of smaragd, and the table of the Surin queen. This being taken away very solemnly, there was spread Q2 and other cloth of silka of a purple color, and so the apparel of the waiters. Q2. The flowers were of 3 sorts, of isamine, tawny, yellow, and white. The cerus was 9 morsels of the flesh of a restoration peacock, moistened in his growy. The sauce was most green and tart, with pistache, nuts pounded, sugar, cypricum, amylum, and musk, thyme, white marioram, and pepper. The vessels of sapphire, and the princely table. At the seventh change, they brought in a sumptuous table of white ivory, bordered, tray-led, and finely wrought with many small pieces upon the precious wood of aloes, and ironed and glued together, and from one side to the other, wrought with knots and foliature, flowers, vessels, monsters, little birds, and the strikes and carrowings filled vp with a black paste and mixture of amber and musk. This methought was a most excellent thing, and sumptuous breathing out, a most delightful sweet smell. The cloth white and subtly wrought with drawn work with satin silka, the ground powdered and filled, and the work white and plain, with the representation of shapes, birds, beasts, and flowers, and in like sort the apparel of the waiters. The flowers lady steel, rape, violet, and all sorts of sweet gillyflowers. And thus there varied Uri where such diversity of smells, surely brought in, and so delightful to the senses, as I cannot sufficiently express. Then there was joined to Uri one a confection in 3 morsels of the shell, fish, dactylus, with pistache, nut kernels pounded and put into rose water and sugar, of the islands, and musk and leaf gold, beaten and adulterated therewith, that Uri piece taken vp, seemed as if it had been all gold. The vessels were of hyacinth, and the table circular. An apt and convenient stone to so excellent disposition and royal board and strong banquets, such as before were ne'er heard of. After the taking away of these wonderful confections and the flowers cast down upon the pomade in a princely magnificence, there was presently brought in a great vessel of gold full of kindled coals, into the which the table clothes, napkins and towels of silka were thrown, which presently burned light, and after that being taken out and cooled, they were whole, hurt and clean, as at the first. And this yet was the wonderful strongest of all the rest. And then the tables and frames were taken down and carried away. Which most excellent order and sights, the more that I carefully endeavored to consider of them, the more ignorant and amazed I found myself. But in all things assuredly I did take great pleasure with my intended admiration, in seeing of such, so great, plentiful, and triumphant sumptuousness, of so incredible costly a banquet, that it is better to hold my peace than not to speak sufficiently in the report thereof. For that the banquets of Cecilia be in respect but beggarly, and so were the stately ornaments of Attalus. The Corinthian vessels, the dainties of Cyprus, and saliary suppers. Yet notwithstanding so supreme an excessive alacrity, and cordial delectation, and that only and extreme pleasure, occasioned by such and so unexpected delights, by one of those three which in the last change attended, was quailed, o'erthrown, interrupted, lamed, intercepted, and made vain. For she did represent in her behower the sweet aisture and resemblance of Polia, stirring VP by them in these stealing regards. This was no small hindrance to me, in the taking of those pleasant dainties and princely refection. Yet notwithstanding my eyes would now and then with much ado be withdrawn to behold the beauty of the jewels and precious stones, sparkling and glistering in Uri place, in such dire cities of strange and unseen gloriousness and conspicuous decoruments, as if they had all ought ado tied to her, which made me with an immoderate desire to behold the correspondency of her excellent beauty. Q3 lastly, in such order and sort, as aforesaid, the tables being taken away, I hung down my heed, because that I might not follow after the last juncates which I had lost by minding of her that ministered. Q3. Then first before the sacred majesty and royal person of the Queen, and afterwards to verses, few fair nymphs apparelled in bliss silka and gold curiously woven together in works, did all together appresent themselves. The middlemost of them did bear a branch of coral, like a tree, such as is not found amongst the islands orchads, of 1 cubit high, which stood as upon a little mountain, which was the core of an old-fashioned vessel of pure gold, infirmy of a chalice, as high again as the core and the tree of coral, full of curious workmanship and leaf work, nor made in our age, nor the like seen. Betwixt the gracillement of the foot and the cup, it was knit together with a handle of inestimable workmanship, and in like manner the foot and the bowl were of an excellent anagraphy of foliature, monsters and biformed cilios, so exquisitely expressed, as could be embossed, chased, or engraven by proportionate circulation. And the mordicant core of the same was thick set with incomparable jewels, and in like sort all the base and handle whereas conveniency required, and glistering about. Upon the branches of the coral, there were artificially set certain open flowers with few lows, some of sapphire, some of hyacinth and beryl, and in the midst of them a little round seed of gold, fastening the lows to the stalk of coral. Which young woman reverently bowing to the earth with her right knee, reserving the other still VP, whereupon she held this core of coral, which also besides the flowers, had upon the points and tops of other twigs or sprouts curiously infixed monstrous great pearl. And other of them had a cup full of precious liquor, better than that which the proud Cleopatra gave to the Romaine captain. The rest did execute their offices as aforesaid, and plucking off one after another, with a little instrument with 2 teeth of gold they offering the same fruits to versus, to me known, for that I had noyer seen the like, we did task them. But the unexpected pleasure of them, and sweetness of their task, was no otherwise to me than like a gracious substance wanting his desired for me. And there were restored again the balls of gold before mentioned. Upon this appeared in other Mariolus work, that was a perpetual running fountain artificially deused of the aforesaid matter, but of an other notable fashion and workmanship, founded upon an immovable axle-tree, upon the which 2 wheels turned about. Above the which stood an equal quadrature 3 foot long, 2 foot broad, and 6 foot high. In Uri angular part did sit a harpy with both her winges extended and stretched VP to the breadth of a higher vessel, standing VP upon the midst of the measured quadrangule, coronized at the extreme and per parts, and beautified with channeling and foliature, circumusting the lower part. And upon Uri's side the same divided into 3, the middle part betwixt the fall of the waters intercepted, did contain in half bodies carud, a triumph of satyrs and nymphs, with trophies, and exquisite actions, except the forepart and hinder part moderately sinuated and bent in. The which instead of squadrad lineament, did contain a roundness wide between, in the which was mariously ingraven a little sacrifice with an old altar on either sides, with Manier figures and actions, the rest that was void, the tails of the foresaid harpies ironing together, and turning here and there into lows, did excellently cure the same. Out of the median center of the equature and quadrangule afore specified and described out of an antique voliture, did rise VP an old-fashioned vessel, and very beautiful, the circuit whereof did not exceed the content of the quadrangulate plane, and this with all the rest of the work, and proportionate disquisition, trial, and examination, both in the highest breadth and thickness, with most convenient vesseling lineaments, diligently delineated and filed, and then finished, with an absolute and depolite deformation, the which out of the suppressed orifice thereof did ascend VP and other hollow vessel, the compasse whereof did exceed the aforesaid subject vessel furrowed and channeled round about, of a great breadth and large brims so well fashioned, as is possible for any goldsmith to beat out with his hammer. In the center point whereof did rise and mount an other vessel of incredible workmanship, in the bottom of which third there were small ridges swelling outwards, the tops of them compassed about with a row of diverse inestimable stones, bearing out and differing in colors, as best might content the eye of a curious lapidary and skilful of understanding. Upon the same on either sides was made a head of a monster, from the which on both hands did proceed the garnishing thereof in an exquisite and most rare work of loaves, enusting the same about with the congress of the opposite head, and finally gracing that part of the vessel. And in the bearing out of the lip of the vessel o'er the perpendicular point of the head there was fastened a ringe, from the which upon either sides there hung down a garland of branches, loaves, flowers, and fruits growing bigger towards the midst, with a purpurite binding to either rings. O'er the middle bending of the garland, and under the proexure of the lip of the vessel, there was fixed and placed the head of an old man, with his beard and hair of his head transformed into nettle loaves, and out of whose mouth gushed out the water of the fountain by art continually into the hollows of the broad vessel vendor this. Upon the mouth of this last described vessel did mount Veep a pretious hyl meriously congest, and framed, of innumerable round precious rock stones closing one with another equally, as if nature had ironed them growing, making a round composed hill, beautifully glistering of divers sorts and colors in a proportionate bigness. And aloft upon the top of this little hill, there grew a fine pomegranate tree, the body, boughs and fruit made all of gold, the loaves of green smaragd. The fruit of their natural bigness here and there aptly placed, their sides cut open, and in place of kernels they were full of most perfect rubies, as biggy as the kernels. After that, the ingenious artificer wanting no invention, he separated the grains instead of the film with silver foil. And moreover, in other apples opened, but not ripe, he redoubled the thickness of the foil, making the kernels of an oriental color, so also he made the flowers of perfect coral, and the cups full of bees of gold. Besides this, out of the top of the hollow steel, like a pipe, there came out a turning steel, the lowest part whereof rested in a head, framed from the middle trunk or pipe highest o'er the axletree. Which steel or stipet being strongly fastened, it bare VP a vessel of topaz of an ancient for me, the bowl whereof in the bottom was broad, and swelling out with rigs in the opening, rarely beautified with a cornice, and put vendor with another, in which closing and binding together in four equal divisions, there were four winged heads of a little child, with four pipes in their mouths. The rest mounted VP so much as the lower bigness of the vessel was, being closed VP at the orifice with an enormous foliature, upon the which there was placed an other vessel as it were a circular core of a most curious leaf work, with a small cornice, and an artificial orifice, from the bottom of which there began a flourished tail of a dolphin fastened and soldered to the gracillement of the vessel, descending down with his head finned with loaves, to the circulating brim of the vessel where the arboy's heads were fixed, and with a moderate swelling out about the head, and straightening in towards the tail, they fitted for the ears in a beautiful manner. And all that inclining part with an exquisite polishing did make an express show of most curious lineaments. The vessel was so perfectly wrought, that when the wheel was moved, the steel with the vessel upon the top thereof, turned about and poured out water through the tree, and when the wheel stood still, then that left turning. This excellent piece of work 20 thus running before Uri one, and wetting our hands and feet of an incredible sweetness, such as I ne'er had felt before, we dried our hands, and it was carried away. 20. And being thus sprinkled with this rare and majestical water, the waiters with great reverence presented to the Queen first a great cup of gold, and her Highness affably saluting Versus, drunk nectar, and afterwards Yuri one of Versus after other, with reverent, mutual, and solemn honours done, did drink a most pleasant farewell and shutting VP of all the precious dainties that we had tasted and fed upon. Lastly, the redolent flowers being diligently taken away, and all things that had been borne from thence, the pomade remained pure and shining as a most clear steel glass, and as it were emulating the precious jewels round about. Polyphilus followeth to shew besides this great banquet of a most excellent dance or game, and how the Queen did commit him to two of her nymphs, the which did lead and conduct him to the sight of many wonderful things, and as they talked, shewed to him the secrecies of such things as he stood in doubt of. Finally, how they came to the 3 gates, in the middlemost whereof he remained amongst the amorous nymphs. Owing spoken something of the exceeding and incomparable glory, triumph, known treasure, plentiful delights, solemn banquet, and the most honourable and sumptuous drinking of this most happy and rich Queen. If I ha not distinctly and perfectly expressed her chiefest dignity, let not the curious company marvel thereat, for whatsoever ripe, sharp, and ready wit, with a frank, eloquent, and plentiful tongue adorned, is not able to perform the least part of his due and much less I, who continually suffer in Yuri's secret place of my burning heart, and incessant strife notwithstanding the absence of Polia my mistress, the owner of all my skill, and imprisoner of my perfections. Besides that, in truth the many morals and excellency, and variety of heart of, so vencoth, rare and strong likes inestimable, and not humane, ha so oppressed, laden and borne down my senses, with the greedy and excessive contemplation and beholding of their variable diversities, as that from point to point I am no whit able to describe them, and much less worthy to publish them. All and the most that I can do, is to think of the rich apparel, exquisite Parisian, curious dressings, perfect ambitious and wounding beauties without imperfections, their deep achievements, Emilian eloquence, and bounty more than princely, the notable disposition and order of architecture, the durable R3 symmetry and proportion of the building, perfect and absolute. The noblines of the art of masonry and lapidary, the directions and placing of columns, the perfection of statues and representations, the adornment of the walls, the diversity of the stones, the stately entrance and princely porch, large gallery, artificious palments, no man will think with what cost and charge beautified and hanged with precious arras and verdure. The spacious and lofty inner court, goodly bedchambers, inner withdrawing chambers, parlors, baths, library and penacloth, where coat armors, escutcheons, painted tables, and counterfeits of strangers were kept, and with a majestical comlines and order placed and solemnly distributed. R3. In which conceiving capacity, merulous performance, incredible charge and high commendation of the most excellent artificer, worthily allowed in Yuri partition and elegant connuention of exquisite lineaments. I also beheld a marvelous twisted combination or cooring of goldsmith's work, a foursquare plain court, growing VP alike, without comparison like a Hohen, with the disposite distance of many sorted proportions, with sundry libellated dimensions, shadowing the court, with an arched eminence, which was vendor, adorned with coronous lineaments and growings, thereunto convenient, as fascioles, gallows, and walling, and the lows of acanthus, licking VP as it were in the corners of the quadranguled court, with roses and the growing order of their lows, the top leaf least, their iagings about the lows, and space between leaf and leaf. All things cured with pure fine gold and azure color, with divers other proportions and counterfeits of substance, equal with their workmanship. The roofing of Salence's king of Colchis may not compare with this. Then the delightful fruitfulness of the set hedges, orchards, watered gardens, springing fountains, current streams and marble chenelles, contained, framed, and held in, with an incredible art, green harbies, still fresh and flowering, a sweet air, warm and spring winds, with a confused charm of singing and chirping birds, a pure, fair and bright air, and still continuing temperate and healthful, country free, from danger and clean. No craggy nor rocky places, nipped and blasted with sharp winds, nor burnt with intemperate hot sun, but vendor a sweet and pleasant temperature, in a moderate mean rejoicing, betwixt two extremes, the fields fruitful and without tillage and manuring, yielding all commodities, warm hills, green woods and sweet cool shadows. v. Also the inestimable furniture, the attendant household in great number, their excellent Cyrus, the dire city of youths, and all in the prime of their years. The delightful presence of the nymphs, both attending abroad in the presence and chambers, her baser sort, their honorable and gracious behowers, their dire city of apparel, attire and dressings set with pearl and stone, in an allowed, pleasant, and luily sort, as any can imagine or express. With these infinite riches, supreme delights, and immeasurable treasure, either Darius, Croesus, or any other humane state, whatsoever might any way compare. And thus to conclude, being overcome with the glory of them, I know not what more to say, but that I stood amazed, and as it were senseless, and yet in great delight and without warrants, beholding those present objects, and casting with myself what fate and destiny should conduct and lead me into such a place. But afterwards finding myself in such an accumulation of glory, pleasant seat, happy country, great contentment, and triumphant company, such as Clodius the player in tragedies ne'er had seen, I was but moderately converted, notwithstanding the promise of the Queen, to follow my amorous desire, accounting all, but as pleasures that hitherto I had seen and had been presented to me, still desiring a greater happiness. For which cause, and for the greater setting out of the excess and abounding excellency, beyond all the rest of her royal magnificence, every one sitting in their place after the miraculous, wonderful, and sumptuous banquet, without any delay, she commanded a game to be played by personages, not one eye worthy the beholding, but of eternal remembrance, which was a game at chess, in this sort as followeth. By the entrance of the curtain there came in 32 nymphs, whereof 16 were apparelled in cloth of gold, 8 nigh formerly without difference of degrees. Afterwards one of those 16 was apparelled in princely robes like a king, and the other like a queen, with 2 tower keepers or rooks, as we term them, 2 council keepers or secretaries, we term them bishops, and 2 knights. In like sort were 8 other in cloth of silver, vendor the like garment and magistracy as aforesaid. Every one of these according to their duties, took their places upon the checkers of the pommet, that is, 16 in gold of one side in 2 rows, and 16 in silver of the contrary side. The music began upon a sodain with a rare innuention to sound a charge with a pleasant concord, participating together a sweet and thundering melody, howling in it a doing fury. At the measured sound and time of the music upon their checkers, as it pleased the king to command, the pawns turning themselves with a decent revolution, honoring the king and the queen, leapt upon an other checker before them. The king of the white men, his music sounding, commanded her forward that stood before the queen, and the same with like reurent behower marched forward her continent, and stood still. And according to the mensuration of the music all time in this order, so they chonged their places, or continued upon the checkers dancing, till that they were either taken or commanded forward by the king. If the music kept still one time, those 8 uniform pawns did spend the time in marching forwards into an other checker, nor coming back till that worthily without touch or appalement of courage, they had leapt upon the line of that square where was the residence of the queen, proceeding straight on, lest she took a prisoner by a diagonal line. The bishop went in a diagonal line, still holding that colored checker wherein he stood first. The knight o'er 2 checkers before him taketh the next of either hands, and of a contrary color to that he stood in immediately before. The castle keepers or rooks might pass o'er many checkers straight on as they pleased at commandment, so that they might go 1, 2, 3, 4, or few checkers, keeping a measure, and not staying in their march. The king might go upon any checker if none were in it, or backward, and cause any other to remove for him, and make him room. The queen might go any way, but it is best when she is near her husband on every side. And when soon the officers of either of the kings shall find one without guard of help, they take her prisoner, and both kissing one another, she that is overcome and taken, goeth forth and standeth by. Thus they continued playing and dancing according to the time of the music, with great pleasure, solace, and applause, till the king of the silver nymphs was victor and conqueror. This solemn sport, what with resistance flying back, and seconding of one another, with such a measured circulation, reverence, pause, and modest continency, endured the space of an hour, whereat I took such pleasure and delight, that I imagine, and not amiss, that I was rapt upon the Sodain from the liking of the sports of Olympus to a new felicity. This first game being ended, and conquest obtained, all returned into their accustomed places, and in like manner as at the first, so the second time Yuri won in their appointed checkers, the music chonging their measure, so the movings and gestures of the players were altered. And observing the time of the music in a convenient order, and a prod gesture and arte, that it was no need to command or say anything. But the cunning and expert nymphs, with their plentiful tresses effused o'er their delicate shoulders hung wowing, and in their motion forwards would stream out at length, as somewhat shewing their Bacchus, about their heads wearing garlands and crowns of violets. And when any one was taken, they lifted VP their arms and clapped hands. Thus playing and coursing VP and down, the first continued still conqueror. S. In the last game and dancing, they being all returned to their distributed places, the music again sounded a measure Phrygial in as perfect and prooking fury as you or Marsyas of Phrygia inuented. The king in robes of gold caused the young damosel that stood before the queen to marque forward to the third checker, direct in the first remove, whereupon immediately there was seen a bataille and tourney, with so swift and so deigned forces, bending Themselus to the ground as it were lying close upon their guard, and presently upon it capering VP with a turn twice above ground, one highest opposite against an other, and pon their down come withal a turn pon the toe thrice about. All this action they did at one time, with such a grace and agility, as nothing could be better, with their low inclinations, high capers and turnings, without affectation of straining, as it should seem me with facility and Carel's ease at pleasure and sweet eistures, as in such a thing may be imagined, and not elsewhere to be seen. Nor are any one troubling another, but whoso was taken prisoner, did presently kiss their conqueror, and void the place. And the lesser number that there was, the more pleasure it was to perceive the policies of either sides to work on other. And such an order and motion was vist of Yuri one, in a commendable sort without fault, as the measure and time of the music appointed, stirring you in them that looked on to haw motion in their sinews and mindies to do the like, there was such a concord and agreement betwixt nature and the music especially, seeing the performance of the same in the actions of others. Upon this occasion I was moved to call to remembrance the force of Timotheus, the most cunning musician, who with his voice and measure upon his instrument would provoke the great Macedonian Alexander violently to take arms, and presently altering his voice and tune, to forget the same, and sit down contentedly. In this third game, they apparelled in gold did triumph in the victory. V. Thus honorable with exceeding pleasure and great solace, this sumptuous feast being ended, Yuri one framed Themselus to sit down. And I rising VP, made reverence before the royal seat of her sacred majesty, and kneeling down upon my knee, she thus said to me, Poliphilus, forget now, and wipe out of thy remembrance all forepast griefs, accurse you troubles, pense you conceits, and urgone dongers, because that I am assured of thy forthwith full contentment of desire. And seeing that thy determination is to pursue resolutely in the amorous flames and love Polia, I think it convenient, that for the recurry thereof, thou repair to the 3 ports, which are the resident places of the high and mighty Queen Telosia, in which place upon Yuri of those ports and gates, thou shalt see her title and name inscript. Read it diligently, but for thy better direction and safeguard, thou shalt ha to accompany thee 2 of my handmaids, which know very well the way thither, and therefore go on undoubtedly with a happy success. And thereupon with a princely bounty, she drew from her finger a ring of gold, having set in it an anchet, and delivered it to me to remember her bounty by. At this adieus and precious gift, I became amphasiotic, not knowing what to say or do, in requital or adjuing of thanks. Which her hinds pursuing, motherly and with a natural promptness and a majestical gravity, turned her countenance to 2 noble and goodly nymphs, attending near to her royal and imperial throne, saying thus to one of them upon her right side, Logistica, you shall be one that shall accompany our guest Poliphilus, and with a sacred and honorable grace, she turned to the left hand, saying, Thalemia, you shall also go with him. And both of you shew and instruct him at what gate he must remain, and then Poliphilus, They s2 shall bring you to an other mighty and majestical queen, who if she shall be bountiful to thee in entertainment thou art happy, if contrary, then discontented. S2. Notwithstanding, none doth know her intent by her countenance, because that sometimes she showeth herself full of forward, and pleasant dispositions. And other times she is malignant, froward, disdainful, with unstable and cursive passions. And she it is that determineth such ends as thou seekest after. And for her obscure condition, she is rightly called Thelosia. Her residence is not in such a stately palace, as thou sayest me to dwell in. Therefore I would ha thee to understand, that the chief workman in the creation of nature, did make no thing comparable to me, neither can the earth shew thee greater treasure than to come to my presence, and taste of my bounty, obtain my favour and participate of my quality. And therefore esteem of it according to the value, for that thou findest in me, is a humanly talent above all earthly yules, for I ha not had my residence in man since his fall. They may imagine of me, but they know me not, neither do I bear any rule with them to the good of myself. Now the Queen Thelosia, she dwelleth in a place of cloudy darkens, her house is kept close and shut, for that she will not shew herself to man, nor anathemize, discover, and lay open herself to any as she is, and for this cause the unit of her variable determination is kept secret. But in a Mariuela's sort considerately, she transformeth herself against the hair, into Dior's fashions, not manifesting herself, although desired. And when the ancient gates shall be opened to thee, in Uri 1 shall be written what shall befall thee, but thou shalt not perceive the same, lest that in some part thy understanding and wise dome enigmatically and with a right and sincere eyesment look into it, and quickly consider of it, for because that she ambiguously changeth herself in habit and countenance, and through this doubtful animadversion, a man remaineth deceived of his expectation without remedy. And therefore Poliphilus, that which these my consigned trusty and appointed handmaids by suggestion shall persuade thee to, and at what gate thou oughtest to enter in and remain, you and which of those two it shall best please thee to jure to do, for they ha some understanding of her. And having thus spoken, she made a signa or beck with her head to the two nymphs Logistica and Thalemia, who presently without delay, were obedient to her command. And I being ready to speak, neither knew what to say, or yet durst to so high a majesty, and for so great bounties do a word. The two appointed companions of my irony, very forwardly, and with a familiar readings and virgin-like eistures, took hold of me, one by the right hand, and the other by the left, and reverently obtaining license, first of the Queen, and taking their low of the rest, went out the same way that I came in. And I being desirous and not satisfied, turned me about towards the conspicuous porch, to behold diligently the artificious palace, wonderful and profinite of the art of building, the subtlety of which no humane excogitation is able to imitate. And therefore I thought that nature had made that for a Mariuel of all her works for commodity, vse, grace, beauty, air, and continual durablines. For which cause, I was excessively desirous to stay and look upon it, but my leaders and guides would not suffer me, and yet by the theft of my eye in the Zophyr, O year the gate I noted this inscription, Omicron Tauita Phi Upsilon Sigma Epsilon Omega Omicron Lambda Beta Omicron. Omicron Tauita Phi Upsilon Sigma Epsilon Omega Omicron Lambda Beta Omicron. S3 and as much as with my quick senses I could carry, I took in my going forth, with as great pleasure and delight as is possible to express. O happy were he that myght be but a drudge or kitchen slaw in such a paradise. S3. Now being come into the base court, compassed and set about with orange trees, Thalemia in great courtesy said thus unto me, Besides and above all the Mariuelas and wonderful things which thou hast yet seen and beheld, there be fower yet remaining behind which thou shalt see. And upon the left side of the incomparable palace, they brought me into a fair orchard of excogible expense, time, and subtlety of workmanship, the continent and circuit whereof was as much as the plot of the palace, wherein was the residence and abiding of the Queen. Round about fast by the walls of the orchard there were set convenient garden pots in the which instead of growing plants, Uri 1 was of pure glass, exceeding a man's imagination or belief, in topiary boxed the roots and stalks of gold, whereout the other proceeded. betwixt one and other of the which was placed a cypress tree, not above 2 paces high, and the box 1 pace full of manifold Maruella simples, with a most excellent imitation of nature, and pleasant diversity in the fashions of flowers and distinct colors very delightful. The plain labial compassing about the quadrant orchard coming out from the walls as a seat for these aforesaid garden pots and trees to stand upon, was subcoronized with gold by excellent lineamentes wrought and adorned. The preface whereof, and whereupon those pots and trees did stand, was covered with a plaister of glass gilt, and a curious historiography to be seen in the same, and compassed about and holden in with wiring and netting of gold. The wall that compassed about the orchard with a convenient distance, was bellied out with columns of the same matter, and enused with flowering bindings naturally proportioned, and here and there were quadrangulate columns of gold chamfered, arching from one to another, with a requisite beam zophyr and cornice, with a meet and convenient proecture o'er the chapter of glass upon the round. The substance of which subject proecture of the brittle matter, was of counterfeit diaspor diorsely colored and shining, which brittle substance had some void space betwixt that and the other. The mouth of the arches were stopped with rhombies of clear glass in form of a triangle, and the pipes beautified all o'er with an encaustic painting, very gracious to the sight of the beholder. The ground was here and there covered with great round balls of glass like gunstones, and other fine proportions much pleasing, with a mutual consent mobile like pearls shining without any adulteration by foliature. From the flowers did breath a sweet fragrancy by some clear washing with oil for that purpose. There most cunningly did Logistica like an orator make a discourse in commendation physically of that excellent confection of the noblines of the substance, secrecy of the art, and strongenes of the invention. The like is not to be found. And after she said, Poliphilus let verses go and ascend VP this mount next the garden, and Thalemia remaining at the stair foot, we ascended VP to the plain top, where she shewed to me, with a humanly eloquence, a garden of a large compasse, made in the form of an intricate labyrinth alleys and ways, not to be trodden, but sailed about, for instead of alleys to tread upon, there were rivers of water. The which mystical place was of a very lusty mould and fruitful, replenished with all sorts of fruits, beautified with fair springs, and green harbies and flowers, full of all solace and delight. Whereupon she spake thus: I do imagine, Poliphilus, that you do not understand the conditionate state of this Maruella seat, and therefore draw attendance to my wards. Whosoever entereth and cannot come back, but as you see yonder mountains here and there distributed, so in circuits and the about-goings distant one from another. And the extreme molestation and sorrow of the enterers is this: in the middle mountain within the centre thereof, an open mouth of the same, there lurketh inusably a deadly during old dragon. He is veder destruction to some, and others are not hurt to death by him. He cannot be seen nor shunned, neither doth he low any assaulted, but either in the entry, or in their irony, he destroyeth or woundeth. And if he killeth them not betwixt one mountain and another, they pass the soon circuits to the next mount. And they that enter in by the first tower or mount, whereupon is this title in script delta omicron xi alpha cap omicron sigma mu iod cap 8 omega pi omicron mu phi omicron lambda upsilon, they sail in a little ship with a prosperous wind, and securely at pleasure. The fruits and flowers fall down upon their hatches, and with great solace and pleasure they cut through by the sown revolutions with a merry wind, until the second mount be discoured and come to. And mark and behold, Poliphilus, how clear and bright the air is in the entrance, O you that it is in the center, about the which is thick darkness. Delta omicron xi alpha cap omicron sigma mu iod cap 8 omega pi omicron mu phi omicron lambda upsilon. In the first mount or tower there is always resident a pitiful matron and bountiful, before whom standeth an ancient appointed vessel called Verna, in a readiness, howing upon it so in Greek letters as thus theta epsilon sigma pi od omicron nu, full of appointed honey, and to Uri one that entereth in, very courteously, and with a good will she jeweth one of them without respect of state and condition, but according to their entrance. Theta epsilon sigma pi od omicron nu. These being received, they came forth, and begin to sail in the labyrinth, the water being environed upon either sides, with roses, trees, and fruits. And having sailed the first soon revolutions of Aries, and being come to the second mount, There they meet with innumerable troops of young women of diverse conditions, which demand of Uri won the sight of their honey, which being shewed to them, they straightways know the property of the honey, and the goodness thereof, and embracing him as their guest, they invite him with them to pass through the next unwrappings, and with diverse exercises according to her inclined promptings they accompany them to the third mount. In this place he that will go on forwards with his companion, she will neither abandon or low him, for there be far more pleasant voluptuous women. And many refuse the first and make choice of them. In the putting off from the second mount, to come to the third, they find the current of the water somewhat against them, and stand in need of oars, but being fallen off from the third mount, making their course towards the fourth, they find the tide and stream more against them, and in these so oblique courses their pleasure is variable and constant. Being come to the fourth mount, they find other young women combating and fighting, and those examining their pots of honey, they entice them to their exercise, but those that refuse to load their first companions, they let pass together, and in this circuit the water is yet more contrary and troublesome, where there is need of great studi and labor to pass on. And being come to the fifth mount, they find it speculable, like a mirror wherein they see their representations, and in that they take great delight, and with a fervent desire they pass on their laborsome course. In that mount they see this sentence and golden saying manifested, medium tenora bidi, not line all, nor lock all, but temporal, whereby a sincere and perfect examination he discerneth that mean wherewith he hath ironed his felicity, wisdom and riches, which if not well, in the rest of his course he fainteth the more. And losing off from thence, the waters by reason of the broken circles, begin to be very sliding towards the center, so that with small or no rowing they are brought to the sixth mount. And there they find elegant women, with a shew of humanly modes and divine worship, with whose amiable aspects and countenances, the travellers are taken in their love, condemning their former with despite and hateful abhorrence. And with these they fall acquainted, and pass the soen reulations. These being come o'er with an obscure and foggy close air, with many losses and a gruous voyage, they begin to remember what they ha passed and lost, for the more that the compasse of the revolution draweth near to the discovery of the figure of the centre, the sooner they are passed o'er, styl shorter and shorter, and the more swifter the course of the stream is into the during swallow of the centre. And then with extreme affliction and bitter anguish remembering the abuse of their pleasures, and companions that they ha forsaken, and sweet places, which so much the more augmenteth their sorrows, for that they cannot return or go back with their ship, such a company still follow them upon the stern with their forecastles. And most of all dismayeth them the holy sentence o'er the median centre, Theon Lycos dis Algitos 21. And there, considering the displeasant title, they curse the time of their entrance into the labyrinth, which hath in it so many sundry delights, and the end of them subject to such miserable and ineutable necessity. And then she smiling, said, Poliphilus, o'er the during throat of The's centre, there sitteth a Sura Yudge, balancing Uri one's actions, and helping whom he will help. And because that it will be tedious to tell thee all, let thus much hereof suffice. Let verses go down to our companion Thelema, who demanding the cause why they stayed so long above, Logistica made answer, it doth not content our Poliphilus, only to behold, but also to understand by me the secrecy of those things, which he could not go to know, wherein I ha satisfied him. And when she had ended, Thelema said, let verses go a little while to another garden no less pleasant ironing to the glass garden, upon the right side of the palace, and when we were come in thither, I was amazed with excessive wondering, to see the curiousness of the work, as easy to report as credible to below, equivalent with that of glass, withe-like disposition of benches or banks, their lips set out with coronacing and golden groundwork, and such trees, but that the boxes and cypress trees were all silka. Sowing the bodies and greater branches, or the strength of the arms, the rest, as the lows, flowers, and outermost rinda, was of fine silka, wanting no store of pearls to beautify the same, and the perfect fine color, smelling as the glass flowers before mentioned, and alike, but that they about compassing walls, of meruelous and incredible sumptuousness, were all cured o'er with a crusting of pearl, close ironed and set together, and towards the top, there sprouted out green Yui, the lows thickening and bushing out from the pearls, with the strings and veins of gold, running deep in divers places betwixt the pearls, in a most rare and curious sort, as if it had been very growing Yui, with berries of precious stones set in the stalks in little bunches, and in the bushes were ringdews of silica, as if they had been feeding of the berries, all along the sides of the square plotted garden walls. O Yui the which, in master-like and requisite order, stretched out the beam and zephyr of gold. V. The plain smoth of the settles, whereupon the box trees stood, covered O Yui with histories of Lil and Venery, in a work of silica and threads of gold and silver, in such a perfect proportion imaginary and counterfeiting as none may go beyond. The ground of the low garden was of lows, grass, and flowers of silica, like a fair sweet meadow, in the midst whereof there was a large and goodly round arbor, made with gold wire, and ours spread with roses of the like work, more beautiful to the eye than if they had been growing roses, vendor which curing, and within which arbor about the sides were seats of red diasper, and all the round pomade of a yellow diasper. According to the largens of the place, T2 with dyers, collared spottings, confusedly agreeing together in pleasant adulterated nighting, and so clear and shining that to Yuri object was itself gain represented. Vendor the witch arbor, the fair and pleasant Thelenia, salaciously sitting down, took her lute which she carried with her, and with a humanly melody and Vienne hard sweetness, she began to sing in the commendation and delights of her queen. And seeing what a grace to her, the company of her fellow Logistica was, I marveled why Apollo came not to hearken the harmony made by them. It was so melodious, that for the present time a man would ha thought that there had been no greater felicity. And after that she ended her Dyween poems, Logistica took me by the hand and led me forth of the arbor, saying to me, T2. Poliphilus, thou shalt understand that the does of these objects are more pleasant to be understood than beheld, and therefore let verses enter in here, to be satisfied in both. And from thence, she and her companion brought me from The's garden to another, where I beheld an arching areostyle, from the ground bent to the top, 5 paces in height and 3 o'uyer, and thus continued round about the compasse of the garden, in an orderly and requisite proportioning, all enuist and covered o'uyer with green yui, so that no part of the wall was to be seen. And there were 100 arches to the compassing of this garden. By Yuri of the arches was an altar of red porphyrite, curiously proportioned with exquisite lineaments, and upon Yuri one of them was placed, an image of gold, like a nymph, of rare and beautiful semblances, diversely apparelled, and varying in their attire and head dressing, Yuri one bending their eyes towards the center of the garden. In which middle centric place, there was founded a base, of a clear crystal-like chalcedony stone, in a cubic for me, that is, Yuri way a like square. And upon that was set a round stone, but flat upon both sides 2 foot high, and by the diameter 1 pace and a half o'uyer, of most pure red diasper. Upon the which stood a most black stone, in for me 3 square, and in quantity for breadth, fitting the round, and in v height 1 pace and a half. The corners of which triangle did yump with the sides, and limbus of the subyacent plynth or round stone. V. In the smooth polished fronts of which triangle, there was apact a beautiful image, of a humanly aspect, grau and modest, with their feet not touching the stone, but standing out from the same highest o'uyer the suppressed and vendor put round stone. Their statures as tall as the trigonal would bear, to the which they did stick fast by their back parts. Their arms were stretched abroad, both the right and left to the corners of the triangle, where they held a copy, filled and fast ned to the corners of the trigonal, the length of Yuri one of which copies of fine gold, was so in foot. And the images, the copies, and their bands wherewith they were tied in the midst and held by, were all shining, and their hands inuloped with the sundry strings, flinging about the plain smooth of the black stone. Their habits were nymphish, of most rare and most excellent working. The sepulchre of Tarnia, the queen of the Scythians in Asia, was nothing comparable. In the lowest cubical figure, upon the smooth plane of Yuri square, were engraven Greek letters 3, 1, 2, and 3 on these sort. Delta upsilon alpha lambda omega tau micron. Delta upsilon alpha lambda omega tau micron. In the circular there were 3 characters hieroglyphical, perpendicularly vendor the feet of Uri image. For the first was impressed the Fermi of the sun. Next vendor another, the figure of an old-fashioned hour. Thirdly, a dish with a burning flame in it. Upon the heat of the trigonal black stone, toward Uri corner, I did behold an Egyptian monster of gold, four-footed couchant. One of the howling a face like man altogether. The other like half a man, and half a beast. And the third like a beast. With a linen veil o Uri of their heads, with two labels hanging o Uri their ears, and the rest descending down, and cooing their necks and Bacchus, with the bodies of lions. Their looks directly forward. Upon the backs of these three, dyd stand rising VP a massive spire of gold, 3 square, sharpening VP to the top, few times as high as broad below. And upon Uri front or foreside, was grown a circle, and o Uri one circle a Greek letter, omicron. O Uri another, a letter omega. And o Uri the third, a Greek nu. Omicron. Omega. Nu. Their logistica began to speak to me, saying, by these figures are described, so far as man's reason can shew, the celestial harmony. And understand Poliphilus, that these figures, with a perpetual affinity and conjunction, are ancient monuments, and Egyptian hieroglyphs, signifying this, Divini infinitique trinitati nias essentiae, which is now by his holy word, in a most luing sort manifested to the whole world, according to his will, and yet it shall not be amiss to see antiquities, and consider what greater benefit is had by the precious gospel. The lower figure was consecrated to the deity, because it is Uri way alike, and all one, and pon Uri's side, and turned Uri way, of like stablons, pon Uri base, constant and permanent. The round circular standing pon that, is without beginning or ending. Upon the circumference sides whereof, these three lineaments are contained, directly vendor Uri image, according to the property attributed. The sun with his comfortable light, jeweth life to Uri thing, and his nature is attributed to God. God. The second is the hour, which is proud in direction, and government of all with an infinite wise om. The third is a fiery vessel, whereby is understood a participation of Lo. And although that they be three distinct things, yet they are contained and united in one sempiternally, with great Lo communicating their blessings, as you may see by the copies at Uri corner of the trigonal stone. And continuing her delectable speech, she said, vendor the Fermi of the sun, note this Greek word adiagitos. By the O Luke upon this, adiacharistos. And by the vessel of Fir, was engrauen, adiarians 22. And to this end are the three monsters placed vendor the golden obelisk, because that there be three great opinions like those monsters, and as that with the humane countenance is best, so the other be beastly and monstrous. In the spire there be three plain sides, lineated with three circles, signifying one for Uri time, the past, the present, and to come, and no other figure can hold these three circles, but in that invariable. And no mortal man can at one instant perfectly discern and see together two sides of the same figure, sawing one integrally, which is the present, and therefore upon great knowledge were these three characters engrauen, omicron, omega, nu. Omicron, omega, nu. For which cause Poliphilus, not that I excuse myself for being Uri prolix and tedious, but briefly to teach thee, and set thee right VP. In the knowledge hereof, thou shalt understand, that the first basal figure is onely known to himself, and to one Son of Man, which hath a humane body glorified and without sin, and the brightness thereof we see but as in a glass, and not clearly as it is, for that it is incomprehensible for a finite substance. But he that is endued with wisdom, let him consider of the glorious brightness thereof. But to the third figure, which is of a dark and black colour, wherein be the three golden images, the black stone is the law, the copy's foot, the three women the preservation of mankind. Now they which will look higher, they see a figure in a trine aspect, and the higher that they go towards the top, where the nine of the three is, be they noyer so wise, their understanding is perfect, and although that they see it, yet they know not what they see, but that there is such a thing, in comparison whereof, they are fools, their power weak, and themsel is nothing. And their logistica howing ended her aloud talka, proceeding from an absolute knowledge, deep iagement, and sharpness of wit in divine matters, and known to weak capacities, I began here to take greater delight than in any other meritorious work whatsoever that I had graciously beholden with my greedy eyes. Considering with myself of the mystical obelisk, the ineffable equality statari, for durableness and perpetuity mobile, and enduring incorruptible. Where there breathe a sweet air from Hoenn, with variable winds, in this garden round about full of flowers, of a large and circular permanent plot, compassed about with all sorts of fruits, pleasant in taste and full of health, with a perpetual greenness, disposed and set by a regular order, both beautiful, pleasant, and convenient, with the perfect labor and endeavor of nature to bring it to that passe, and beautified with precious gold. And Logistica holding her peace, they took me both by the hands, and we went out at the mouth of one of the arches from the precincts of the Uid enclosure. And being gone from thence, very contentedly passing on betwixt them both, saith the Lemia, let Versus now hasten on to our 3 gates whither we are sent. Whereupon, we passing through a plentiful seat and pleasant country, with a reasonable convenient pace, I beheld the Hoenns very clear and bright, and beguiled the time with merry, sweet, and delightful discourses. And I desirous to understand every particular of the inestimable riches, unspeakable delights, and incomparable treasure of the sacred queen, to the which Osiris, the builder of the 2 temples of gold, one to Jupiter, and the other to the kingdom, must you place, I mud this question. Tell me, I beseech you, fair nymphs, if my curiosity be not to your discontentment, amongst all the precious stones that I could perfectly behold of great estimation and price, one I deemed inestimable, and without comparison most precious. The Iosper which had the effigies of Nero cut, it was not much bigger. Neither was the coruscant to passe in the statue of Arsinoe the Arabian queen equal with it. Next her, of such value was the Yule, wherein was the representation of Nonus the senator, as this sparkling and shining diamond, of a rare and seen boat eye and bignies, which did hang upon a rich carcanet about the snowy neck of the sacred queen, what cutting was in the same, which I could not perceive by means of the brightness and my being somewhat far of. And therefore I, being therein ignorant, desire to know the same. Logistica, considering of my honest demand, answered me incontinently. Know this, Poliphilus, in the Yule was engraven an imperial throne, and in the throne the mighty name of Yahuwah in Hebrew letters, and before that throne are cast down and trodden foot, the giants which proudly haul lift VP Themselus against his ward, and resisted his will. Upon the left side of the throne is a flame of fire, upon the right hand a horn of salutation, or copy full of all good blessings. And this is all that is contained in the Yule. Then I presumed further to know, what should these 2 things upon either sides of the throne signify, that were holden out in 2 hands. The Lemia quickly answered me, God of his infinite goodness, proposeth to mankind his mercy and his judgment, choose which they will. For these being satisfied, I said moreover, seeing that most gracious nymphs, my speeches be not displeasant to you, and that I am not yet satisfied in all that I ha seen, I pray you let me understand this. Before the horrible fear that I was driven into by the dragon, I beheld a mighty huge elephant of stone, with an entrance into his belly, where were 2 sepulchres, with a writing, the meaning whereof is too mystical for me, that was, that I should not touch the body, but take away the head. Logistica forthwith made me answer. Poliphilus, I do understand very well your doubt, and therefore you shall understand, that this monstrous shape and machine was not made without great and wonderful humane wisdom, much labor, and incredible diligence, with a perplexability of understanding to know the mystical conceit. Thou rememberest that upon the face there hung an ornament, with certain idionics Ionic and Arabic, which in our mother tongue is as much to say as labor and industry, signifying thereby that in this world, whosoever will ha any blessing that shall do him good, he must loathe the body, which is ease and idleness, and betake himself to trial and industry, which is the head. She had no sooner ended her words both pleasant and piercing, but I understood it very well and gave her great thanks. And yet desirous to be resolute in whatsoever I stood in doubt, and seeing that I might speak boldly, I made this 3rd question. Most wise nymph, in my coming out of the subterranean vast dark someplace, as I passed on, I came to a goodly bridge, and pon the same, in a porphyrite stone pon the one side, and an ophite pon the other, I beheld and ground certain hieroglyphs, both which I did interpret, but I stood doubtful of certain branches, that were tied to the horns of the scalp of the ox, and the rather because they were in the porphyrite stone, and not in the ophit pon the other side. She answered me straightway. The branches, one is of the thistle or thorn of Iudia, and the other of the turpentine. The nature of which woods be, that the one will not easily take fire, and the other will neither bend, rot, consume, nor be eaten with worms. And so that patience is commended, which with anger is not kindled, nor by adversity will be subdued. The nature of the porphyret stone is of this secrecy, that in the furnace it will either burn itself, but also causeth other stones near a dying that they shall not burn. And of that nature is patience, that it will either be altered itself, nor suffer any other wherein it beareth rule to fall into a fury. And the ophite stone is of such nature also. Now, Poliphilus, I do greatly commend you, in that you are desirous to understand such secrets, for to behold, consider, and measure the same, is a commendable virtue, and the way to knowledge, whereupon I had occasion Juan to render innumerable thanks, for her great and forable courtesies. And thus with a loud and delightful discoursing speeches, we came to a fair river, upon the bank whereof, besides other fair green and flourishing trees, and water harbies, I beheld a fine grue of plane trees, in the which was an excellent fair bridge o'er the river made of stone, with 3 arches, with piles bearing forth against the 2 fronts, to preserve the work of the bridge, the sides thereof being of excellent workmanship. And in the middle bending of the same, upon 8 sides there was a square stone of porphyrite set, howing in it a cataglyphic, and growing of hieroglyphies. V2 upon the right hand as I went o'er, I beheld a woman, casting abroad her arms, sitting one leave upon one buttock, putting forth one of her legs as if she would rise. In her right hand, upon that side which she did sit, she held a pair of winges, and in the other hand, upon that side whereon she was erising, a tortoise. V2. Right against her, there was a circle, the centre whereof 2 little spirits did hold, with their backs turned towards the circumference of the circle. And then Logistica said to me, Poliphilus, I am sure that thou dost not understand these hieroglyphs, but they make much for thy purpose, and therefore they are placed for a monument, and thing to be considered, of such as pass by. The circle medium tenura bidi. The other, temper thy haste by staying, and thy slowness by rising, consider hereof as thou sayest cause. This bridge was built with a moderate bending, shewing the cunning disquisition, trial, examination, arte, and discretion of the excellent workmen and e'en enter, commended in the continuance and durableness thereof, which many of our Bayard like modern idiots, without knowledge, measure and arte buzzing on, either obscure proportion nor lineaments, but all out of order. This bridge was all of pure marble. When we had passed o'er the bridge, we walked in the cool shadow, delighted with the variable notes and chirpings of small birds, to a rocky and stony place, where high and craggy mountains lifted VP Themselas, afterward continuing to abrupt and whilesome hilly places, full of broken and nibbled stones, mounting veep into the air, as high as a man might look to, and without any green grass or harb, and there were hoen out the 3 gates. In the very rock itself, ewen as plain as might be. 23 a work very ancient and past record, in a very displeasant seat. 23. V3 o Yuri, one of the which, I beheld in letters Ionic, Romane, Hebrew and Arabic, the title that the sacred Queen Eleutherilida foretold me that I should find. The gate upon my right hand, had upon it this word, Theodoxia. That upon my left hand Cosmodoxia. And the third Erototrophos. To the which as soon as we were come, the damosels began to instruct me in the titles, and knocking in the resounding lows of the gates, upon the right hand courted o'u with green moss, they were presently opened. 24. V3. 24. And there dyd an old woman present herself to Versus, of an honorable countenance, out of an old daubed and smoky house, howing a poor base little door, o'u the which was painted Pilurania. She came with a modest and honest shamefastness, and her dwelling place was in a solitary site and shady rock, decayed and crumbly, Her clothes were tattered, her face lean, pale and poor. Her eyes looking towards the ground. Her name was Denda. She had attending upon her 6 handmaids, basely and slenderly apparelled. One was named Parthenia, the second Edosia, and other Hypocalinia, the fourth Pinotidia, the next Tapinosa, the last Prochina. Which reurent matron, with her right arm naked point to the Hoans. She dwelt in a place very hard to come to, and full of troubles to pass on the way, being hindered with thorn and briars, very rough and displeasant, a misty cloud cast o'er it, and very hard to climb vp into. Logistica pursuing by my look that I had no great liking in this place, somewhat good therewith, said, This rock is no noyer but at the end. And then Thalemia said, Poliphilus, I see you make small regard of such a painful woman. Whereat I assenting to her with my countenance, we departed, and the gate being shut we came to the next. Where knocking, it was presently opened, and we entering in, there met versus a brown woman, with fierce eyes rolling, and of a quick countenance, lifting vp a naked glittering sword, upon the middle whereof was a crown of gold, and a branch of palm tree intraversed. Her arms brawny like Hercules, in labor and acts magnanimous and nobly minded. Her belly small. A little mouth, strong and stooping shoulders, by her countenance seeming to be of undaunted mind, not fearing to undertake any enterprise how hard soe'er. Her name was Euclelia, very honorably attended upon with 6 young women. The first was called Merimnasia, the second, Epitide, another, Ergasilia, the fourth, Anectia, the fifth was named Stadia, the last was called Olistia. The situation and place methought was painful, and Logistica pursuing my inclination, presently I took into her hand Thalemia's lute, and began to strike a Dorical tune, and sung to the same very sweetly, saying, O Poliphilus, be not weary to take pains in these place, for when labor and trowel is come, there will be a time of rest. And her song was of such force, that I was in consenting to remain there, notwithstanding that, the habitation seemed laborsome. Whereupon, Thalemia enticingly said to me, I think that it standeth with very great reason, my Poliphilus, that before you set down your rest here in this place, you ought in any case to see the third gate. Whereunto I consented with a very good will, and therefore going out from hence, we came to the other gate, where Thalemia knocking at a ring of brass, it was forthwith set open, and when we were come in, there came towards versus a notable goodly woman, and her name was Philtronia. Her regards were wanton, lascivious, and constant, her grace wonderful pleasant, so as at the very first sight she violently drew me into her love. This place was the mansion house of voluptuousness. The ground decked with small harpies, and adorned with all sorts of sundry flowers, abounding with solace and quiet ease. Issuing and sending forth in divers places small streams of water, pippling and sliding down upon the amber growl in their crooking channels here and there, by some sudden fall making a still continued noise, to great pleasure moistening the open fields, and making the shadowed places vendor the leafy trees cool and fresh. She had with her also 6 young women of like statures, passing fair, of pleasant countenances, amorously adorned, and dressed as may be desired of an ambitious bow tie and gesture. The first was called Rastanelia, the second Cordacina, the third Idenisa, the fourth Triphilia, the fifth Epiania, and the last was named Idea. These and their company were very delightful to my gassing and searching eyes. Viverpon Logistica presently with a sad and grid countenance, seeing me disposing myself abruptly to the Sorolo of them, she said to me, O Poliphilus, the alluring and enticing beauties of these are vain, deceivable, and counterfeited, the sorry and displeasant, and therefore if thou wouldest with a dismal look upon their Bacchus, thou wouldest then hate, contemn, and abhor their loathsome filthiness and shame, abounding in stink and noisome sorrow any dunghill, which no stomach can abide. And therefore what is slippery and transitory fly and eschew, despise that pleasure which bringeth shame and repentance, vain hopes, a short and small eye, with perpetual complaints, doubtful sighs, and a sorrowful life noyer ending. O adulterated and kindly pleasure, fraught with misery, containing such bitterness, like honey, and yet gall dropping from green lows. O life worse than death, and yet deadly, delighted in sweet poison, with what care, sorrow, pensive thoughts, mortal and desperate attempts, art thou sought for to be obtained by blind lowers, who without regard or adieux cast themselves headlong into a gulf of sorrows. They be present before thine eyes, and yet thou sayest them not. Oh, what and how great sorrows, bitter and sharp pain and vexation dost thou bear, wicked, execrable and accursed appetite! O detestable madness, O beguiled senses, by your fault with the self-same beast-like pleasure, miserable mortal men are o'erthrown. O filthy lust, absurd fury, disordinate and vain desire, building nests with air hours, and torments for wounded hearts, the Veter destroyer, and idle letting go by of all good blessings. O blind monster, how dost thou blind, and with what deceit dost thou cool the eyes, and deceive the understanding senses of happy and miserable lowers with veils and mists? O monstrous and slowish, which compassed with so many ills, hastenest to so small pleasure poisoned and feigned. Logistica speaking with vehemency these and such like words, her forehead frowning, rimpling with sorrows, and veins, rising in a great rage, she cast her lute upon the ground and brake it. Viva Panthelemia, with a smiling countenance, nodded towards me, as if she should say, let Logistica speak her pleasure, but do as you see good yourself. And Logistica, seeing my wicked intent and resolute determination, being kindled with disdain, turned her back, and with a great sigh hastened away. And I remained still with my companion Thalemia, though with a flattering and smiling grace said to me, Poliphilus, this is the place where thou shalt not continue long, but thou shalt find the dearest thing which thou luest in the world, and which thou hast in thy heart, without intermission determined to seek and desire. And doubtfully then discoursing with myself, I was resolute that nothing could breed quiet, or bring content to my poor good heart, but my best desired Polia. The promise and warranties of Thalemia for my obtaining the same, bred in me some comfort. And she perceiving that the mistress of this place, and the seat itself, and her women dyd boda pleased me well, and entertained me courteously, she kissing me, took her low and gave me a farewell. The metal-lined gates being shut, I remained encloistered among these fair and beautiful nymphs, who began very pleasantly and wantonly to diz with me, and being hemmed in with their lascivious company, I found myself pricked by their persuasive alluring enticements to lawful concupiscence, feeling in myself a burning desire, kindled with their wanton aspects, and increasing provocation of a lusting fear. I doubt me that if Phryne had been of that force and force and gesture of speech, cold Xenocrates would ha consented to her alluring, and not ha been accused by her to be an image of stone. Their countenances were so lascivious, their breasts naked and enticing, their eyes flattering, and their rows all foreheads, glistering and rolling, their shapes most excellent, their apparel rich, their motions girlish, their regards biting, their ornaments sweet and precious, no part counterfeited, but all perfected by nature in an excellent sort, nothing deformed, but all parties answerable one to another. Their heads yellow, their tresses fair, and the hair soft and fine, in such a sort dressed and ruled into trammels, with laces of silka and gold, passing any eye that a man may behold, turned about their heads in an excellent manner, inuoluxed, and bound together, their foreheads compassed about and shadowed with wowering curls, movably prepending in a wonderful manner, marulous delightful, perfumed and sweet, yielding in known fragrancy. Their speeches so persuasory and pleasing, as might rob the fall of an indisposed heart, and violently draw to them any mind, though satyr-like or churlish howsoever, to depraw religion, to bind ury loose conceit, to make any rusty peasant amorous, and to mollify any froward disposition. Upon which occasion, my mind, altogether set on fire with a new desire, and in the extreme heat of concupiscence, pricked to fall headlong into a lascivious appetite, and drowned in lusts full of bridled, in the extreme innuation and infectious contagion thereof, the damosels forsook me and left me all alone in a fruitful plain. In this place Poliphilus being left alone, a most fair nymphe, when he was forsaken of the lascivious company, came to him, whose boat eye and apparel Poliphilus doth amorously describe. My tender heart thus excessively wounded with amorous provocation, I think I was mad, I stood so amazed, or blind at the least, because that I could not perceive in what sort or how this desired and delightful company gave me the slip, and at last not knowing what I did, but casting mine eyes right forward, I beheld before me a fine arbor of sweet jessamine, somewhat high, lifting veep and bending o'er, all to be painted and decked with the pleasant and odoriferous flowers of three sorts commixed, and entreeing in vendor the same. Wonderfully perplexed for the loss of my company, I knew not how or in what sort, and calling to remembrance the Diors, rare and wonderful things past, and above all the great hope and trust which I had conceived upon the Queen's promise, that I should find my Lepolia. Alas, said I, with a deep sigh, my Polia, that the green arbor resounded again therewithal. My amorous breathings were such, framed within and sent out from my burning heart. And I was no sooner entered into this agony, and overwhelmed in this passion, but as I passed on to the other end of the arbor, I might perceive afar off a great number of youths, solacing and sporting themselves very loud with Dior's melodious sounds, with pleasant sports and sundry pastimes, in great ioe, and passing delight assembled together, in a large plain. Upon this grateful and desired novelty, I set me down marvelling at it, before I would step any further on. And behold, a most noble and fair nymph, with a burning torch in her hand, departing from the company, tended her course towards me, so as I might well perceive that she was a real maid indeed and no spyrite, whereupon I would not one whit, but gladly expected her coming, who with a maidenly hast, modest access, star-like countenance, and smiling grace, drew near extuve to me with such a majesty, and yet friendly. So as I doubt me, the amorous Idalia nor shewed herself to Mars, nor to her the fair pastor Adonis, nor the delicate Ganem to Jupiter, or the fair Psyches to her spouse Cupid. X2. For which cause, if she had been the fourth among the three contending goddesses, if Jo had been Yudge, as in the shady wood of Mensalon was the Phrygian sheep herd, without all doubt she had been judged of far a more excellent both eye, and without equivalence, more worthy of the golden apple, than all or any one of the rest. At the first sight I was persuaded that she had been Polia, but the place and accustomed and her apparel made me think the contrary, and therefore my doubtful judgment remained in suspense, having only a recurrent suspicion thereof. This honorable nymph had her virginal diween and small body covered with a thin subtle stuff of green silka, powdered with gold, upon a smock of pure white coral lawn, covering her most delicate and tender body, and snowy skin, as fine and good as you or Pamphila the daughter to Platus in the island of Ku, Didina and Tuwo, which white smock seemed as if it had coloured damask roses. The coat which she wore that was not like our fashioned petticoats with French waists, for that her sweet proportioned body needed no such pinching in, and wholesome wear, hindering procreation and an enemy to health, but rather like a waistcoat, with little plights and gathers vendor her round and pretty bearing out breasts, upon her slender and small waist, her large proportioned flanks and little round belly, fast girded about with a girdle of gold, and the same gown or garment side to the ground, and welted below. This garment being very side, was taken VP round about the pitch of her hips, and before upon her belly, and tied about with the studded marriage girdle of Cytherea, the plucking VP of Y garment, bearing the girdle about her like a French fardingale, and the nethermost part falling down about her feet in plights and falda, the stable and blown about with the sweet air and cool wind, causing sometime, by the thinness thereof, her shape to be seen in it, which she seemed with a prompt readiness to resist and hinder. Her both eye and grace was such, as I stood in doubt whether she were begotten by any humane generation, her arms stretching down, her hands long and slender, her fingers small and fair, and her nails thin and ruddy, and shining, as if she had been Minerva herself. Her arms to be seen through the clear thinness of the lawn, the winges about the size of her garment where her arms came out, were of gold, in an excellent sort and fashion welted, and set with pearl and stone, and in like sort, all the hemming about of her vesture, with gold O's, and pearl, and spangles of gold in Dior's places, distantly disposed in a curious and pleasant sort to behold. Upon either side, vendor the arms to her waist, her garment was sewed and open, but fastened with 3 buttons of great orient pearl, such as Cleopatra Neuer had to dissolve you in a potion, in loops of blue silka, so that you might see her smock between the distance of one pearl from another, cooring her dainty soft snowy thin skin, except her small neck and the upper half of her spatious and delicious breast. More desired and contenting mine eyes than the water brooks, and cool rivers to the embossed and chaste heart, more pleasing than the fisher boat of Endymion to Cynthia, and more pleasant than Cythera to Orpheus. The sloes of her smock of a convenient largeness, and about her wrists plighted and tied with bracelets of gold, double and knighted with orient pearl. And besides all her ornaments and gracious gestures, she endowered now and then with stolen and affected regards, in a sweet and pleasant sort, to cast down her eyes upon her little round swelling breasts, impatient at the suppressing of her soft and fine apparel, so as I judged upon good consideration, and thought that in the dignity and honorable frame of her personage, the Creator had framed and knighted together all the violence of Le. The four Norses of the royal kingdom of Babylon, called the tongue of the gods, had not that power to win favour and love the king, which this most sweet nymph had. About her fair neck, more white than the Scythian snow, she wore a carcanet of orient pearl. Cerna the wife of Caesar Neuer had the like, and I doubt me that of Eriphyle, which she took to Amphiorus, was nothing comparable to it. And in the bending down o'er the division of her breasts, betwixt two great pearls, there was laced a Coruscant round ruby, and three upon the collaterate sides of the side pearls, two glistering sapphires, and two pearls, next them two emeralds, and two pearls, and after them two fair hyacinths. All these pearls and stones were laced in a work in lozenges, in a rare and beautiful manner. X3. Her fair head, sending down and folding a loose spreading abroad of plentiful hair, like the smallest threads of gold, wowing with the wind, and pon her crown, a garland of tawny violets sweetly smelling, and cooring the same almost to her forehead, from the middle of her point whereof, in formy of two hemicycles to the half of her ears, it mounted veep in curled trammels, falling down again upon her fair temples, movably wowing and shadowing the same, and hiding the upper half of her small ears, more fair than e'er was reported of Memoria. The rest of her yellow hair descended down o'er her fair neck, well-disposed shoulders, and straight back, to the callues of her slender legs, moderately wowing and blown abroad, in greater bow-tie than the proud-eyed feathers of Juno's bird. Such hair as Berenice did Neuer vow in the Venerius temple for her Thalamos, nor Conus the mathematician did e'er behold the like placed in the triangule. In her forehead, Vender two subtle black hemicicles and distinct eyebrows, such as a Baxine in Ethiopia had not to boast of, or compare with, nor Juno herself, did look out and present Themsila's two pleasant radius and glistering eyes, which would enforce Jupiter to rain gold, of a clear sight, quick and piercing, with a brown circle betwixt the apple and the milky white, near to the which were her purple and cherry cheeks, beautified with two round smiling dimples, gracing the pleasure of her countenance, of the color of the fresh roses gathered at the rising of the sun, and laid in a vessel of the crystal of Cyprus, and shewing through the same, as methought, Vender her nose to her lips, past a little valley to her small mouth of a most sweet for me, her lips not blabbered or swelling, but indifferent, and of a ruby color, cooring two vniform sets of teeth, like Uri, and small, not one longer and sharper than another, but in order unely disposed and set, from betwixt the which, Le had composed an everlasting sweet breathing, so as I, presumed to think, that the snow-white teeth betwixt her gracious lips were no other but orient pearls, and her sweet breath hot musk, and by her delightful voice that she was Thespis with her 9 daughters. By all which sight I was greatly moved and my senses roused with a kindled appetite, causing among them great strife and bitter contention, such as I nor felt before, by any other presence or excellent sights whatsoever. My searching eyes commended one part above another, to be more beautiful, but my appetite rapt into another part of her humanly body, esteeming that above the other. And thus my insatiable and wanton eyes were the Yule beginning of all these perturbing and contentious commotion, whom I found the seminaries and moors of all so great strife and trouble, in my wounded and festering heart. Through their contumacy, I was now brought from myself, and nevertheless, I could not be satisfied by them. my greedy appetite extolled her delicate breast above any comparison, my eyes delightfully consenting thereunto, said, At least by that we may discover what why rest is, and they, glancing from that to the regard of her grace and gesture, set all their delight therein, and my appetite strengthened and not easily removed from thence, I persuaded myself, that the plenty and fairness of her head and hair, and the dressing thereof, and the bow tie of her forehead, could nowhere be compared with of any one or other, like the scrapings of gold always turning into little roundels. With 2 eyes like morning stars in a clear hoen, more beautifully adorning her head, than any that e'er the warlike Nico beheld among the Acetanians, wounding my heart like one of the arrows of the angry Cupid. And thus to conclude, I dare be bold to say, that no mortal man hath seen, so gracious, so shining, so clear and pleasant lights as these were placed in the forehead of this humanly creature, so that by them my heart was taken prisoner, and was filled with such continual cauterices of desire, as if a leaf of the laurel of the tomb of the king of Bibria had been placed betwixt, and that strife should ne'er cease whilst it was there. So as I thought that this strife would ne'er cease, till the pleasure were taken away, by reason whereof I could not perceive how I should obtain the fullness of my desire, or how it could agree with either one or other. Like one extremely hungry among a number of prepared meats being desirous of all, feeds of none, his burning appetite remaining satisfied with none, but still hungry. The most fair nymph being come to Poliphilus, bearing a torch in her left hand, with the other took him and invited him to walk with her, and there Poliphilus by her lo was more inflamed. Thus sang before me, a real and visible object of a most excellent representation, luily presence and humanly aspect, of a plentiful store and nursal gathering of seen both eye, and in humane comeliness, I made light and slender account, in respect hereof, of all the inestimable delights, riches, and great pomp which before I had beheld and seen, thinking their worthiness nothing to speak of. In comparison of this, O happy he that may enjoy such and so great a treasure of love, and not only a happy possessor I account him, but most happy that shall possess and obtain her obedience, to highest desire and rule. But if Zens had beheld this substance, he would ha commended the same above all the Agrigentine maids, Uri proportion would ha made to him an opportune shew of the absolutest perfection in the whole world. Which fair and humanly nymph now coming near to me, with a cheerful countenance, incontinently her most rare boat eye, before somewhat a foray of looked upon with mine eyes, but now, by them more near and narrowly beheld, I was roused and amazed. And her amorous aspect and luily presence was no sooner brought by the message of mine eyes to my inward parties, but my recording and watchful remembrance, stirring and waking deep my heart, presenting and offering her to the same, it is become her shop, the quire for her piercing arrows and wounding regards, and the dwelling place and considerable mansion house of her sweet picture. Knowing that this was she which had tediously consumed my tender years, in her hot and prime love, not to be resisted. For I felt the same leaping and beating against my breast, without ceasing, like as one that striketh upon a horse tabor. And still methought by her luily and delightful countenance, by her fair tresses, and the curling and wowing hair, playing VP and down upon her forehead, that it should be Polia, whom so greatly I had looed and desired, and for whom I had sustained so many and sundry griefs, without intermission, sending out scalding sighs, the outward reporters of my inward flames. But her rich and nymphish habit, unaccustomed, and the place of known and strange, made me still doubtful and suspicious. She, as before said, carried in her snow-white left arm, close to her body, a kindled and burning torch, somewhat higher than her head a good deal, and the lower end growing smaller and smaller, she held in her hand, and stretching forth that which was at liberty, more white than e'er had Pelopia, wherein appeared the thin smoothness of the skin, and the blueness of the veins like azure streams, upon the fair and whitest paper. She took me by the left hand with a sweet and luing countenance and smiling grace, and with an eloquent speech, she pleasantly said in this manner: Poliphilus, I think myself to come in safety, but it seemeth that you stand doubtful. Hereat I was more amazed, and my senses in a manner gone to imagine how she should know my name, and all my inward parts vanquished, and hemmed in with burning amorous flames, my speech was taken from me with fear and recurrent bashfulness. In this sort remaining, I knew not upon the sudden what good answer I might make, or otherwise though her recurrence, but to offer her my worthy and benefit hand, which when it was strained in hers, methought that it was in hot snow and curd milk, and methought indeed, that I touched and handled something which was more than humane, which when I had so done, I remained mood and mind, troubled and doubtful, unaccustomed to such a companion, not knowing what to say, or whether to follow her, in my simple apparel and homely bringing VP, not agreeable with hers, and as a full, worthy and benefit for her fellowship, persuading myself that it was not lawful for a mortal and earthly creature to enjoy such pleasures. For which cause my white collar red and blushing, with recurrent admiration, being good at my baseness, I led myself to follow her. Why? At length, and yet not with a perfect recalled mind, I began to reduce and salmon together my fearful and distempered spirits, persuading myself that I must needs have good success, being near so fair and divine an object, and in such a place, and so followed her on with a panting heart, more shaking than the bird Sejura, or a lamb carried in the mouth of a wolf. And thus touched most fervently with pleasant heats, growing and increasing more and more, they began to boil and kindle my cold fear, and dispositionally to adopt my altered heat to sincere love. Which being thus brought to these passe, by a prooked inward desire, yet inwardly as I reasoned with myself, it was wonderfully variable and doubtful. O most happy lower of all lowers, that in requital of his, might be sure to participate of hers. On the other side, I persuaded myself, that if I should offer to her my amorous heart and love, having no better thing to bestow upon her, or present to her, it might be that she would not refuse it, like Artaxerxes, the king of the Persians, who having water presented to his hands, accepted of it bowing down himself. Herewithal, methought yet that a fearful and chill trembling inundated me, infusing itself o'er all my body and breast, renewing the force of the extreme fire, ewen like dry reed, which being once kindled, is enflamed and nourished with the fresh air, till at length it is increased so mightily, that it consumeth all to ashes. And in like sort, I fully found in myself an increase and flashing abroad of my inward flames, in their prepared subject, so effectually, that her amorous regards gave me mortal and deadly wounds, ewen as lightning and thunder, among the strong and mighty oaks, suddenly with a great force, scorching and tearing them. And therefore I durst not look upon her bright eyes, because that doing so, being overcome with the incredible beauty of her gracious aspect, if peradventure her radius beams did rain counter mutually with mine, for a little while Uri Thinge seemed to me, till I had closed the lids together, and restored them to their former light. Whereupon, and by reason of these things captured, spoiled, and overcome, I determined at that instant to pluck some fresh flowers, and in all humble sort to offer them to her, and it came to pass that whilst my secret thoughts consented thereunto, consigning a free mean and large entrance, for the discovery of my desire. But my burning heart humbly howing open the same, ewen as a ripe apple being either bitten or shaken, so it fell and failed me. And receiving into his wounded and familiar estuation, in some interposition of time, immediately his accustomed heat and fervor increased, piercing the inward parts with her virginal aspects, exceedingly beautified with a comely grace and inexcogitable elegancy. Because, that into this sweet introduction into my mind, of these first amorous flames, like the Trojan horse, full of weapons and deceit, the entrance was made for an everlasting, known, and incessant plague, deeply festering in my tender and poor heart, perpetually remaining, which easily overcome with one sweet look, inconsiderately without delay, hasteneth his own hurt, and wholly layeth itself open to amorous incursions, and burneth itself with sweet conceits, going into the flames of his own accord. To all which burning desires her present company did greatly enforce me, which I esteemed to yield me more comfort than the north star in a tempestuous night to the troubled mariner, more acceptable than that of Melicta to Adonis, or to Phrodites, the obsequious nymph Peristera, and more delightful than Ditander to the daughter of Dido, with the purple flower for the wound of pious Aeneas. And finding my heart stricken and inwardly pricking, secretly filled and compressively stuffed, recording and gathering together into it variable thoughts and working of le, my immedicable wound grew greater and greater. But gathering VP the remainder of my senses, as one that durst, I assured myself to manifest and lay open before her my intended desires and amorous conceits. And thus loosing myself in a blind folly, I could not choose but give place to my innuating desires, fervently boiling and enforcing me to say thus: O delicate and heavenly damosel, whatsoe'er thou art, thy forcible love hath set me on fire, and consumeth my good heart. I find myself all o'er, burning in incessant flame, and a sharp dart cast into the midst of my breast, where it sticketh why too fast, howing made a mortal wound incurable. And howing spoken thus, to the end I might discover to her my hidden desire, and moderate by that means the extremity of my bitter passions, which I felt, the more they were concealed, the more to augment and increase. I patiently held my peace, and by this means all those fervent and grievous agitations, doubtful thoughts, wanton and violent desires, were somewhat suppressed, with my ill-furred gown, that had still some of the bramble lows and pricks in the wood hanging upon it. And e'en as a peacock in the pride of his feathers, beholding the foulness of his feet, pulleth down high strain, so I, considering the inequality of myself, with such a heavenly object, appalled the provocations of my contumacious and high desires, looking into the vanities of my thoughts. Why, too? And then I earnestly endured by all the means that I might, to subdue, encloister, and keep in, my bridled gaddying appetite, wandering mind, and immodest desire, intending now that it should ne'er be vetered again. At length I began to think in the secret depth of my wounded heart, that undoubtedly this my present continued grief was equal with that of wicked Tantalus, to whose hot and thirsting lips the cool and clear water did offer itself, and to his hungry appetite the sweet fruits hung o'er high gaping mouth appresenting, but he nor tasted any of either. Ah, woe is me, ewen in like sort, a most fair nymph of an excellent shape, of a flourishing age, of angel-like behower unspeakable, and of rare honor and exceeding courtesy as mine eyes could behold, whose company exceeded any exquisite humane content, and I espy her, full of all whatsoever provocation, forcing salaciously lure and desire, heaping deep in herself the whole perfections of delight. And yet my yawning and voluptuous desire, nor the more thereby satisfied. Well, on this sort my burning concupiscence nothing allayed, as much as I might, I comforted my languishing heart, immeasurably tormented, in putting of it in mind, of salacious and amorous hope, and with that, there was nor a coal so near put out, but it was presently renewed and set on fire, with the company of the next. And my bridled eyes, the more they were known to resist her power, the more they were inflamed with the insolent desire, and liking of her wonderful and heavenly beauty, still seeming more fair, more excellent, more loyally, more to be desired, extremely apt and prepared for love, evidently shewing forth in herself a wonderful increase of sweet pleasure. Afterwards I thought with myself, it may be that she is some creature which I may not desire, and it may be the place is not fit for such thoughts, and then it may be I ha made a wise work, and spun a fair thread, if I should be punished for my impudency, like Ixion. In like sort, the Thracian had nor found the deep seat of Neptune, if he had not meddled with Thetis, and Galantide, the maid of Lucina, should not ha brought forth in her mouth, if he had not deceived. It may that this nymph is spoused to some high and mighty prince, and I to offer her this dishonor, what am I worthy of? And thus reasoning with myself, I thought that those things which had but slender assurance would lightly slip away, and that it would not be hard to deceive you, where was no watchful regard, and to bold spirits, fortune was not altogether failing, and besides, that it was hard to know a man's thought. Whereupon, ewen as Calistone, being ashamed at her swelling belly, shrunk aside from the presence of Diana, so I withdrew myself, blushing at my attempt, and bridling my inconvenient desires. Yet with a lynch's eye, I nor left to examine, with great delight, the extreme beauty of the excellent nymph, disposing myself to her sweet lure, with infallible, obstinate, and firm resolution. Why 3. Polia, as yet known to her lower Poliphilus, she graciously assureth him, who for her extreme beauty, he endureth his mind to lure. and both of them going to the triumphs, they see innumerable youths and damosels, sporting with great delight. He Archer Cupid, in my wounding heart howing his residence, like a lord and king, holding me tied in the bands of love, I found myself pricked and grossly tormented, in his tyrannous and yet pleasant regiment. And abounding in doubtful delight, immeasurably sighing, I watered my plaints, and then the surmounting nymph, with a pleasing grace, incontinently gave me comfort, and with her ruddy and fair-spoken lips, framing violent and attractive words, she gave me assurance, abandoning and remowing from my heart all fearful thoughts, with her olympical aspects, and cooling with her eloquent speeches my burning heart. And with an amorous and friendly regard, and cast of her eyes, and smiling grace, she said thus to me: T. Poliphilus, I would thou shouldest understand and know this, that true and virtuous love hath no respect of outward things, and therefore let not the basines of thy apparel diminish or lessen thy mind, if perhaps noble and gentle, and worthy of these places, and fit to behold these Maruella's triumphes. Therefore let not thy mind be dismayed with fear, but diligently behold what kingdoms they possess, that are crowned by Venus. I mean, such as be strongly agonished and yet persevere still, sorrowing and attending upon her amorous altars and sacred flames, till they obtain her lawful favor. And then making an endy of her short and sweet speech, both of verses making forward, our pace neither too fast nor too slow, but in a measure, I thought thus, and thus discoursing with myself: O most valiant Perseus, thou wouldest more fiercely have fought with the cruel dragon, for the fall of this, than for the love of thy fair Andromeda. And after, O Iason, if the marriage of this had been offered to thee, with a more greater and more dangerous adventure than the obtaining of the golden fleece, thou wouldest ha let go that, and undertaken this, with a greater courage, esteeming it above all the jewels and precious treasures of the whole world, aye, more than those of the rich and mighty Queen Eleutherilida, continually seeming more fair, more beautiful, and more loyally. Hippodamia, and all the greedy scraping and doubtful shures, Neuer took such delight in getting of gold. A quiet harbor was Neuer so welcome to a distressed mariner, in a stormy, dark, and tempestuous winter night, nor the wished and opportune fall of rain, at the prayer of Croesus, as the luing consent of this dainty nymph, more welcome to me, than bloody broils to warlike Mars, or the first fruits of Creta to Dionysius, or the warbling harp to Apollo, and yet more grateful than fertile ground, full ears, and plentiful yielding, to the laboring husbandman. And thus in most contented sort, passing on and pressing down the thick, green, and cool grass, sometime my searching and bussy eyes would ha cast with her pretty and small feet, passing well fitted with shoes of red leather, growing broader from the instep, narrow at the toe, and close about the heel, and sometimes her fine and movable legs, her vesture of silk being blown about with the wind, upon her virginal parties, discoured Themsilas. If I might ha seen them, I do imagine that they did look like the finest flour of Peloponnesus, or like the purest milk, coagulated with musk. By all which most delectable things, tied and bound in the hard and inextricable knots of vehement love, more easy to undo than that of Hercules, or that which Alexander the Great did cut in sunder with high sword, and amorously masked in rolled netties, and my subdued heart, held down with good cogitations and burning desires, leading me whither they would, I found in it more pricking torments than faithful Regulus in Africa, so that my sorrowing spirits, exasperated with an amorous desire and extreme vexation, continually burning in my panting breast, could by no means be assuaged, but with supping VP of continual sobbings, and breathing out of their flying loss. And thus drowned in a mist of doubts, and seeing me violently taken in her love, I say thus to myself: O Poliphilus, how canst thou low at any time thy inseparable love, kindled towards thy sweet Polia, for any other? And therewithal, from this nymph, thus close and fast bound, more strongly than the claws of a cruse or lobster, enduring to tie myself, I found it no easy piece of work, so that I could not choose but grievously bind my troubled heart to the love and affecting of this by all likelihoods, howing the true shape, sweet resemblance, and gracious behower of my most beloved Polia. But above all things, this came more near to me and good me worst, how I should be assured that she was Polia. Whereupon, from my watery eyes, the salt tears immediately trickling down, it seemed to me a hard and contemptuous matter, to banish from my forlorn and poor heart his old serene lady and mistress, and to entertain a new, strange, and known tyrannizer. Afterwards, I comforted myself again, with thinking that peradventure this was she, according to the sacred oracle and true speech of the mighty Queen Elothrillida, and therefore, that I should not shrink or stoop vender my burthen, for if I were not greatly deceived, this was she indeed. And having made these amorous and discursive thought and suasion presuppose, abandoning all other desires whatsoever, I only determined with my heart and mind to come back again to this noble and excellent nymph, in whose great law being thus taken, with extreme compulsion, I was bold with an accustomed admiration, diligently to look upon her rare shape and lily features, my eyes making themselves the swallowing whirlpools of her incomparable boat eye, and they were no sooner opened, hotly to take in the sweet pleasure of her so benign and conspicuous presence, but they were strengthened for ever, to hold with them salaciously agreeing, the assembly of all my other captured senses, that from her and no other, I did seek the mitigation and quenching of my amorous flames. And in this sort we came, whilst I was thus cruelly wounded by exasperating Lou, somewhat upon the right side of the spacious fielda, in which place were set green trees, thick with lows, and full of flowers, bearing fruit, round about the place and seat of such variable and diverse sorts, nor fading but still green, giving great content to the delightful beholder. The gallant and pleasant nymphy there stayed, and I also stood still, where looking about, by the benignity of the fruitful plain, with half my sight, because I could not altogether withdraw the same from the amorous object, I beheld very near to Versus, a certain shew of an Ignorating company, triumphing and dancing about Versus, of most brow and fine youths, without beards and shorn hairs, but that of their heads bushing, curling, and writhing, without any art or effeminate crisping, crowned and dressed, with garlands and wreaths of diverse flowers, and red roses, with lowy myrtle, with purple amaranth or flower gentle, and melliot, and with them a great company of young maids, more fair and delicate than be to be found in Sparta, both kins apparelled very richly, in silkas of changeable colours, hiding the perfect colour, some in purple and murrey, and some in white curled sandal, such as Egypt nor afforded, and of divers other colours, some tawny, so be crimson, others in green, some in violet, some in blue, peach colour, peacock colour, perfectly ingrained, azure corica could yielda, and powdered and wowen with gold, and edged and hemmed about with orient pearl and stones set in pure gold, some in gowns, and others in hunting suits. And the most of the beautiful nymphs had their fair hair smoothly bound veep together, and thrice rolled about, with an excellent finishing knot. Others had their unstable and wowing tresses, spreading down o'er their fair necks. Some, with abundance of hair, cast vp o'er their foreheads, and the endies turning into curls, and shadowing o'er the fairines of the same, so as nature and not arte shewed herself therein a beautiful mistress, with fillets and laces of gold, edged with orient pearl, and others in cauls of gold, wearing about their slender necks rich and precious carcanets and necklaces of pearls and stone, and depending jewels. And upon their small ears did hang divers precious stones, and o'er the variable dressings of their heads, before in two hemicicles, were set shadows of orient pearl and stone, in flowers of hair. All which excellent ornaments, together with their most elegant personages, were easily able to alter any churlish, vile, or obstinate heart. Their fair breasts, in a voluptuous and wanton sort, were bare to the midst of them, and upon their pretty feet, some wore sandals, after the ancient manner, being soles, and the foot bare fastened to the same, with a small shen of gold, coming vp betwixt the great toe and the middle, and the little toe and the next, about the heel o'er the instep, and fastening upon the upper part, betwixt the toes and the instep, in a flower. Others having straight shoes clasped upon the instep with flowers of gold. Their stockings of silka, some of purple, some of carnation, some of parted colours, such as Caius Gallicola Noyer first brought vp. Others wearing buskins, upon the white swelling calves of their legs, and laced with silka, some bonnet with gold and precious stone. Z. Therefore he's most fair, and beautified with the movable wanges of their crisping hair covered o'er with a thin veil, like a spider's web. Their eyes biting and alluring, more bright than the twinkling stars in a clear air, vendor their circulate breeze, with a small nose, betwixt their round and cherry cheeks, their teeth orderly disposed, small and ewen set, of the color of refined silver, upon the rest, betwixt their sweet and soft lips, of the color of coral. Many of them carrying instruments of music, such as nor were seen in Ausonia, nor in the hands of Orpheus, yielding in the flowering meadow and smooth plain, most delightful sounds, with sweet voices and noises of ioe and triumphing, and to increase the glory, amorously striving and contending one with another, vacillacious and pleasant acts, accompanied with fair speeches and friendly aspects. And in this place, with a most delectable applause, I beheld four triumphes, so precious and sumptuously set forth, as nor any mortal eye hath seen. V. Poliphilus in this prescribed place, did behold four triumphing chariots, all set with precious stones and jewels, by a great number of youths, in the honor of Jupiter. He first of the four marvelous triumphant chariots, had four round wheels, of perfect green emeralds of Scythia. The rest of the chariot did amaze me to behold, being made all of table diamonds, not of Arabia or Cyprus, of the new mine, as our lapidaries call them, but of India, resisting the hard strokes of iron and steel, abiding the oat fire, and striving therewith. Mollified only with the warm blood of goats, grateful in the magical arte, which stones were wonderfully cut, of a cataglyphic explicature, and set very curiously in fine gold. Upon the right side of the chariot, I saw expressed the representation of a noble nymph, with many accompanying her in a meadow, crowning of victorious bules with garlands of flowers, and one abiding by her very tamely. The same nymph, upon the other side, was also represented, who having mounted VP upon the back of the bull, which was gentle and white, he carried her o'er the sea. Upon the fore end I beheld Cupid, with a great number of wounded people and nations, marvelling to see him shoot into the air. And in the hinder part, Mars standing before Jupiter, mourning because the boy had shot through his impenetrable breastplate, and shewing the wound, and with the other hand, holding out his arm, he held this ward Nemo. The fashion of this chariot was quadrangulate, of 2 perfect squares, lunge ways, of 6 foot in length and 3 foot in height, with a bearing out cornice above and vendor the plynth, and about the same a plane, in breadth 2 foot and a half, and in length 4 foot and a half, bearing towards the cornice, all o'er scally, with precious stones, with an altered congress and order of colors, variably disposed. And upon the 4 corners, were fast dead 4 copies, innerst, and the mouth lying towards Z2 upon the proect corner of the cornice, full of fruits and flowers cut of precious stones, as it were growing out of a foliature of gold. The horns were chased near their mouth, with the loaves of poppy, and rye then in the belly, the gracillement, and outward bending, ironing fast to the end of the plane, and breaking of in an old-fashioned aiag leaf work, lying along vendor the back of the coppice, and of the same metal. Upon every corner of the plynth, from the cornice downward, there was a foot like a harpy's, with an excellent connertion and turning upon either sides of the loaves of acanthus. Z2. The wheels, above the naus and axletrees, were closed within the chariot, and the sides thereof vendor the harpy's feet, bent somewhat toward and growing lesser, turned round downward, wherever to the furniture or trace to draw it by, were fastened, and where the axletree was, there upon the side of the bottom of the chariot, o'er the naui of the wheel, there came down a prepension ironing to the plynth, twice so long as deep, of 2 foliatures, one extending one way and the other another way, and upon the middle thereof and lowest part, was a rose of furloughs, in the seed whereof, the endy of the axletree did lie. Upon the aforesaid plain, I beheld the image of a fair white and tame bull, trimmed and dressed with flowers, in manner like an ox for a sacrifice. And upon his large and broad back did sit a princely virgin, with long and slender arms, half naked, with her hands she held by his horns. Her apparel was exquisite of green silk and gold, marvellously woven, and of a nymphish fashion, cooring her body and girded about her waist, edged about with pearl and stone, and a crown of glittering gold upon her fair head. This triumph was drawn by 6 lascivious centaurs, which came of the fallen seed of the saucy and presumptuous Ixion, with a furniture of gold upon them, and along their strong sides, like horses, excellently framed and eloquated in manner of a flagon chain, whereby they drew the triumph, such as Erichthonius Neuer invented, for swiftness. Upon Uri one of them did ride a goodly nymph, with their shoulders one towards another, 3, with their beautiful faces towards the right side of the triumphes, and 3 to the left, with instruments of music, making together a heavenly harmony, v, and consort. Their hairs yellow, and falling o'er their fair necks, with pancarpio garlands of all manner of flowers, upon their heads. The 2 next the triumph were apparelled in blue silka, like the collar of a peacock's neck. V. The middlemost in bright crimson, and the 2 foremost in an emerald green, not wanting any ornaments to set them forth, singing so sweetly with little round mouths, and playing upon their instruments, within so celestial a manner, as would keep a man from dying. The centaurs were crowned with ui, that is called dendrocyssos. The 2 next the triumph did bear in their hands 2 vessels of an old fashion, of the topaz of Arabia, of a bright golden color, great full to Lucina, and to the which the wows will be calm, slender at the bottom, biggie swelling in the belly, and lessening small vp towards the orifice, in height 2 foot, without ears, out of the which did ascend a thick smoke or fume, of an inestimable fragrancy. The middlemost did sound trumpets of gold, with banners of silk and gold, fastened to the trumpets in 3 places. The other 2 foremost, with old-fashioned cornets, agreeing in consort with the instruments of the nymph. Vendor the which triumphant chariot, were the axletrees connuently placed, whereupon the wheels turned, and of a ballistic lineament, waxing small toward the end and round, which axletrees were of fine pure gold and massieu, neuer cankering or fretting, which is the deadly poison and destroyer of virtue and peaceable quiet. This triumph was solemnly celebrated, with moderate leaping and dancing about, and great applause. Their habits were girded with scarfs, the endies flying abroad. And in like sort those which did sit upon the centaurs, commending in their song the occasion and mystery of the triumph, in voices consonant and cantionel verse, more pleasant than I am able to express, but let this suffice. The second triumph. The next triumph was not less worthy to be beholden than the first. The four wheels, the spokes, and naois, were all ze 3 of full agate, and in divers places white veins, such as King Pyrrhus could not shew, with the representation of the 9 muses, and Apollo playing in the midst of them upon his lute. Z3. The axletrees and fashion of the same like the other, but the tables were of orient blue sapphire, having in them, as small as motes in the sun, certain glints of gold, great full to the magic arte, and of Cupid belted in the left hand. Upon the table on the right side, I beheld engrauen, a goodly matron lying in a princely bed, being delured of 2 eggies in a stately palace, her midwives and other matrons and young women, being greatly astonished at the sight. Out of one of the which sprang a flame of fire, and out of the other eggy 2 bright stars. Upon the other side were engrauen, the curious parents, ignorant of these strange bewire in the temple of Apollo, before Hy's image, asking by oracle the cause and endi hereof, howing this dark answer. Ni gradum mer. Alterum gradum mari. And for these ambiguous answer they were resurrected by their parents. Upon the fore endi of the chariot, there was represented most loyally the figure of Cupid, aloft in the skies, with the sharp heads of his golden arrows, wounding and making bleed the bodies of divers four-footed beasts, creeping serpents, and flying foals. And upon the earth stood divers persons, wondering at the force of such a little slaw, and the effect of such a weak and slender arrow. In the hinder endi, Jupiter appointing in high stead, a prudent and subtle shepherd as a judge, awakened by Hym, as he lay sleeping near a most fair fountain, whether of the 3 most fair goddesses, he esteemed best worthy. And he being seduced by dozing Cupid, gave the apple to the pleasant working Venus. This triumphant chariot was drawn by 6 white elephants, coupled 2 and 2 together, such as will hardly be found in Abyssinia, nor among the ganders of India. Pompey nor v. had the like in his triumphes in Afrique, either were the like seen in the triumphes of the conquest of India, their trunks armed with deadly teeth of uri, passing on their way and drawing together, making a pleasant braying or noise. Their furniture and traces of pure blue silka, twisted with threads of gold and silver, the fastenings in the furniture, all made VP with square or true knots, like square ears of corn of the mountain Garganus. Their putterels of gold, set with pearl and stone different in hours, the boat eye of the one striving to excel the boat eye of the other. And thus was all their furniture or armings to the traces of silka as aforesaid. V. Upon them also did ride, as before, 6 young and tender nymphs, in like sort, but their instruments different from the former, but agreeing in consort, and what Sir the first did, the same did these. The first 2 were apparelled in crimson, the middlemost 2 in fine hair collar, and the foremost in violet. The caparisons of the elephants were of cloth of gold, edged with great pearls and precious stones, and about their necks were ornaments of great round jewels, and upon their faces, great balls of pearls, tasseled with silka and gold, the stable and turning. O you the stately chariot triumphant, I beheld a most white swan, in the amorous embracing of a noble nymph, the daughter of Theseus, of an incredible boat eye, and upon her lap, sitting the same swan, O you her white thighs. She sate upon 2 cushions of cloth of gold, finely and softly woven, with all the ornaments necessary for them. Herself apparelled in a nymphish sort, in cloth of silver, here and there powdered with gold, O you 1 and vendor 3, without defect or want of anything requisite to the adorning of so honorable a representation, which to the beholder may occasion a pleasurable delight. In uri sort performed with as great applause as the first. The third triumph. Then followed the Thrd triumph, with full wheels of Ethiopian chrysolite, sparkling out gold, that which hath been held in the same, in old time hath been thought good to dry you away malignant spirits. The wheels boardly cured, as aforesaid, and the nowies and spokes of the same fashion, of green heliotrope of Cyprus, whose virtue is, to keep secret in the daylight, to diween gifts, full of drops of blood. This history was engravened upon the right side of the table thereof, as followeth. A man of great majesty, requesting to know what should happen to his fair daughter, her father understanding, that by her means he should be dispossessed of his crown and dignity, and to the end she should not be carried away or stolen of any, he built a mighty strong tower, and there, with a watchful guard caused her to be kept, and she remaining there in this sort with great content, had falling into her virginal lap, drops of gold. Upon the other side was chased out a valiant youth, who with great reverence did receive a protection of a crystal shield, and with his sword afterward cutting off the head of a terrible woman, and afterwards proudly bearing her head in signa of victory, out of the hot blood of whom did rise VP a flying horse, who striking upon a mountain with one of his hose, made a strange springe of water to gush out. Upon the fore end I beheld the mighty Cupid, drawing his golden arrow, and shooting the same VP into the hoens, causing them to rain blood, whereat a number stood wonderfully amazed, of all fortes of people. Upon the other end I did see Venus in a wonderful displeasure, having taken her son by a night in a net, and getting him by the winges, she was about to pluck of his feathers, having plucked of one handful, that flew about, the little elf crying out piteously, and an other sent from Jupiter, took him away and sowed him from his mother, and presented him to Jupiter, against whose diween mouth were in Attic letter these words written, Sigma upsilon omicron iod pi lambda upsilon kappa upsilon sigma upsilon kappa alpha iod pi kappa omicron 25, and he cured him in the lap of his celestial gown. Sigma upsilon omicron iod pi lambda upsilon kappa upsilon sigma upsilon kappa alpha iod pi kappa omicron 25. This triumphant chariot was pompously drawn with 6 fierce unicorns, their heads like hearts, reverencing the chaste Diana. The putterels and furniture about their strong breasts was of gold, set with precious stone, and fringed with silver and hair-collared silka, tied into knots, in manner of a net work, and tasseled at uri prependent point, their caparisons like the other before spoken of. Upon these did sit 6 fair virgins, in such pomp and manner, as before, apparelled in cloth of gold, woven with blue silk into Dior's loaves and flowers. These had a consort of Lionseer's wind instruments, full of spyrite. 26. And upon the top of the chariot was placed a stole of green iasper, set in silver, needful and beguile and medicinable for chastity. At the foot it was 6 square, and growing smaller toward the seat, and from the middle to the foot, chamfered and furrowed, and board wrought with nextrals, the seat whereof was somewhat hallowed, for the more easily sitting upon it. The lineaments thereof most excellent. v. 26. Aloft upon the same did sit a most singular fair nymph, richly apparelled in cloth of gold and blue silka, dressed like a virgin, and adorned with innumerable sorts of pearls and stone. She shewed an affectious delight, to behold drops of gold fall from Hoenn into her lap. She sate in solemna pompa like the other, and with great applause, with her fair and plentiful hair spreading down o'er her back, crowned with a diadem of gold, set with sundry precious stones. The fourth triumph. The fourth triumph was borne upon 4 wheels, with iron strakes, forcibly beaten out without fire. All the rest of the chariot, in fashion like the former, was of burning carbuncle, shewing light in the darkest places, of an expolite cutting, past any reason, to think how or where it was possible to be made, or by what workman. The right side whereof held this history: an honorable woman with child, to whom Jupiter shewed himself, as he was wont with in thunder and lightning, insomuch as she fell all to ashes, out of the which was taken a young infant. Upon the other side, I beheld Jupiter, howing the said infant in his hands, and delivering him to a young man, with winged buskins, and a staff, with 2 serpents winding about it, who delivered the infant to certain nymphs in a caw, to be fostered. In the forendi, I might see how Cupid howing shot into Hoenn with his mischievous arrow, had caused Jupiter to behold a more tall nymph, and a great number of wounded people wondering at it. In the hinder end was Jupiter sitting in a tribunal seat as judge, and cup-eyed Apring limping before him, and making gross complaints against his lewing mother, because that by her means he had wounded himself extremely with the lowe of a fair damsel, and that his leg was burnt with a drop of a lampy, presenting also the young nymph and the lampy in her hand. And Jupiter with a smiling countenance speaking to Cupid: Perfer scintillam cacoelum accendis, and omnes. This monastican was graven in Latine letters in a square table before the faces of their supreme majesties, the rest as is described. This mystical triumph was drawn by 6 spotted beasts of yellow shining color, and swift as the tigers of Hyrcania called leopards, coupled together with withes of twined vines, full of tender green lows, and stalks full of green clusters. This chariot was drawn very leisurely. Upon the middle of which plain there was placed a base of gold by the lowest diameter, 1 foot and 3 handfuls high, the lataster or lowest verge round and hollowed, and the middle vendor the persime or brim in for me of a palli with neck strubs, rules and corticels. The upper plane of this base was euaculated, wherein rested the trains of the four eagles standing upon the plain, smooth superficies of the base, which were of precious etite of Persia, of the color of a saker's plume. And these stood with their shoulders one opposite against another, and their pounces of gold fastened and sticking in the said base, one sorrowing with their wings, and the flowering tips of their sarcelets touching one another. These as upon a nest, was placed this Maruellus vessel of Ethiopian hyacinths clear and bright, celso inimicus, cometae graciosus. This vessel was crusted with emeralds and veins of Dior's other precious stones, a work incredible. The height thereof 2 foot and a half, the fashion in manner round, the breadth by diameter 1 foot and a half, and the circumference consisted of 3 diameters. From the heads of the eagles the bottom or foot of the vessel did ascend 1 trions, and a border going about the thickness of a hand, from which border, to the beginning of the belly of the vessel, and to the bottom of the foot with this hand breadth, was 1 foot and a half. Upon this stood the for me of the vessel aforesaid 1 handful and a half broader, which half handful was distributed to the border, about the brim of foulding lows and flowers standing out from the hyacinth. The diameter 2 quarters and a half. Vender this border there did stick out round about certain proportions like walnut shells, or the keel of a ship, somewhat thick and broad at the upper end, and lessing themselves to nothing bellow. From thence to the orifice it did rise VP 2/4, furrowed with turning champers, and an excellent cyme, and instead of ears to take VP the vessel by, it had 2 lips standing out and turning in round like the head of a bass viol. V. Vendor and above the borders, the vessel was wrought with turned gules, vandals, and embossings, and with such lineaments were the borders wrought, both vendor and above. Upon the border in the neck of the cour were 2 half rings, suppressed in the border by transursion, one of them highest against another, which were holden in the biting teeth of 2 lysarts, or biting dragons of green emerald, bearing out from the cour. They stood with their serpent-like feet upon the lower part of the cour vendor the neck, betwixt the which and the lower vessel was one quantity, and from his upper gracillement descending, he ironed with the turned-in cyme of the circumferent limbus or verge, where they did closely bite together. This cour to the neck was made in skull-eye work of hyacinth, except the veins of smaragd, for the little dragons, their bellies and feets fastening to the skull-eye cour. These little dragons one against another, their breasts and throats hollowing out from the border in the cour, and their tails turning towards again, did serve for the ears of the cour, highest o'er them of the lower vessel. The lower turning about, where the cour did close with the vessel being of 2 parts, ironed together with an excellent foliature, half a foot broad, as if they had been inseparable. The body of this vessel was all run o'er with a vine, the 2 strings and veins whereof, and small curling twists, were of topaz, far better than is found in the Alanda ophides, the lows of fine smaragd, and the branches of amethyst, to the sight most beautiful, and to the understanding wonderful contemplable. The subject vessel appearing thorough the same of hyacinth so round and polished, as any will can send forth, except, vendor the lows there was a substance left, which held the foliature to the vessel of hyacinth, passing o'er and separated from the subject. The hollowed and bending lows with all the other lapisidarial lineaments, were performed with such an emulation of nature as was wonderful. A2. Let versus now return to the circumferent brim of the precious vessel. In the smooth parties whereof, upon aether sides of the tails of the lysarts, I beheld 2 historials worthy of regard, ingraven in this sort. Upon the foreside of the vessel, the representation of Jupiter, holding in his right hand a glistering sword, of the vein of the Ethiopian chrysolites, and in the other hand a thunderbolt of shining ruby. His countenance sour of the vein of Galatites, and crowned with stars like lightning, he stood upon an altar of sapphire. Before his fearful majesty were a buoy of nymphs, sown in number, apparelled in white, proffering with their sweet voices to sing, and after transforming Themsilas into green trees like emeralds full of azure flowers, and bowing Themsilas down with the ocean to his power, not that they were all transformed into lows, but the first into a tree, her feet to roots, their arms and heads into branches, some more than other, but in a shew that they must follow all alike, as appeared by their heads. Upon the other anaglyph, I did behold a merry and pleasant majestical personage, like a young fat boy, crowned with 2 folding serpents, one white, and the other black, tied into a knot. He rested delightful lie vendor a plentiful vine tree full of ripe grapes, and upon the top of the frame there were little naked boys, climbing VP and sitting aloft gathering the ripe clusters, others offering them in a basket to the god, who pleasantly received them, others some lay fast asleep upon the ground, being drunk with the sweet juice, of the grape. Others applying Themsilas to the work of musculent autumn, others singing and piping, all which expression was perfected by the workmen in precious stones, of such color as the natural liliness of every vein, leaf, flower, berry, body, proportion, shape, and representation required. And in this imagery, although it was very small, yet there was no defect to be found in the least part belonging thereunto, but perfectly to be discerned. V. Out of this former described vessel did spring VP a green flourishing vine, the twisting branches thereof full set with clusters of grapes, the tawny berries of Indian amethyst, and the lows of green Silenitis of Persia, not subject to the change of the moon, delighted of Cupid. This tree shadowed the chariot. At every corner of this triumphant chariot upon the plain where the vessel stood, was placed a candlestick, of excellent workmanship, upon 3 feet of red coral, well liked of the ruder sort, resisting lightning and tempests, forable and preservatio to the bearer, the like were not found vendor the head of Gorgon of Persia, nor in the ocean Erythraeum. The steel of one of the candlesticks was of white coral, bellowed of Diana, of a convenient length, with round knobs and ions, in height 2 foot. Another was of most fine stone Dionysius, having spots growing from a blackish to a pure red, the same pounded smelleth sweetly. The third was of perfect Medea of the color of dark gold, and having the smell of nectar. The fourth of precious Nebritus from a black growing to a white and green. Out of the hollowed steels whereof there ascended a pyramidal flame of everlasting fire, continually burning. The brightness of the works expressed through the reflection of the lights, and the sparkling of the precious stones were such, as my eyes days led to behold them. About which heavenly triumph, with the Mariuelis and Selema Pampa, infinite troops of nymphs, their fair and plentiful tresses falling loose o'er their shoulders, some naked with aprons of goats' skins and kids, others with timbrels and flutes, making a most pleasant noise, as in the dance called Thyasus, in the tributary of Bacchus, with green leafy sprigs and vine branches, instrophated about their heads and wasps, leaping and dancing before the triumphs. Immediately after the triumphs followed an old man upon an assy, and after him was led a goat adorned for a sacrifice, and one that followed after carrying upon her head a fauna, making immeasurable laughter, and sing furious and outrageous gestures. This was the order of these Mimilons, satyrs, and Saruans to Bacchus, bawds, Tyides, naiads, and such as followed after. The nymph doth shew to Poliphilus the multitude of young lowers, and their loos, what they were, and in what sort bellowed. It is very hard for a man to accommodate his speech to optoterms, whereby he may expressly declare the great Pampa, indesinate triumph, vencescent ioi and delightful idings about these rare and unseen chariots, and being once undertaken, it is as easy to low off, besides the notable company of young youths, and the increasing troops of innumerable fair and pleasant nymphs, more sharp-witted, wise, modest, and discreet, than is ordinarily seen in so tender years, with their beardless lowers, scarce howling downy cheeks, pleasantly dizzing with them matters of lo. Monier of them howling their torches burning, others pastofferal, some with ancient spoils upon the endies of straight stalls, and others with divers sorts of troughs upon launces, curious lie hanging, carried before the mystical triumphs, with shouting resounds about in the air. Some with wind instruments of divers fashions and manner of windings, sagbuts and flutes. Others with humanly voices singing with ineffable delights, and exceeding solace, past man's reason to imagine, within them passed about the glorious triumphs, turning upon the florulent ground, and green, sward, a place dedicated to the Happi, without any stub or tree, but the fielda was as a plain coequate meadow of sweet harbies and pleasant flowers, of all sorts of colors, and sundry varying fashions, yielding so fragrant a smell as is possible to speak of, not burnt with the extreme heat of the sun, but moderate, the ground moistened with sweet rewis, the air pure and clean, the days all alike, the earth continually green, the spring nor decaying but renewing, the cool grass with variable flowers like a painting, remaining always unhurt, with their doughy freshness, resurrecting and holding their colors without interdict of time. There grew the flower sorts of violets, cowslips, melalots, rose parsley or passé flower, blue bottles, gyth, lady's seal, vitrachium, aquilegia, lily conuli, amaranth, flower gentle, idiosmus, all sorts of sweet pinks, and small flowering herbs of odoriferous fragrancy and smell, roses of Persia, howling the smell of musk and amber, and innumerable sorts of others without setting, but naturally growing in a wonderful distribution, peeping out from their green lows, and barbs very delightful to behold. In this place I might see goodly brow women as the Arcadian Callisto the daughter of Lycon, with the Vnonawan Diana, the lesbian Antiopa daughter to Nyctius, and mother to Amphion and Zetius that built Thebes, with her satire, Isa the daughter of Macharius with her shepherd, Anticia the daughter of Ecus and young Danae, Astri the daughter to Caius, and Alcmena with her feigned husband. Afterward I beheld the pleasant Aegina solacing herself with the clear flood and Diwene fire, the daughter of Phulis and that of Menempus, with her counterfeit father, and that other of Diodes with her lap full of flowers and a writhing serpent, and the fair young girl no more sorrowing for the growing of her horns. Astyochia and Antigone, the daughter of Laomedon, salaciously delighting herself in her storkish plumes, and Luricil, the first innuentrix of wheels. Garamantide, the dancing nymph, holding by her little finger, and washing her delicate pre-tie feet from sweat in the Riur Bagrada. After that I beheld a quail flying, and a falcon pursuing her, Erigone howing her fair shining breast sticked full of sweet grapes, and the daughter of King Chalus with her bull, Eriphyle, and her changed husband, the daughter of Alpes, and the virgin Melantho with her dolphin, Philyra, the daughter of old Oceanus with the father of Chiron. Next her Ceres with her head enstrophated with ripe ears of corn embracing the scaly Hydra, and the fair nymph Lara sorting with Argiphon, and the sweet Futurna of the Riur Numicus. And whilst I stood with excessive delight beholding only as an ignorant this rare company and mystical triumphs, circumcept with these and such like sorts, and so also the delicious fields, but that methought it was a luily sight to behold, and so I should ha continued, then the gracious nymph associating and leading me, seeing my simplicity and Caroline's, with a ready countenance and sweet and pleasant words, without asking, she said thus to me, My Poliphilus, doest thou see these? Shewing me those of the old world, these were bellowed of Jupiter, and this was such a one, and these were in love with him, by this means shewing to me their high and mighty lineage, and not knowing their names, she in great courtesy told me. Afterward she shewed me a great number of little virgins, vendor the government of 3 sober and discreet matrones the leaders to so great delight, adding thereunto very pleasantly, changing her angel-like countenance, My Poliphilus, thou shalt understand, that no earthly creature can enter in here without a burning torch as thou sayest me, either with extreme and great pains, or for the fall and company of those 3 matrones. And from her heart setting a deep sigh she said, This torch ha I brought hither for thy sake, minding to put it out in yonder temple. These speeches pierced my heart, they were so delightful and desired, and so much the more, because she called me her Poliphilus. Whereupon I assured myself that she was Polia, and from top to the toe I found an extreme alteration into a supreme delight, my heart flying only to hear. Which thoughts were bewrayed by my countenance, and whispering small sighs. Which she cunningly pursuing, brake on this new accident with these words, O how many be there which would, most gladly behold these triumphs, and therefore Poliphilus, address thy thoughts to other matters, and behold what noble and worthy nymphs Shuthensilas desorodly consorted with their amorous lowers, courteous and affable, who with sweet and pleasant notes and measured verse, praise and commend one another without wearance, incessantly celebrating their turns with excessive delight, and extolling the triumphs, the air also full of the chirpings of Dior's pre-tied birds, yielding a diffused charm. About the first triumph among the rewazzing company, the 9 muses did sing, with their leader the Diwene Luder Apollo. After the triumph followed the fair Parthenopean Lyria, with a laurel crown, accompanied with Melanthia, whose habits and voices represented the pride of Greece, whereupon the great Macedon rested his head, she bare a splendent lampy, communicating the light thereof with her companion, then the rest more excellent both in voice and song. There the fair nymph shewed me the ancient Iphianassa, and after the old father Hyperinus his daughters and their drink, and one betwixt the 2 Theban brothers, these with pleasant noises, sweet music and fine agilities, paced on about the first triumph. About the second triumph was the noble Nemesis with the lesbian Corinna, Delia and Neaera, with Dior's others amorous nymphs, making pleasant sounds upon stringed instruments of yellow wood. About the third triumph, the glorious nymphs shewed me Quintilia and Cynthia Nauta, with others, in great solace, making sweet harmonies, and singing pleasant verses. There also I beheld the virgin Violantilla with her Dewey, and the other sorrowing for her sparrow. About the fourth triumph, before it went the Lydian Chloe, Lyde, Neobule, sweet Phyllis, and the fair Lystiberts and Pyrrha, with their harps singing and making a most pleasant noise. After this fourth triumph among the Maenads and sacrificers to Bacchus, there followed an amorous damosel singing in the commendation of the head of her lower Pleion, she desired horns. And after them all she shewed me 2 women, one of them apparelled in white, and the other in green, which came hindermost singing together. And thus they marched about in a most pleasant and delightful manner upon the fresh green and flourishing plain, some instrophated with laurel, some with myrtle, and others with other sorts of flowers and garlands, incessantly without any weariness or intermission in a perfection of the felicity of this world, mutually envying one another's aspect and company. The nymph howling at large declared to Poliphilus the mystical triumphs and extreme low. Afterwards she desired him to go on further, where also with great delight he beheld innumerable other nymphs, with their desired lowers, in 1,000 sorts of pleasures solacing themselves upon the green grass, fresh shadows, and by the cool rivers and clear fountains. And how Poliphilus there had with man's almost forgotten himself in the passions of desire, but hope did assuage his fury, quieting himself in the beholding of the sweet sour of the fair nymph. And ot only happy but above all other most happy were he, to whom it should be granted continually by special favor to behold the glorious Pampa, high triumphs, beautiful places, sweet situations, together with the goddesses, half-goddesses, fair nymphs of incredible delight and pleasure, but especially to be seconded and accompanied with so honorable a nymph of so rare and excellent beauty. And this I thought not to be the least and smallest point of my felicity. Now having looked upon these sights, I remained a great space recording of the same, being therewith beyond measure abundantly contented. And afterwards the fair and sweet damsel my guide said thus unto me, Poliphilus, let verses now go on a little further. And then, immediately we tended our walk toward the fresh fountains and shady rivers, compassing about the flourishing fields with crystalline currents and gracious streams. In which clear water grew the purple flowering son of the nymph Liriope, looking from his tender strings and lows. And all the fair rivers were full of other flowers sweet lie growing among their green and fresh lows. This delightful place was of a spacious and large circuit, compassed about and environed with woody mountains, of a moderate height of green laurel, fruitful memorals, hairy and high pine trees, and within the clear channels, with graveled banks, and in some places the bottom was fair soft yellow sandy, where the water ran swift, and the 3 low dry oak grew. There were a great company of delicate fair nymphs of tender age, with a redolent flower of bashfulness, and beyond all credite beautiful, with their beardless lowers continually accompanied. Among which nymphs, some very pleasantly with wanton countenances in the clear streams shewed themselves sportful and gamesome, having taken finely their thin garments of silk of Dior's colours, and holding them in the bouts of their white arms, the formy of their round thighs were seen vender the plites, and their fair legs were reeled to the naked knees, the current streams coming so high. It was a sight which would have prepared one to that which were benefit, and if himself had been enabled thereunto. And there where the water was most still, turning down their fair faces of exceeding beauty, and bending their bodies of rare proportion, as in a large goodly glass they might behold their heavenly shapes, breaking off the same with the motion of their pretty feet, making a noise with the contrast of the circulating water. Some salaciously striving to go by the tame swimming swans, and sportingly casting water one at another, with the hollands of their palms, others standing without the water upon the soft cool grass, making of nosegays and garlands of sundry sweet flowers, and joining the same to their lowers as tokens of their forable remembrance, not denying their sweet kisses, and luing to embracings, with the amorous regards of their star-like eyes. And some were set upon the green banks not o'ergrown with reed and segs, but finely beautified with sweet herbs and flowers, among the which the tender nymphs coming wet out of the water more clear than Axius and Mygdonia, vendor the umbrageous trees, did sit sporting and dozing one with another in delightful embracings, with their reurancing lowers, not cruelly scorning and reacting them, but with a sociable low and benign affableness, disposing themselves to the like shew of true affection, their sweet gestures and pleasant behours far more gracious to the eye, than flowing tears be to the froward and merciful Cupid, the sweet fountains and moist dews to the green fields, and desired for me to fashion matter. Some did sing amorous sonnets, and verses of low, breathing out in the same from their inflamed breasts, scalding sighs full of sweet accents, able to enamorate hearts of stone, and to make smooth the ruggedness of the passageable mountain Caucasus, to stay whatsoever fury the harp of Orpheus would provoke, and the foul and ill-formed face of Medusa, to make any horrible monster tame and tractable, and to stop the continual provocation of the during Scylla. Some rested their heads in the chaste laps of their fair loos, recounting the pleasant dizes of Jupiter, and they enstrophating their curled locks with sweet-smelling flowers. Others of them feigned that they were forsaken, and seemed to fly and go away from them, whom dearly they did affect, and then was there running one after another with loud laughters, and effeminate cryings out, their fair tresses spreading down o'er their snowy shoulders like threads of gold, bound in laces of green silka, some loose after a nymphish manner, others bound VP in attires of gold set with pearl. Afterwards coming near together, they would stoop down, and twitching VP the sweet flowers with their fair and tender fingers, fling the same in the faces of their pursuing lowers with great pleasure and solace, maintaining their feigned disgracings. Others with great courtesy were putting of rose lows one after another into their lace breasts, adding after them sweet kisses, some during their lowers, if o'er bold, upon the cheeks with their harmless palms pretty ticks, making them red like the wheels of Phoebus in a fair and clear morning, with other new and vent hot contentions, such as look could do's. They all being pleasant, merry, and disposed to delight, their gestures and motions girlish, and of a virginal simplicity, putting on sincere low without the offense of honorable virtue, free and exempt from the accursion of grief or emulation of adverse fortune, sitting vendor the shade of the weeping sister of the whited phaeton, and of the immortal Daphne and hairy pineapple with small and sharp lows, straight cypress, green orange trees, and tall cedars, and others most excellent, abounding with green lows, sweet flowers, and pleasant fruits still flourishing in such sort as is inestimable, unely disposed upon the gracious banks, and orderly growing in a moderate distance upon the grassy ground, enuist with green vinca peruense or laurel. What heart is so cold and chilling, that would not be stirred VP to heat, manifestly beholding the delightful duties of reciprocal love, such as I was persuaded would hawk kindled Diana herself. Whereupon I was bold to shew that folly which tormented my inward spirits, and whining to see what others possessed, that was a continual delight and pleasure and solace without any warrants in full cloying, and thus during times my heart being set on fire by my eyes, and extremely burning, my mind still fixed upon delightful pleasures and their smacking kisses, and regarding with a curious eye the abounding guerdons of the feathered god. Methought at that instant, that I did behold the extreme perfection of pleasure. And by this means I stood wowering and out of measure amazed, and as one which had drunk an amorous potion, calling into remembrance the ointments of the mischievous Circes, the forcible herbs of Medea, the hurtful songs of Byrrhena, and the deadly verses of Pamphile, I stood doubtful that my eyes had seen something more than humane, and that a base, dishonorable, and frail body should not be where immortal creatures did abide. After that I was brought from these long and doubtful thoughts and fantastical imaginations, and remembering all those Maruellus Diwine shapes and bodies which I had personally seen with mine eyes, I then knew that they were not deceitful shadows, nor magical illusions, but that I had not rightly conceived of them. And now with earnest consideration among these beholding the most excellent nymph fast by me, my eyes filled with amorous darts ceased not to wound my passionate heart, by means whereof incontinently all my wandering thoughts were stirred VP, compact, and fixed upon her their desired object, recalling my mortified soul afresh to be tormented in his first flames, which most cruelly I suffered. In that I durst not be bold to ask if she were my desired Polia, for she had put me in some doubt thereof before, and now fearing to offend her with my being o'er bold, and or troublesome with my rude and tilled tongue, during times when my voice was breaking out betwixt my lips, upon that occasion I suppressed the same. But what she should be, it was beyond my compasse to imagine, and I stood as suspicious thereof, as the deceived Socha with the feigned Atlantiades. Thus with diligent regards and cordial searches examining her humanly features inundated with a burning desire beyond measure, I said to myself, oh that I might be, if it were possible, a free mind such a place, for no sorrow should grieve me, nor imminent danger should make me afraid, although that froward fortune should oppose herself against me, I would spend my life without any regard thereof, not refusing to undertake the laborsome and great enterprise of the 2 gates shewed to the son of Amphitryo. to spend the prime of my youth and pleasure of my years in the mortal dongers of the merciless seas, and in the fearful places of Trinacria, with the excessive trowels and terrors of Ulysses, in the dark caw of the horrible Polypheme, the son of Neptune, to be transformed in the company of Calypso, although I lost my life, or endured the most hard and long servitude of Androdas. For all wherens is forgotten where love is vehement. To undertake with the amorous Minoian and Ilias to run with Atlanta, or to combat in such sort as the strong and mighty Hercules for his love Dianira did with the huge Achilles, so as I might use so gracious a fore, and attain to so high delight, as the remaining in these salacious places, and above all to enure the precious love and inestimable good will of her, more fair without comparison than Cassiopeia, of better favour than Castiamara. Ah me, my life and death is in her power. And if so be that I seem even worthy of her fellowship and amorous comers, yet would God it might be granted me as a special reward and privilege to look upon her. And then I say to myself, O Poliphilus, if these holy and burthenous weights of amorous conceits do oppress thee, the sweetness of the fruit doth allure thee thereunto, and if the peremptory dangers strike thee into a terror, the hope of the supportation and help of so fair a nymph will animate thee to be resolute. Thus my thought being yours, I said, O God, if this be that desired Polia which I see at this present, and whose precious impression without intermission I ha still borne in my burning and wounded heart, fro the first years of my love till this present, I am contented with all sorrows, and besides her, I desire no other request but only this, that she may be drawn to my fair one love, that it may be with verses alike, or that I may be at liberty, for I am no longer able to dissemble my grief, or hide the extremity of my smart. I die luing, and luing am as dead. I delight in that which is my grief. I go mourning, I consume myself in the flame, and yet the flame doth nourish me, and burning like gold in the strong cement, yet I find myself like cold ice. Ah, whiz me, that love should be more grievous to me than the weight of Iurime to Typhon. It disperseth me more than the ravenous vultures the glomerated bowels of Titius. It holdeth me in more than the labyrinth crooking, it tosseth me more than the northeast winds the calm seas, it teareth me worse than Actaeon's dogs their flying master, it troubleth my spirits more than horrible death doth them who desire to Leoa. It is more direful to my vexed heart than the crocodile's bowels to Ichneumon. And so much the more is my grief, that with all the wit I ha, I know not to think in what part of the world I should be, but straight before the sweet fire of this half-goddess, which without any corporal substance consumeth me, here abundant and fair yellow hair, a snare and net for my heart to be massed in, here large and phlegmatic forehead, like white lilies, bind me in as with a withe. Here piercing regards take away my life as sweet provocations to afflict me, here rose all cheeks do exasperate my desire, here ruddy lips continue the same, and here delicious breasts like the winter snow upon the hyperboreal mountains, are the sharp spurs and biting whip to my amorous passions, here luily gestures and pleasant countenance do draw my desire to an imagination you delight, heaping vp my sorrow. And to all these insulting martyrdoms and grievous vexations of that impious and deceitful Cupid I lie open, mightily striving to bear them, and no way able to resist them, but to suffer myself to be workum, either could I shun the same, but remain still as one who wears lost in the Babylonian fen. V. O Titius, thou canst not persuade me that thy pain is equal with mine, although that the vultures tear open thy breast, and taking out thy smoking warm heart, do pluck it in pieces with their crooked beaks, and pinch the same in their sharp talents, eating vp also the rest of thy flesh, till they ha engorge Theselas, and within a while after thou renewed again, they begin afresh to prey upon thee. Thou hast a time to be reared again, and made sound as you or thou wert, but 2 eyes without all pity or intermission ha wounded me, dur and consumed me, lowing me no time of rest, or space to be comforted. And having had these discourses with myself, I began secretly to mourn and weep, and desire a way that I might die, fetching deep sighs as if my heart had torn in sunder with Uri one of them. And yours times I had purposed with a lamentable voice to desire her help, for that I was at the point of death, but as one drowned and overwhelmed, I deemed that way to be vain, and to no purpose, and therefore furiously, and as one of a raging spirit I thought thus, Why doest thou doubt, Poliphilus? Death for love is laudable, and therefore my grievous and malignant fortune, my sorrowful accident and hard hap in the love of so beautiful a nymph, will be writ and reported when I shall lie interred. The same will be sung in doleful tunes upon sweet instruments of music, manifesting the force of hurtful love. And thus continuing the folly of my thoughts, I said, it may be that this nymph, by all likelihoods, is some reurent goddess, and therefore my speeches will be but as the crackling reeds of Arcadia in the moist and fenny sides of the River Labdun, shaken with the sharp east wind, with the boisterous north, cloudy south and rainy southwest wind. Besides this, the gods will be sore rejoingers of such an insolency, for the companions of Lysis had been preserved from drowning and shipwreck, if they had not stolen Apollo's cottel kept by Phaetusa and her sister Lampetia. Orion had not been slain by a scorpion, if he had not attempted the cold and chaste Diana, and therefore if I should see any indecency against the honor of this nymph in any sort, such like revenge or worse would be visited upon me. At last, getting forth of these changeable thoughts, I did greatly comfort myself in beholding and contemplating the excellent proportion and sweet sour of this ingenuous and most rare nymph, containing in her all whatsoever that may provoke amorous conceits and sweet love, jewing from her fairy eyes so gracious and forable regards, as thereby I somewhat tempered my troublesome and brittled thoughts. And my resounding sighs reflexed with a flattering hope, O the amorous foot of flowers and sauce of salt tears, by these and no other reins I did manage my vehement thoughts, and made them stop in a concealed hope, fixing mine eyes with excessive delight upon her fair body and well-disposed members, by all which, my discontented desires were gently mitigated and redeemed from that fury and amorous fire, which so near had bred the extremity of my passions. C.C. The nymph leadeth the enamoured Poliphilus to other pleasant places, where he beheld innumerable nymphs solacing them, and also the triumph of Vertumnus and Pomona. By no means I was able to resist the violent force of Cupid's artillery, and therefore the elegant nymph having amorously gotten an irrevocable dominion o'er me a miserable lower, I was in force said to follow still after her moderate steps, which led me into a spacious and large plain, the conterminate bound of the flowered green and sweet-smelling valley, where also ended the adorned mountains and fruitful hills, shutting the entrance into this golden country, full of incredible delight. With their ironing together, covered o'er with green trees of a conspicuous thickness and distance, as if they had been set by hand, as yew trees, wild pines, fruitful but dropping resin, tall pineapple, straight fir, burning pitch trees, the spongy larix, the airy tadabellid of the mountains, celebrated and preserved for the festual Oreads. There both of Versus walked in the green and flowering plain, she being my guide through the high cypress trees, the broad load beech, cool shady oaks full of mast, and other hornabeams, pricking juniper, weak hazel, spalt ash, green laurel, and humbriferous escules, knot-eyed plane trees and lindens mowing by the sweet breath of the pleasant zephyrus, whistling through their tender branches, with a benign and forcible impulsion. All which green trees were not thickly twisted together, but of a convenient distance one from another, and all of them so aptly distributed as to the sight thereof bred great delight. This place was frequented with country nymphs and dryads, their small and slender waists being girded with a braiding of tender corioles of sprigs, lows, and flowers and their heads their rising hairs, were compassed about as with garlands. Amongst them were the horned fawns, and lascivious satyrs, solemnizing their faunal feasts, being assembled together out of diverse places, within this fertile and pleasant country, bearing in their hands so tender green and stretched boughs, as are not to be found in the wood of the gods Feronia, when the inhabitants carry her image to the fire. From thence we entered into a large square enclosure compassed about with broad walks, straight from one corner to another, with a quickset upon either sides, in height one pace, of pricking juniper thick set together, and mixed with box, compassing about the square green mead. In the rows of which quickset there were symmetrically planted the victorious palm trees, whose branches were laden with fruit, appearing out of their husks, some black, some crimson, and many yellow. The like are not to be found in the land of Egypt, nor in Dabulam among the Arabian Scanets, or in Hyracanta beyond the Soromatans. all which were intermeddled with green citrons, oranges, hypomelides, pistache trees, pomegranates, meligotos, dendromerts, mespils, and sorbus, with divers other fruitful trees. In this place upon the green sward of the flowering mead, and under the fresh and cool shadows, I might behold a great assembly met together of strange people, and such as I had ne'er before seen, full of eyes and pastimes, but basely apparelled, some in fawn's skins, painted with white spots, some in lynx skins, others in leopards, and Manier had fastened together divers broad loaves, instrophating them with sundry flowers, therewithal cooing their nakeds, singing, leaping, and dancing with great applause. These were the nymphs Hamadryads, pleasantly compassing upon either sides the flowered Vertumnus, howing upon his head a garland of roses, and his gown lap full of fair flowers, luing the station of the woolly ram. He sate in an ancient fashioned care, drawn by flower horned fawns or satyrs, with his luing and fair wife Pomona, crowned with delicate fruits, her hair hanging down o'er her shoulders, of a flaxen color, and thus she sate participating of her husband's pleasure and quiet, and at her feet lay to a vessel called clepsydra. In her right hand she held a copy full of flowers, fruits, and green lows, and in her left hand a branch of flowers, fruits, and lows. cc2. Before the care and the flower drawing satyrs, there marched two fair nymphs, the one of them bare a trophy with a prependent table, whereupon was written this title: Into Jeremam corporis valetudinum and stabo robercastasque mensarum delicious, and beatum animi securitatum culturibus me offero. And the other bare a trophy of certain green sprigs bound together, and among them divers rural instruments fastened. These passed on thus after the ancient manner, with great ceremonies, and much solemnity, compassing about a great square stone like an altar, standing in the midst of this fair mead, sufficiently moistened with current streams from beautiful fountains. This square stone or altar was of pure white marble, curiously cut by a cunning lapidary, upon every front whereof was a wonderful goodly expression, of an elegant image, so exact, as the like elsewhere is hardly to be found. The first was a fair goddess, her traces flying abroad, girded with roses and other flowers, upon a thin pergarment cooing her beautiful and pleasant proportion. She held her right hand o'er an ancient vessel, in manner of a chafing dish, called chytropodis, sending forth a flame of fire, into the which she did cast roses and flowers, and in the other hand she held a branch of sweet myrtle, full of berries. By her side stood a little winged boy smiling, with his bow and arrows. O'er her head were two pigeons. And under the foot of this figure was written, Florido Veries. Upon the other side I beheld in an excellent carving, the representation of a damosel of a maidenly countenance, whose stately majesty gave great commendation to the curious stills of the workman. She was crowned with a garland, of wheat ears, her hair flingering abroad, and her haybite nymphish. In her right hand she held a copy full of ripe grain, and in the other hand 3 ears of corn, upon their strawy stalks. At her feet lay a wheat show bound VP, and a little boy with gleanings of corn in either hands. The subscription was this: V. Flowey Messi S. Upon the third side was the likens in a doin aspect naked of a young boy, crowned with vine lows, and of a wanton countenance, holding in his left hand certain clusters of ripe grapes, and in the other, a copy full of grapes which did hang o'er the mouth thereof. At his feet lie a hairy goat, and this riding vendor. Mustulento autumno s. The last square did bear upon it a kingly image passing well cut, his countenance displeasant and austere. In his left hand he held a sceptre VP into the hoens, the air cloudy, troublesome and stormy, and with the other hand reaching into the clouds full of highly. Behind him also the air was rainy and tempestuous. He was covered with beast skins, and upon his feet he wear sandals, where vendor was written, Hemioli s. From thence the most fair and pleasant nymph brought me towards the seaside and sandy shore, where we came to an old decayed temple, before the which upon the fresh and cool herbs, vendor's sweet shady trees we sate down and rested ourselves, my eyes very narrowly beholding, with insatiable desire, in one sole perfection and virginal beauty, the accumulation and assembly of all beauties. An object interdicting my eyes to behold any gracious, that except, or of so great content. Were refreshing in a secret eye with new budding conceits my burning heart, and lowing off vulgar and common follies, I began to consider of the intelligible effect of honest love, and with all of the clearings of the skies, the sweet and mild air, the delightful sight, the pleasant country, the green grass decked with diversity of flowers, the fair hills adorned with thick woods, the quiet time, fresh winds, and fruitful place, beautifully enriched with fluent streams, sliding down the moist valleys betwixt the crooked hills in their growled channels, and into the next seas with a continued course softly lading Themselas. A ground most healthful, the grass cool and sweet, and from the trees resounded the sweet consents of small chirping birds. The flowers and fields of Thessaly must give place to this. And there sitting thus together among the sweet flowers and redolent roses, I fastened mine eyes upon this heavenly shape of so fair and rare a proportion, whereunto my senses were so applied, drawn, and addicted, that my heart was overwhelmed with extreme delights, so as I remained senseless, and yet cast into a curious desire to understand and know what should be the reason and cause that the purple humidity in the touch of her body, in the smoothness of her hand, should be as white as pure milk, and by what means that nature had bestowed in her fair body the fragrant sweetness of Arabia, and by what industry in her starry forehead pampinulated with threads of gold aptly disposed, she had infixed the fairest part of the Hoans, or the Splendican Heraclea. Afterward, letting fall mine eyes towards her pretty feet, I beheld them enclosed in red leather cut upon white, fastened upon the instep with buttons of gold and loops of blue silka. And from thence I returned toward my wanton regard to her straight neck compassed about with a carcanet of orient pearl, striving but not able to match with the whiteness of the sweet skin. From thence descending down to her shining breast and delicious bosom, from whence grew 2 round apples, such as Hercules Noyer stole out of the garden of Hesperides. Neither did your Pomona behold the like to these 2 standing mobile in her rose all breast, more white than hills of snow in the going down of the sun. Betwixt the which there passed down a delicious valley, wherein was the delicate sepulchre of my wounded heart exceeding the famous mausolea. I then, being content with a wounded heart, full well of understanding that mine eyes had drawn it dying into all these elegant parts. Yet Nuertheals I could not so bridle and suppress my amorous inflamed sighs, or so closely cure them, but that they would needs express my inward desire. By means whereof she was changed from contagious low, and striking with her stolen regards, and wying the same, she turned it upon me, so as I perceived an incensing fire pruriently diffusing itself through my inward parts and hollow veins, and during the contemplate beholding of her most rare and excellent boat eye, a mellifluous delight and sweet solace constrained me thereunto. Thus disordinately beaten with the importune spur of insatiable desire, I found myself to be set upon with the mother of love, e'en ironed round about with her flamigerous son, and inundated with so fair a shape, that I was with these and others so excellent circumstances brought into such an agony of mind and sickness of body, and in such sort enfeebled, that the least hair of her head was a band forcible enough to hold me fast, and Uri rolled trammel as shan and shackle to fetter me. Being fed with the sweetness of her boat eye, and hooked with the pleasant baits of her amorous delights, that I was not able with what sour cunning does to resist the inundating heats and pricking desires still coming upon me, that I determined rather to die than longer to endure the same, or in this solitary place to offer her any dishonor. Then again I was determined with humble requests and submissive entreaties to say thus: Alas, most delighted Polia, at this present to die by thee is a thing that I desire, and my death, if it were effected by these thy small, slender and fair hands, the ending thereof should be more tolerable, sweet and glorious to me, because my heart is compassed about with such tormenting flames, still more and more cruelly increasing, and burning the same without pity or intermission, so as by means thereof I am bereft of all rest. And herewithal intending to put in execution another determinate purpose, behold my heart was tormented with more sharp flames, that methought I was all of a light fire. Ah, what is me what wert thou does to do, Poliphilus? Remember the violence done to Deianira and the chaste Roman lady. Consider what followed them for a reward, and yours others. Call to mind that mighty princes have been reacted of their inferiors, how much more than a base and abject person, but tract of time doth place to them which expect the bounty thereof. Time causeth the fierce lions to be tame, and whatsoever furious beast, the small ant by long trowel layeth vp her winter foot in the hard tree, and shall not a diween shape lying hid in a humane body take the impression of Pharaoh and Lu, and then holding the same, shake off all annoyous and vexing passions, hoping to enjoy amorous fruits, desired effects, and triumphing agonisms. The nymph Polia pursuing well the change of my colour and blood coming in more stranger sort than Tripolian or Teucrian, thrice a day changing the colour of his flowers, and my enduring to send out scalding sighs deeply set from the bottom of my heart, she did temper and mitigate the same with her sweet and friendly regards, pacifying the rage of my oppressing passions. So as notwithstanding my burning mind in these continual flames and sharp provocations of Lu, I was adused patiently to hope you in with the bird of Arabia in her sweet nest of small sprigs, kindled by the heat of the sun to be renewed. Finus. Technical notes and further information. Technical notes and further information. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Theta epsilon omicron delta omicron iod alpha. Epsilon omega omicron tau omicron phi omicron. Cap omicron sigma mu omicron delta omicron iod alpha. 24, 25, 26, 27,